The roads leading into ancient Rome are dotted with tombs and monuments, some dedicated to emperors, generals, statesmen. But there is one interesting among them. It is the tomb of Marcus Vergilius Uricesis. Not an emperor or general, not even a great warrior. No, Marcus was actually a baker. He was once an enslaved man, and later turned into a prosperous freedman, building an elaborate tomb adorned with carved scenes of his bread-making. You see, he made his fortune not by going and conquering foreign lands by the sword, but just by making food, kneading dough. Well, it's a reminder that the real backbone of the Roman world was not just its famous legions, but the ordinary people with the myriad of jobs that they performed from day to day. Of course, when we think of ancient Rome, we often picture soldiers in that glinting armor and the senators in flowing togas. Yet the vast majority of Romans lived far from the spotlight of the forum and from the battlefield. So how did these men and women earn their keep? What was work like for the average Roman across the centuries of the Republic and the Empire? Well, it's a good question, and we are going to talk about that today. Just about how normal people made a living. And there's a few interesting little stories along the way too. I've been looking forward to this one, and I hope you enjoy it. Now, before we go into it, I'd like to issue the customary welcome to the channel. For anybody who's new here, I invite you to subscribe. If you enjoy this kind of content, you'll get plenty more of it. And thank you to anyone returning. You will get no mid-roll ads on these videos. That's the whole channel, by the way. Completely ad-free because of the generous donations on PayPal and YouTube memberships, the Patreon, this kind of thing, and the super thanks. Thank you very much. And for those who checked out the merch store, lots of little goodies there. Now, with welcomes all said and done, let's get nice and relaxed and we can begin our journey into the jobs of ancient Rome. Well, let's start by building a bit of a foundation of Roman society. Let's have a look at the work system and the class system back in the Roman world. You see, work was both a necessity for the many and a mark of low status in the eyes of the elite. You see, the Latin language itself reflected its ambivalence to it. The ideal state for a person of means was known as otium. That is a Latin term, known basically as a lifestyle of leisurely freedom, whereas negotium, literally meaning not otium, meant business, the busy occupation of everyday work, and it was a little bit looked down upon by Rome's aristocratic classes, which are, well, most unfortunately, the only ones that we really hear from in writing. Now, Rome's aristocrats prided themselves on being above manual or paid labor. The statesman-philosopher Cicero, writing in the 1st century BCE, declared that, quote, "The cash that comes from selling your labor is vulgar and unsuited for a gentleman, for wages are effectively the bonds of slavery." Well, fighting words from the working man. In his view, a truly respectable Roman ought to be supported by the proceeds of his estates, that is, rents from farms or properties, rather than working by the hour for payment. Now, this elite disdain for wage labor became a bit of a cliché in the Roman moralizing literature of the time. Yet Cicero's lofty pronouncements were not utterly out of step with the reality that faced most Romans. The truth was that the vast majority of people in the Roman Empire had to work for a living. Not everybody had estates and all the rest to live off. As in any pre-industrial society, continuous labor was the norm, and survival depended on it. You didn't work, you did not eat. And there was no concept of a welfare state either to fall back on. You couldn't just go and get a government dole for unemployment, apart from the grain rations that were provided to Rome's poorest citizens, but well, that didn't really get you too far. If a person could not find work, well, there was hunger to contend with. So for ordinary Romans of the lower classes, a job was not just a way to earn money, but often a core part of their identity. Many of the urban poor worked every possible day until they could physically no longer continue, often until illness or death, because stopping, well, that meant destitution. And retirement, virtually unheard of, except for the lucky soldiers who, after 20 or 25 years of service, might receive a land pension to farm. And even children were not exempt from the hard realities of work. Contemporary evidence, including archaeology, reveals that many children in ancient Rome labored from a very young age. The bones of youths excavated at Roman work sites show signs of strain and injury consistent with hard physical labor. We've actually got a good example of this, a cemetery outside of Rome, near the site of an old fuller's workshop. If you don't know what a fuller is, it's basically a laundry that cleaned cloth. Well, this site contained the remains of adolescents whose bones bore the telltale deformities of repetitive work, likely from strenuous pounding and treading that was involved in the cloth processing. Now, you especially see this in children too, because children's bones are quite malleable when everything's still growing in. Well, definitely much easier to deform when the bones are still softer than an adult's. At least that is my understanding of it. Well, in another case, an epitaph from a Spanish mining region commemorated a boy of about 4 years old, believe it or not, poignantly depicted carrying his little bag of tools. Modern observers might hope that this was just a miner's mascot or something like that. But it's probably likely that he was indeed put to work in the mines as soon as he was able to walk and carry a tool. After all, those small spaces, they needed the little people to get into them. Well, childhood, as we think of today, was not a protected, idle time for most Roman kids. No, it was common for the children of the poor, whether free or enslaved, to start contributing to the family trade or chores as soon as they were physically capable. Only the offspring of the rich had the luxury of devoting their youth purely to education and play. As for everyone else learning a skill or trade early, well, that was just the reality of growing up. No use complaining about it, just get on with the job. Now we have social attitudes. Well, those attitudes towards workers were deeply colored by the class prejudice of the day. But at the same time, work was ubiquitous and crucial. Even senators who scorned the, quote, vulgar jobs relied on the products of those jobs every single day. The bread baked by the baker, the toga cleaned by the fuller. And of course, everyone has to eat too, so don't forget those peasants plowing the field. The reality of the Roman economy was that it was an all-hands-on-deck operation. Now, historians have identified over 200 distinct occupations mentioned in Roman inscriptions and texts, and I don't think we'll be going through every 200 or all 200 of them today, but we'll pick out the most interesting ones. In fact, many ordinary people were proud enough of their professions to actually mention them on their tombstones. Unlike the grand monuments of generals boasting of battles won, the humble gravestones of common folk often state something like, "Here lies so-and-so, carpenter or fuller," or woman's grave might mention that she was a midwife, something like this. In fact, it might even sometimes have accompanied images carved onto there of their tools of the trade. Like we said, somebody's work becomes their identity. But don't think of that as too alien, because even in our modern era, one of the first questions we often ask people is what work they do. We don't ask them, oh, what books do you like? What music do you like? When we want to get an overall gauge of someone's personality, it's generally the first question that we ask, because people spend 8 hours a day, 5 days a week generally doing this. So it's a good place to start, I suppose. Now, one ex-slave in Rome, and here's an interesting one. He was named Gaius Publius Amicus. Yes, Gaius Publius Amicus, excuse me. He had his career literally etched in stone. He described himself as purpurarius, that is, a dyer of the precious Tyrian purple cloth, and his tomb was decorated with the implements of his craft. Many other tombs, especially in the city of Rome and other urban centers, show people depicted at work. Relief carvings show butchers with their tools of the trade, midwives delivering children, shoemakers at the bench. Might even have a vendor proudly showing off his stall of live poultry. But far from feeling ashamed, these people made their work a centerpiece of their life story. They were proud of what they were doing. In a culture where the upper crust touted their political officers and noble lineage, the common people found their own dignity. After all, everyone needs a bit of meaning to their lives, don't they? But this all being said, you can't discuss work in ancient Rome without mentioning the enormous role of slavery. It's kind of hard to ignore. A significant portion of the labor force in Rome was done by enslaved people who had no freedom to choose their occupation. And if you did, it was probably, would you like to be a coal miner or a galley slave? It's not really a good choice. Now, slavery in Rome permeated nearly every economic sector. Slaves toiled in the fields, the mines, the workshops, the households. They were everywhere. And it wasn't just men either. There could be men, women, or children, and their working conditions ranged from horrific to tolerable. An educated slave might work as a secretary, a teacher, or even a physician in a nice little villa, while another slave had to suffer in chains in a dirty old mine, or trudged behind a plow on a remote farm off there in the middle of nowhere. Now, because slaves were considered property, their labor was extracted by force and usually unpaid. Okay, beyond basic sustenance, you would have a few scraps of food thrown to you, enough to keep you in shape for work, I suppose. Well, this massive underclass of forced laborers coexisted with free workers, and sometimes even competed with them for jobs. In cities, many crafts and services were carried out by slaves who belonged to wealthy masters. Let's take, for example, large households would have slave cooks, slave weavers making the families' clothing, slave bakers, and even slave tutors for their children. The prevalence of slave labor meant that free, poor Romans often struggled to find paid work, especially in unskilled roles, because, an affluent household might just get slaves instead. You can see how this is a pretty big problem. And this reminds us, too, that pretty much throughout all of human history, the general population viewed slavery as a bit of a blight. Perhaps not for sentimental reasons all the time, or perhaps so. Of course, people back then had their own opinions on things, but for very practical reasons, that it messed up the labor market for the ordinary worker. Anyway, that is a Topic for another video, I suppose. In any case, this dynamic contributed to the economic precarity of many free citizens and was one reason behind the government's provision of free grain in the city of Rome, essentially a food subsidy to prevent people from rioting, the jobless urban masses losing their temper. But despite this, many free men and women did make their living through skilled trades, small businesses, or as a hired laborer. Furthermore, when slaves were freed, which thousands were every year, by the way, they joined the ranks of these free workers. These freedmen and freedwomen often continued in the trades that they already knew or started up small enterprises of their own, forming an important middle stratum of Roman society. Some of them rose to impressive prosperity, as our baker Eusebius did, even having that big tomb of his. Isn't that interesting? Well, in fact, literary satire poked fun at how freedmen were becoming actually quite rich. Petronius, in his Satyricon, depicts a lavish banquet hosted by the freedman Trimalchio, where guests, many of them ex-slaves made free, brag about their earnings and shrewd business ventures. One character at the dinner, himself a former slave-turned-cloth dealer, extols the value of a practical education and a good trade to make your living. Here's the quote. He says, "An education is an investment, and a proper profession never goes dead on you." Well, I like that. An education is an investment. You can't disagree with that, surely. Well, such voices from the literature confirm that, even if old aristocrats sneered, the working people of Rome respected the hard-earned money and the skills that provided it. Now, we're about to go into specific occupations, but before we do, it's worth noting one more development over the centuries, especially the late Empire, that is, the 3rd and 4th centuries of our Common Era. The Roman state began to regulate certain professions more tightly. That's right. Government regulation, which is, well, a little bit touch and go. There was a growing tendency to hereditary occupations, a far cry from the earlier days when a free man could theoretically choose any path of work. By Emperor Diocletian's time, that is the late 3rd century, in response to labor shortages and economic turmoil, laws were passed that tied people to their trades and even to their social positions. Certain essential jobs like baking or shipping grain to the capital were turned into compulsory services that often passed from father to son. Let's take bakers, for instance. They were organized into a collegium, that is, the old word for guild, and eventually required by law to keep their bakeries running to ensure the city's bread supply. If you were a baker, you couldn't just shrug your shoulders and quit the trade. No, your work was far too important to the survival of the state. They wouldn't let you do that. And this trend only intensified under Constantine and later emperors, laying the groundwork for what would become a more rigid structure in the post-Roman medieval world. The freewheeling days of the early empire, when a clever freedman might become a wealthy merchant, gave way to an era where many occupations were effectively locked in by birth and law. But nevertheless, throughout the Roman Empire's long history from the Republic to the late Empire, everyday jobs remained pretty similar in their nature. Farming, cooking, building, sewing, trading, teaching, and cleaning. Day in, day out. Well, let's think about the foundation of the Roman economy, and certainly the most common occupation by far, especially in the earlier periods of Roman history, and that's agriculture. You know, often you hear about people doing things like this. I don't know if you heard of past life regression, all that sort of thing. People do this meditation stuff. And they say, oh yes, I was once a Roman legionary soldier, and then I was a scribe in ancient Egypt, and then I was a knight in medieval times. Well, yeah, that's probably, by the law of probability, that's probably not quite true. Perhaps your imagination running wild a bit. You probably would have been a farmer, then a farmer, then a farmer, then a farmer. Maybe a soldier at one point. Probably just spearman, man-at-arms kind of thing. But in any case, the old Roman ideal was the citizen farmer. Now let me explain. When we say citizen farmer, that's basically an upright, self-sufficient man who worked his own small plot of land to feed his family and provide a surplus to support the state. Subsistence farming, essentially. Let's go back to the early republic. At this time, many citizens indeed lived in the countryside of Italy as small-time farmers, growing grains like wheat, barley, millet, along with olives too, grapes and vegetables. Even famous statesmen often paid homage to farming. Cato the Elder, a 2nd century BC senator known for his stern traditionalism, yes, we can put it that way, I suppose, wrote a manual called On Agriculture, which is the oldest surviving Latin prose work. I did a full reading of it, actually. You can find it in the reading section. In any case, well, not a full reading, just a partial reading of the important parts. Excuse me, I should correct myself. Well, in this work, Cato gives practical advice on how to run a farm. He'll tell you everything from how to plant olives and cabbage, even up to how to manage slaves and when to sell off a draft oxen. As far as Cato was concerned, farming was more than an economic activity. It was a moral one. He believed that the farmer's life instilled virtues like hardiness, frugality, and devotion to family and gods. He famously rated agriculture as the noblest way to make money, higher than commerce or, heaven forbid, usury, reflecting the long-standing Roman respect, at least in theory, for the simplicity of a simple rural life. And later writers like Varro and Columella followed in Cato's footsteps, penning extensive treatises on agriculture in the 1st century BCE and 1st century CE, respectively. Columella, writing under the Empire, lamented that many aristocrats had begun to neglect their farms, leaving them to hired workers. But he still provided detailed instruction on everything from viticulture, that is, wine growing, to beekeeping. From these agricultural writers, we can see a little bit of insight into the daily and seasonal rhythm of farm work. You have the sowing and ploughing in autumn, the pruning of the vines in winter, harvesting in summer, and of course an endless list of tasks like threshing grain, pressing olives, repairing tools, and, if you've got them, shearing sheep. But for the average small farmer or farm laborer, life was labor-intensive, and often even a little bit dangerous. Most farming was done by hand with simple tools, iron tools if you were lucky. A farmer's toolkit consisted of plows pulled by oxen or mules, sickles for cutting grain, spades and mattocks, among other implements that had changed little since earlier antiquity. But the work was backbreaking. Just imagine it, cutting acres of wheat with a sickle under that Mediterranean sun, or stomping grapes into juice with your feet during the wine harvest. Rural families typically all worked together too, men, women, and children, especially at harvest time when extra hands were needed. We hear less about women in the elite authors' discussions of farming, since those writers were more interested in male property owners, I suppose. But in practice, a farmer's wife and daughters would be deeply involved in the daily operations of the farm. They milked animals, tended the vegetable gardens, kept poultry, and process food, churning butter, grinding grain, baking bread, those sorts of things. But they also spun wool and made clothing for the family, tasks pretty important for the household economy. On smaller farms, hiring outside labor was a luxury, so a large peasant family was itself the entire workforce most of the time. But by contrast, we have larger estates, known as latifundia. We're looking at the late Republic and Empire times, and they relied increasingly on enslaved labor. You see, conquests had flooded Italy with enslaved people, and when there's more supply, things get a bit cheaper. Wealthy landowners could amass huge holdings where dozens or even hundreds of slaves worked under an overseer. The existence of these slave-run estates gradually pushed many free peasants off their land. They were just unable to compete with the big boys, and may have contributed to migration into cities in search of work. But still, throughout the provinces of the empire, from Gaul to Syria, most villagers had free smallholders as well as tenant farmers who rented plots from landlords. A tenant farmer paid rent, often in the form of a share of the crop, which meant that a bad harvest could be disastrous, potentially putting him into debt or forcing him to borrow grain to make good on the rent. Well, despite the difficulties, farming could be modestly profitable in good years, and a few common farmers did manage to rise to prosperity. For example, the grain and olive traders were vital to Rome. A farmer who had surplus could sell it at a market or to merchants. Regions like Egypt and North Africa provided enormous grain surpluses that fed the cities of the empire. While those provinces were dominated by large estates, they also employed countless local laborers and farmers. The daily life of a farm worker started before dawn. Roman agricultural calendars, some visual examples survive actually in a few almanacs and mosaics, lucky for us, show the farmer up early, often praying to household gods for a good day's work, then yoking oxen to plough or going out to weed the fields at first light. Sounds like a riveting time. The midday sun in the summer might mandate a short rest. It's actually the origin of the term siesta, by the way. But more often than not, labor continued until dusk. Pliny the Elder, in his Natural History, which I do recommend you read as a primary source, comments on various farming practices and marvels at certain techniques, such as grafting fruit trees. But he also soberly notes the hardships behind agricultural wealth. In one passage, Pliny observes how luxury tastes in Rome, like the appetite for exotic spices or expensive wines, drive relentless labor in far-flung places. And even when meeting the deadlines becomes difficult, costing human lives. He describes, for instance, the dangerous work of gathering silphium, which is, by the way, now extinct. Now, this had to be done in desert conditions, and also mining precious metals used to buy luxuries, implicitly acknowledging the human toll behind the empire's riches. Now, you think you'd get away with farming being pretty easy, right? Not exactly. While it wasn't as overtly hazardous as mining, it was no less demanding. Injuries, exhaustion, and exposure to the elements were constant risks. A poor harvest due to drought or pests could bring starvation. So while Roman writers idealized the farmer, the reality for many agricultural laborers was a very hard-scraped existence near subsistence level. And I suppose it's all good for the Roman writers to sit back and write about how being a farmer is, but they're doing it while they're sitting in the shade. In any case, it's It's worth mentioning that retired soldiers were often settled on agricultural land as a reward for service, a policy used by generals and emperors to both reward troops and colonize frontiers. These ex-legionaries, battle-hardened but usually with farming backgrounds to begin with, would take to farming small plots in their veteran colonies. Even for them, the plough and the mattock replaced the sword, showing how, in the end, Rome expected even its warriors to go back to the fields. And so, agriculture effectively remained the default occupation for the vast majority of people across the empire's span, from the Italian heartland to the provinces. Though we have fewer personal stories of individual farmers, the archaeological record, farm tools and museums, remains of farmhouses, and analysis of plant and pollen remains confirms that tending the land was pretty much the basic heartbeat of Roman working life. Every little loaf of bread that fed Rome's urban population, every amphora of wine or olive oil, it was ultimately the fruit of someone's sweaty day in the field or grove. Okay, so let's get beyond farming now. Of course, Rome had a pretty big variety of craftsmen and craftswomen too, actually, producing all manner of goods. In city workshops and rural cottages alike, skilled hands fashioned the tools, clothing, and all those little everyday items that the Roman citizen needed. Many trades that still exist today were practiced in Rome, and some were far from pleasant. So let's start with one of the, smelliest but most essential urban industries. We've already mentioned it. Fulling, or cloth finishing and laundering. Now a fuller, or in Latin fullo, was essentially a professional cleaner of textiles, who also processed newly woven wool cloth to soften and whiten it. The fullers of Rome were both proverbial and infamous for their cleaning agent of choice, which was, believe it or not, human urine. Now it sounds a bit strange, but urine actually contains ammonia, which is an excellent natural detergent. The fullers set out large jars on street corners for people to urinate into. Passers-by were encouraged to relieve themselves into these jars rather than onto the street, which, public bathrooms, I suppose. In any case, the collected urine was then allowed to stale a bit and poured into soaking vats in the laundry workshop called the Fullonica. Slaves or workers would dump soiled togas, tunics, and woolen fabrics into a vat of urine and water, then stomp on the textiles with their bare feet, much like you do with treading grapes, to work the liquid through the cloth. This loosened dirt and grease from the fibers. The cloth might then be rinsed, brushed with clay or fuller's earth to draw out the remaining oils, and then dried on frames. Now the results, apparently, were quite good. Bright white togas and thoroughly cleaned fabrics for Rome's fashion-conscious citizens. But the smell. Imagine the smell. Fullers were commonly lampooned for stinking of the urine that they worked with. The odor of their workshops was so noxious that it gave rise to a famous imperial quip. In the 1st century CE, Emperor Vespasian imposed a tax on the urine collected for fullers' use, essentially capitalizing on a very lucrative business. When his son, Titus, objected to the idea of making money from urine, Vespasian held up a coin from the first payment and then asked whether it smelled bad to him. Titus admitted that it did not, to which Vespasian replied, "Pecunia non olet." Money doesn't stink. Well, that phrase has echoed through the ages as a cynical proverb, because I suppose when you're looking for profit, you don't really think about its source. And indeed, despite being looked down upon socially, successful fullers could make very good money. Their services were always in demand. Every respectable Roman needed clean clothes and well-finished new fabrics. In Pompeii, archaeologists found a very large phallonica, that is the phallonica of Stephanos, complete with washing vats and drying racks, indicating a thriving operation. And interestingly, the fullers in some cities formed guilds and even dedicated temples to their patron deities. In Pompeii, a prominent woman named Eumachia founded a large building in the forum that seems to have been the headquarters of the Fullers' Guild. And that shows that fulling, smelly or not, was a very organized and important craft. But we probably won't be doing any experiments at home for fulling, I assume. And if you do, I don't want to know. Well, let's move on. Many other craftsmen plied their trades in cities and towns. We have bakers, who were critical because bread was the staple food of the urban diet. A number of bakeries have been excavated in Pompeii and elsewhere, and that gives us a window into the daily work through the lens of archaeology. A typical Roman bakery had large stone mills to grind grain into flour, powered by either donkeys or by slaves trudging endlessly in circles. The hourglass-shaped millstones, made of volcanic lava rock, would crush grain poured in from the top, and flour and dust filled the air with surely rough effects of the lungs of those working around them. The flour was then mixed with water to make dough, kneaded in big basins and then formed into loaves. Most Roman loaves were round, marked off in sections on top and sometimes stamped with the baker's insignia, and ovens were often beehive-shaped brick structures, similar to modern wood-fire pizza ovens. I'm sure you've seen the ones, where the loaves were baked on the hot floor. And let me tell you, the wood-fire ovens are always so much better than the electric or gas ovens. So much better. You can tell the difference even just from the look of it, the look of the product, not just for pizza, but for bread, focaccia, everything. Yes, always choose the wood fire option. Anyway, baking started well before dawn. A city like Rome had thousands of mouths to feed every morning, and bakeries had to churn out huge volumes of bread. Enslaved workers likely did much of the heavy work in commercial bakeries, while the master baker oversaw production and handled sales. The wealthy freedman Eurysaces, whose tomb we met in the introduction, made his fortune in the baking business. The frieze on his tomb depicts step by step the process of bread making. Figures pouring grain into the mills, kneading the dough, and pulling loaves out of the oven is essentially an advertisement in stone of the craft that raises social status. Rinse and repeat. Pretty simple. And indeed, good bakers were valued. Bread was so fundamental that in times of economic hardship, the Roman government even took over some of the grain supply and distribution. By the late Empire, the Collegium of Bakers in Rome had semi-official duties to ensure the populace got its daily bread, reflecting how strategic their work was. Another ubiquitous trade was metalworking. Blacksmiths and bronzesmiths created tools, weapons, kitchenware, and of course construction hardware too. That's right, the job of a blacksmith wasn't just to churn out swords and spears and all the rest. Also many practical concerns. In a Roman city, one would hear the constant clanging of hammers on anvils from the smithies. In fact, the poet Juvenal complained about the noise of craftsmen in Rome. He describes how a person living in a noisy insula, that is an apartment house, might be kept awake by the perpetual pounding of a coppersmith next door, or awakened at dawn by a carpenter's work. Well, this tells us that smiths' workshops were often embedded in residential neighborhoods, and that they worked at all hours. Iron tools like axes, shovels, knives, and nails were mass-produced by skilled smiths using simple forges and bellows. But beyond everyday tools, there were also specialized metal workers, armorers to equip soldiers, makers of surgical instruments for physicians, believe it or not, they had them, and jewelers crafting fine jewelry of gold and silver for the wealthy. Goldsmiths and silversmiths often had higher status among the artisans. Some even had their own guilds and patron deities. For example, the goldsmiths of Rome worshipped Vulcan, the smith god. And we have evidence, too, that women participated in certain metalworking trades. For instance, inscriptions from the city of Rome mention women called gratiarii, craftswomen who worked with gold leaf or gold foil, typically making gilded wreaths and jewelry. In one case, a husband and wife team are recorded. Fulginius, gold leaf worker, and Fulvia, gold leaf worker. Pretariatus and Pretariara. Now this reminds us that although many heavy crafts were dominated by men, sure, women could also put their hand to skilled labor, especially in family business where it was an all-hands-on-deck operation. Couldn't afford to have anybody sitting around doing nothing. And then construction and masonry. That was another important employment sector, and quite a big one too. Rome and other cities were constantly building and renovating. You're talking temples, baths, houses, aqueducts, amphitheaters, roads. All of it needed armies of workers. There were stonecutters, brickmakers, plasterers, mosaicists for those beautiful tiled floors, painters, and also unskilled hod carriers for hauling materials. Much of the heavy construction labor was performed by slaves or by free poor laborers on a daily wage. The Roman state and wealthy contractors would hire crews for public works. And let's just give you a sense of scale here. The construction of the Colosseum in the 70s CE involved thousands of workers over 10 years, from skilled engineers and architects to the legions of unmanned laborers quarrying the stones, mixing the concrete, and yes, the Romans did have concrete, and of course lifting the blocks into place. Work conditions on big sites could be dangerous. Accidents, collapses, or exposure to limestone dust were hazards. Yet construction work, when available, was a vital source of income for many urban men. A relief from a tomb of a building contractor even shows workers paving a road and erecting a monument, indicating pride in the craft of building. Of course, we have another related job. That was brick and tile making. Large brickyards would press clay into standardized brick sizes and roof tile shapes and fire them in kilns. Many bricks in the empire bear stamps of the estate or legion that produced them, suggesting some were made by slave labor on imperial estates or by soldiers as parts of military works. But private brickyards, they also existed, often owned by senatorial families. And interestingly, Roman women are known to have owned brick factories as part of their portfolios. That was a kind of investment rather than them working there, but it shows the integration of all classes in economic life. But we're talking about high-born women, still quite rare. Of course, we can't go past pottery, another essential trade. Potters produced everything from fine tableware to coarse kitchen pots and amphorae for transporting wine and oil. Pottery workshops might be small family affairs or perhaps large enterprises employing dozens. The famous pottery industry of Arretium in Italy, or Arezzo in the common vernacular, exported its wares widely. And when we look at the potters' stamps and kiln sites, archaeologists have found that some potters were free citizens, but others were likely slaves working under a master potter. Pottery was generally lower status work, but still skilled. A master potter had to know how to select clay, shape vessels on the wheel, decorate them if high-end, and fire them without any breakage. Again, women in lower classes might assist in tasks like painting lamps or carrying clay, but the master potters named in records are mostly men. Now let's include a bit of a talk on textile production too. We can't go past that when it comes to Roman trades. Much of textile work was done within the household, sure, but there were also professional weavers, dyers, and cloth merchants. Large-scale wool workshops existed too, some staffed by slaves, turning out cloth for sale, whether it be locally or for export. Fine fabrics like linen, dyed woolens, or even imported silk were sold in urban markets. And women were heavily involved in this textile economy, both professionally and informally. The traditional virtue of a Roman matron included skill at the loom. Elite women were praised for weaving clothes for their family, but poorer women might take on outside work, spinning yarn or weaving in their own homes for a bit of income. In the urban setting, you might find a textrix, that is a weaver woman, or a sutrix, a seamstress, advertising her services. Tailors and cobblers, that is shoemakers, had small shops of their own too. One inscription commemorates a shoemaker who proudly made and sold footwear in his district. Well, in the dyeing trade. Well, I suppose we can't say that, but the dyes trade. Purple dye was the most famous and expensive, obtained from murex sea snails, primarily in Phoenicia. But common dyers used cheaper plant-based dyes for everyday clothing. And here's the dark human detail. Because fullers and dyers dealt with pungent substances, these workshops were usually located in designated quarters or outside the city centers to keep the strong odors at a distance from the genteel classes. Of course, that comes along with its own dangers, but they shall not have died in vain. Now we should also mention the food and trade crafts. Butchers, fishmongers, vintners. Butchers, let's start with them. They slaughtered animals and sold meat in the market. We all know that. It was a skilled but bloody trade, often unpleasant but indispensable. Well, it was so much so that butchers often were outside the city gates or kept in specific markets to confine the mess. And they needed strength to handle livestock and sharp knives to dress carcasses. Romans consumed a lot of pork, by the way, so swine butchers were particularly common. Fishmongers sold fresh or salted fish in coastal towns along the Tiber in Rome, and one could find stalls with the catch of the day pretty easily, as long as you were close to a body of water. There were also more specialized jobs like garum makers. Garum was the famous fermented fish sauce that Romans adored, similar to modern Asian fish sauce. Certain coastal communities in Spain and North Africa had factories too where masses of fish guts were left to ferment in vats under the sun to produce this sauce, which was then exported in amphorae. And you can imagine how smelly that was. Well, smelly business certainly, much like everything else in Roman industry, but very lucrative if you hit the right recipe and market. Meanwhile, vintners and wine merchants oversaw vineyards and the blending of wines. Tavern keepers would then sell wine, often of dubious quality, to the working class by the cupful at local inns. But what were the earnings of these various trades? That's a little bit difficult to say. The evidence is scattered, I suppose. But there is one remarkable source from the late Empire that gives us a few clues. In 301 CE, Emperor Diocletian issued an edict on maximum prices, an attempt to curb inflation by fixing the maximum price of goods and the wages for various jobs. Though it likely failed to be effective, it does give us a little bit of a snapshot of relative values. According to this edict, a farm laborer's daily wage with meals provided was set at 25 denarii. A skilled carpenter or baker could earn double that, 50 denarii a day, and that includes meals. A barber could charge perhaps a few denarii for a haircut. Interestingly, the edict lists teachers' wages. An elementary school teacher could get 50 denarii per pupil per month, whereas a teacher of Greek or Latin literature could command 200 per student per month, and a highly respected rhetoric teacher up to 250, reflecting the higher social value placed on advanced education. A midwife's fee, not listed in the edict but known from other sources, might vary greatly. But exceptional midwives or physicians could earn sizable sums from wealthy clients. You just had to get the wealthy clients first, I suppose. Well, all these figures show that manual labor jobs provided a subsistence living at best, whereas skilled trades and professions could elevate one to a more comfortable status, especially if you could develop a wide clientele through word of mouth and good reputation. But of course, these are maximum legal rates. Actual pay might have been lower, and probably was. And the currency had been debased by 301 as well, so the actual buying power of a denarius was not what it had been in the early empire. But still, the ratios are pretty telling. An artisan might earn in 1 day what a farm worker earns in 2, and an expert teacher could make in a month what the basic teacher made in 4. And that shows stratification within the working class, that's for sure. Now, of course, where there are goods to be sold, and surpluses of them, there must be trade. And ancient Rome had a very vibrant commercial system. Markets bustled in every town and every city, and trade routes spanned the Mediterranean and beyond. Many Romans made their living not by producing goods, but by buying, selling, and transporting them. The simplest level was the market vendor or the shopkeeper, known in Latin as tabernarius. Stroll through an ancient Roman city and you'll go past countless little shops lining those streets, and they were often one-room storefronts with wide openings to the street, sometimes with a counter out front. And here was the place where a person might sell bread or olives or cloth or any little specialty that they had. Pompeii is a good example. Archaeologists have identified bakers' shops with built-in bread ovens, wine bars with jars sunk into the counter to hold wine, and shops that sold grains and staples. Some shops were permanent, others temporary stalls just set up on market days when things were a bit busier. Weekends, stuff like that. Or at least the days where people were resting. Wasn't too many of them, but think about festival days, stuff like that. Now, many of the shopkeepers were freedmen or freeborn plebeians. These people worked long hours just to scrape by, especially in the crowded city of Rome where competition was very fierce. We have an amusing piece of graffiti from Pompeii where a shopkeeper wrote a message essentially advertising his wares, and of course complaining about customers who don't pay their debts. A pretty relatable business complaint across time. Women could be shopkeepers too, by the way, especially in certain trades like selling produce, perfumes, and small homewares. The poet Martial makes a passing mention of women shop owners in Rome, and later records and legal texts indicate women engaged in retail markets, though often their work might be labeled under their husband's name if it was a family enterprise, so we have to keep that in mind as well. But beyond the local markets, there were larger-scale merchants and traders who connected producers with consumers across the empire. Some merchants specialized in a particular commodity. There were grain merchants, olive oil merchants, livestock dealers, wine traders, cloth importers, spice traders, etc. Successful merchants usually were of the equestrian class or enterprising freedmen, since it took capital to run long-distance trade. For example, the grain trade that kept Rome fed was a massive operation. Large ships carried Egyptian and North African grain across the sea to the port of Ostia. The people who owned and ran these ships were often wealthy provincials or members of the local aristocracy in these regions. They made profits, but they also had quite a few responsibilities. It wasn't easy work, that's for sure. The state also sometimes subsidized grain shipping to ensure supply. That's how important this was. But another important trade was in olive oil and wine. Amphorae with stamps show that Spanish olive oil and Gallic wine were shipped in enormous quantities. Many of these amphora shippers were private merchants. Some even formed partnerships or joint ventures reminiscent of companies, though not incorporated in the modern sense. In port cities and major crossroads, one would find the negotiators, a broad term for businessmen, negotiating deals, securing cargo and lending money for trade ventures. There were also money changers and bankers facilitating commerce, since currency exchange and credit were needed when dealing across regions. Transport itself was a considerable industry. By land, wagoners, muleteers, and drivers made a living hauling goods. The Roman roads would be filled with ox carts, carrying produce to town, and mule caravans moving merchandise. These teamsters were typically free lower-class men. Some might own their cart, others might be hired by a merchant. And then there were inns along the roads providing rest for these travellers, and indeed innkeeping was a job often undertaken by freedmen or even wives of tradesmen. In Roman comedy and literature, the innkeeper is sometimes portrayed as a sly or unrefined character. These were not high prestige jobs, that's for sure, but they were certainly necessary for the flow of commerce and travel. But what about by sea? Well, on the water, skilled sailors and ship captains, often of Greek or Eastern origin, since those regions had ancient seafaring traditions, manned the merchant ships. To be a common sailor on a grain ship crossing the Mediterranean was dangerous and, frankly, quite low paid. You had to deal with storms, pirates, and long stints away from home. It's all part of the sailor's life. We have a few less pirates these days, but the storms and the isolation is still quite prevalent in that line of work. But a captain or owner of successfully delivered goods could make a good bit of coin. One famous figure, though earlier in history, was the Apostle Paul. Not a merchant per se, but we know that he made his living as a tent maker and occasionally traveled with merchant vessels to spread Christianity. His letters and the Acts of the Apostles in the New Testament give incidental glimpses of travel and work. For example, Paul mentions supporting himself by manual work. Tent making was leather and canvas work, by the way, pretty humble craft, showing that even a man on a spiritual mission had to earn a bit of coin in between preaching. No free handouts to sustain him, I'm afraid. But back in the urban markets, you could find that they had their own jobs as well. Auctioneers who sold goods, scribes to write contracts and receipts, and porters who carried heavy loads for hire. Imagine the forum of a big city, chaotic on market days, with cries of hawkers, jangling of mule bells, and porters sweating under sacks of grain and big heavy amphorae of wine. A number of inscriptions in Rome commemorate porters and dock workers. One group, called the Scapharii, were the barge rowers who moved cargo up the Tiber from the seaport at Ostia to Rome's city docks. They formed a collegium and even set up dedications to their patron deities, evidence of a shared work identity. The fact that some saved money to inscribe tombstones suggests that their jobs, though tough, gave them a sense of community and at least a modest livelihood. It is interesting that while aristocrats spurned commerce as beneath their dignity, the Roman economy absolutely depended on it. Equestrians, that is the second tier of the elite, often filled the gap, running the tax collection business and trade syndicates. Some freedmen, being unburdened by aristocratic scruples, also jumped into business, and sometimes even outpaced noble families in wealth. The fictional Trimalchio in Petronius' satire, for example, had ships plying the seas and warehouses full of goods. He brags about weathering storms that nearly ruined him, and cleverly diversifying his cargoes. And that shows real stories of men like him are just a reflection of the art. And even if Rome's traditional upper class looked down on trade, by the imperial era, many an emperor quietly relied on capable freedmen administrators to manage imperial procurement, shipping, and supply lines. Well, some of these high-ranking freedmen, like Emperor Claudius's secretary, Narcissus, effectively ran large parts of the imperial administration, a job of organization and logistics, if not trade in a common sense. But let's move away from the broader world and get back to the cities themselves, as the cities themselves offered a host of service jobs beyond manufacturing and trade. Well, let's take public bathing establishments as the first example. They were central to Roman urban life, and they required numerous attendants. The great baths, Thermae, in a city like Rome or Carthage, were like community centers with pools, saunas, and even exercise yards. Bathhouse workers included the bath superintendent, the balneator, furnace men tending the fires that heated the water and air, masseurs who oiled and scraped bathers' skin with stridules, and even the towel attendants. Many of these workers were slaves or freedmen employed by the bath's proprietor, the state, or perhaps a private entrepreneur. They might also sell snacks or drinks at the baths. One graffiti from a provincial bath complains about thefts, presumably warning bathers to watch their clothes, indicating that sometimes even informal jobs like cloakroom attendant or guard were necessary, and sometimes derelict. Now, just quickly, whenever I think of Roman baths, there's a great Japanese film starring Hiroshi Abe, or Abe Hiroshi, rather, whichever way you want to do it. It's called Thermae Romae. Now, it's essentially about a modern, a Roman man who gets sent into a modern Japanese bathhouse. He kind of gets sucked through time, and he brings back the modern ideas in a Japanese bathhouse back to ancient Rome and makes quite a name for himself within doing so. It's quite an interesting film, so I will suggest that you go and watch that. The actor is just great. Anything with Abe Hiroshi in it is just brilliant. Well, let's move on. We've mentioned taverns and inns. Let's go into a little bit more detail with them. Well, they employed cooks too, serving boys and girls, perhaps even musicians to entertain guests. And we know that selling food and drink was a common way to make a living in cities. Even small street stalls selling hot porridge or mulled wine are attested to in the old primary sources. The satirist Juvenal makes a jibe about the smell of fried fish and cheap shops, showing how integral street food was to the urban atmosphere. Running a tavern or a wine shop was one of the few somewhat independent businesses a lower-class woman might be noted for. For instance, one Pompeian bar, essentially an ancient pub, may have been managed by a woman, as a feminine name is associated with it in a political endorsement painted on the wall. Do keep in mind, though, women couldn't vote, rather, but interestingly they could still informally support candidates. Perhaps the bar's owner, female or male, put up the sign. But in any case, tavern keeping was a tough job. Late hours, rowdy patrons, and of course a social stigma of immorality clinging to it. Yet, taverns provided valuable services: food, drink, lodging to travellers and locals alike, and thus sustained those who ran them. And perhaps I'll do a full video on ancient Roman taverns. If you want to hear about that, leave me a comment, let me know. Now, another important service field was education and literacy. Formal education was not universal, but many families of some means sent their children, especially their sons, to primary school. The primary teacher, or literator, often conducted lessons in a rented room, or even a public colonnade. These schoolmasters were not highly paid. In fact, Juvenal quips that the pay of a teacher was less than that of many manual laborers. Despite having to manage and deal with a classroom of noisy young lads. And I used to be a teacher, so I know exactly what that is like. It's difficult to manage, that's for sure. In any case, a teacher might be a struggling free citizen or freedman, sometimes even an educated slave hired out by his master. Above the primary level, there were grammaticus teachers, that is, teaching literature and language, and rhetoricians for advanced studies. These could earn more and might gather students from elite families. Yet even the star professors complained of being undercompensated by stingy parents. One letter from Pliny the Younger to a friend in his hometown encourages the community to collectively fund a good school teacher, showing that even finding money to pay teachers was an issue. So, being a teacher in Rome was a respectable job in theory, but in practice it could be financially meager. Somewhat precarious profession too, unless one landed a patron or a role tutoring a rich man's children privately. It was also a profession in which Greek immigrants or Greek-speaking slaves thrived, since Greek literature and language were part of good education. Many teachers in Rome were in fact Greek freedmen. Now, closely related were scribes and clerks. With a vast bureaucracy, Rome needed many literate clerical workers. Public scribes sat in the forum ready to write letters and legal documents for the illiterate, for a small fee. In the imperial offices, educated slaves and freedmen acted as secretaries, record keepers, and accountants. Let's take this for example. The emperor's central administration, called the officia, had hundreds of such personnel, often former slaves meticulously keeping track of taxes, decrees, and correspondences. Now, while not glamorous, a post as a clerk or scribe for a great house or the government could be a relatively secure position, even somewhat influential if one had become indispensable to a powerful patron. Some ex-slaves of the emperor also rose to extremely high positions by effectively being the imperial civil service. At a more modest level, though, scribes in the marketplace might also double as reading letter writers, helping a soldier's illiterate wife send him a message on the frontier or drafting a contract for a merchant. They were paid by the line, or per task, as Diocletian's edict suggests, 25 denarii per 100 lines for high-quality penmanship, 20 for second quality. And then we have medicine. That was a practiced profession, but not formally licensed as it is today. It was a little bit more Wild West back then. There were doctors who gained reputations and clients, many Greek freedmen or immigrants, as Greek medicine was considered the best. A successful physician to the rich could earn a good living and even climb socially. Some doctors became wealthy enough to be equestrians too, and that is the secondary class. But on the lower end, each legion had a medicus, often a soldier with a bit of training for treating wounds, and small towns had a local healer of varying skill. Women also served as healthcare providers. Midwives were crucial for delivering babies, and midwives were usually older, experienced women who knew herbal remedies and birthing techniques. They might not have formal education, but some female practitioners did gain enough knowledge to be akin to doctors. In fact, inscriptions from around the empire honor a few women as medicae. For instance, a tombstone from Rome commemorates a woman named Julia Saturnina as, quote, the best doctor, and praises her virtuous life, suggesting, of course, that she was widely recognized for her skill with medicine. Another inscription in Gallia, that is France, refers to a woman who was a physician who, quote, delivered her fatherland from disease. Well, such evidence, though sparse, does tell us that women could and did engage in the healing professions, likely attending to women and children mostly. However, like many jobs in Rome, medicine had its charlatans. There was no formal regulation beyond reputation alone, so if a physician's treatments failed, they might simply slip out of town to avoid the angry patients. Mr. McGregor with a leg for an arm and an arm for a leg, that kind of thing. I'm sure you know the reference. Well, nonetheless, skilled doctors like Galen, the famous 2nd century physician, though male, show that medicine was an esteemed craft at the higher levels. And another category of urban workers was the entertainer and performer. While perhaps not normal in the sense of majority, many people, including women and youths, found work on the stage or in the arena. Actors, musicians, dancers, acrobats. These formed a class of entertainers often hired for festivals, dinner parties, or public games. Acting in Rome was not a highly respected profession, but star actors could be popular and earn favors from admirers. We even have records of an actress named Fabia who specialized in mimes, or of female dancers who performed in public. These women performers actually walked quite a fine line, as they were often associated with courtesans. But some of them had real skill, and renown too. But what about the money? Well, to pay for a run-of-the-mill performer was pretty inconsistent, just like the entertainment industry now. Perhaps a share of the troupe's take, or a patron's gift. Meanwhile, the other side of entertainment, the world of gladiators and charioteers, was quite extreme and a perilous path to take. Gladiators were usually enslaved or condemned men, trained to fight in the arena as a blood sport. They were paid only if they won, and the real profit went to their owners or trainers. A few gladiators achieved fame, and if they survived long enough, could even win freedom and minor celebrity. But it was not a career that one chose freely, except in a few rare cases of volunteers, so we might exclude it as a, quote, job in the voluntary sense. Charioteers, however, while often starting as slaves, could become extremely well-compensated superstars. Chariot racing was the most popular sport in Rome. The racing factions, the blues, greens, reds, and whites, had fanatical followings. A talented charioteer who won races could accumulate substantial prize money, and also heavy bribes or gifts. The most famous example is Gaius Appuleius Diocles, a 2nd century CE charioteer, whose career winnings were inscribed on a monument in Rome. He won nearly 1,500 races and earned an astonishing 35.8 million sesterces over 24 years. Well, that sum was equivalent to the pay of thousands of soldiers, or the cost of dozens of villas by some modern calculations. It made him one of the highest paid athletes in history, even till now. Well, of course, most charioteers never reached such heights, and many died in spectacular crashes on the track. But nonetheless, it does show that even in ancient times, a form of sports and entertainment could catapult a skilled person, even low-born, to strategic wealth. And that's, well, I suppose one part of getting out of the slums. but cases like that were extraordinary. For the typical Roman entertainer, the street flute player, the singer at the tavern, making ends meet was a daily hustle, and social respect was quite minimal. Well, for our final section today, let's talk about probably the most unpleasant aspect, and that's the kids. We've already noted the early start that many children had in labor, but let's expand a bit. See, Roman children, if from a working-class family, typically learned by shadowing their parents or relatives. A farmer's son learned to plow and tend sheep as a boy. A blacksmith's boy would pump the bellows and fetch tools in his father's forge, gradually learning things by doing them and picking up the trade as he goes. Formal apprenticeships were not exactly codified in later guild systems, but in practice they certainly existed. A child might be apprenticed or sometimes even contracted to a craftsman to learn trade in exchange for labor. In a way, being a slave child in a household was a forced form of apprenticeship. One might be trained as a cook or seamstress from a young age to serve the household. Free children, too, could be unofficial apprentices. For example, a teenager might be sent to live with and learn from an uncle who is a carpenter in the city, spending several years in training before setting up enterprise on his own. One moving record of children's work is how they are commemorated when they die young. Several tombstones in the Latin West mention a child's role. One for a little girl may say that she was a lanifica, a wool worker, reflecting that even by the age 10 or 12 she had an economic function. Another for a boy might call him a little shoemaker, or show him with the tools of that trade. Now, these inscriptions were likely erected by grieving parents who wanted to highlight that their child, though young, had been a contributing member of the family trade and had learned the basics of the family's work. It's quite a different mentality from today's. Romans didn't really sentimentalize childhood innocence to the extent that we do. Rather, they took a pride in a diligent child who could help out alongside the adults. But not all children worked full-time, of course. Many did a mix of schooling and chores, if their families could afford it. In poor families, as soon as a child could feed chickens or carry water, they had chores. By their early teens, the equivalent of high school age, many boys of the lower classes would be working nearly as adults, perhaps as an assistant in a workshop or out in the fields. Girls might be married by mid-teens, effectively becoming homemakers, which was itself a full-time occupation of managing domestic tasks. In urban contexts, one imagines a swirl of errand boys going through the streets delivering messages, or the young helpers of butchers pushing little handcarts of meat, a merchant's daughter minding the store for an hour while her mum steps away. All of these were small contributions, but they were part of that fabric of daily labor. Now, this concept of, quote, child labor as a social issue simply did not exist in antiquity. It was simply expected that children follow in the footsteps of their parents as soon as they were able to. In fact, even the concept of childhood was quite a strange thing. Only the privileged were exempt. An upper-class boy, instead of laboring, would be hitting the books. He'd be learning rhetoric and philosophy, preparing for a career in politics. An upper-class girl might be learning to manage servants or host dinners. Not physically demanding, I can admit that, but a kind of training for her expected societal role. Meanwhile, their less fortunate counterparts were cleaning, cooking, and crafting early on. Little 4-year-old boys being thrown down into mines and all the rest where the bigger people could not fit. Well, that's just the way it was. Okay, So this wasn't a video about grand battles or brave generals or anything like that. Nothing too gruesome either, except for a few little details and unpleasant things. Just about the normal people. We don't have many of their stories. We've only just got a few little hints. But, well, history's made up of a lot of different parts, isn't it? We can't just talk about all the things that have been written down, which is why we're very lucky to have archaeology as a practice. Those are the things that dig up those little details, let us have a little peek into what an old bakery would have been like, an old weaver's workshop, and all the rest. In the shadow of ancient Egypt lies the extraordinary history of Nubia, known to the Egyptians as Kush, a great civilization, too often overlooked. It is a story that spans millennia, from prehistoric communities to a powerful kingdom that at times rivaled and even ruled Egypt. Today we're going to journey back through Nubia's past, from its earliest cultures to the rise of the kingdom of Kush, its periods of prominence, interactions with Egypt, cultural achievements, and eventually decline. Modern archaeological discoveries have illuminated this somewhat forgotten kingdom, and it's allowed us to piece together its legacy and appreciate it with scholarly rigor and a bit more detail. The focus is going to remain on broader cultural and historical developments rather than individual rulers, by the way, except where it's necessary to illustrate the key events. So with all that in mind, let's begin our journey along the Nile, in the land of the ancients called Ta Seti, the land of the bow, the land of Nubia. Let me welcome you to the channel first, though. Where are my manners? Hello to everybody coming here for the first time, or perhaps you're returning. Well, those who are returning, if you have not clicked that subscribe button, it's conveniently located next to the like button. And thank you to those who are supporting on Patreon, and those who have checked out the merch store. Now, without further ado, let's get busy. Long, long before the kingdom of Kush emerged, the Nile Valley, south of Egypt, was home to its own thriving communities. So let's talk about those first cultures in a period between 3800 and 2500 BC. The earliest known complex culture in northern Nubia is what archaeologists call the A group. Creative name, I know. That was from about 3800 to about 3100 BCE. Although the ancient name of this society is unknown, its legacy is evident in rich cemeteries filled with goods. The A-group culture developed out of local Neolithic, that is, late Stone Age roots. Yet it quickly became distinguished by strong leadership and wealth. Its strategic location between the first and second cataracts of the Nile gave A-group Nubia access to abundant natural resources: gold from the eastern deserts, carnelian stone from the west, and exotic products like incense, ivory, and ebony from further south in Africa. They were all obtainable to these people. By trading these precious commodities to Egypt and beyond, even as far as the Mediterranean coast for some items like olive oil, the A-group culture accumulated considerable wealth and influence. Off to a pretty good start, don't you think? And notably, even at this early date, Nubia's culture interacted with that of the emerging dynastic Egypt. Archaeologists have found seal impressions of the A group that feature symbols used by the early Egyptian pharaohs. For example, a design showing a bow over a rectangular hieroglyph. This appears to be the earliest written form of Ta Seti, meaning land of the bow, which was the Egyptian name for Nubia. Such evidence suggests that Nubian elites adopted prestigious symbols of power, perhaps to mirror their neighbors to the north, or simply to communicate in trade. Indeed, Egypt's first dynasty, around 3100 BC, the texts of which already refer to the land in the south as famed for its archers and exotic goods. This early interaction was not always peaceful, however. Around 3100, the pharaohs of the first dynasty destroyed the A-group chiefdoms. But in essence, the nascent Egyptian state, pushing its frontiers southward, crushed the first known Nubian kingdom. Well, it was good while it lasted. Video over. No, I'm just joking. For centuries thereafter, much of northern Nubia was sparsely populated, likely due to Egyptian military aggression, and perhaps the incorporation of Nubian lands into the earliest Egyptian state. Yet, Nubia's strategic position and rich resources meant that its political power was only suppressed temporarily, far from being extinguished. In the subsequent centuries, during Egypt's Old Kingdom period, 27th to 22nd centuries BC, there is evidence of intermittent occupation and trade in Nubia. The site at Buhen, near the Second Cataract, shows a mixture of Egyptian and Nubian pottery, hinting at a trading post or copper working center that kept the exchange of goods alive. Thus, even in this early era, Nubia was both a vital trade partner and a target of Egypt. And that's a dynamic that I think you will find will persist throughout antiquity. And so, after the decline of the A group, new cultural groups emerged in Nubia. By around 2400 BC, one group known as the C group appeared in Lower Nubia. Now, lower, of course, we go by directions of the Nile, just as we say Lower and Upper Egypt. Lower being the northern part, upper being the southern part. So, this C group in Lower Nubia, characterized by small villages and distinctive burials, had appeared by about 2400 BC, with connections to sub-Saharan African traditions such as cattle pastoralism. Another, the so-called pan-grave culture, associated with the Magi nomads, also inhabited parts of Nubia and the eastern deserts around 1800 BC. These groups coexisted with the developing complex society further south, the Kerma culture, named for its capital city, Kerma, near the Third Cataract of the Nile. And it is here, at Kerma, that the first major kingdom of Kush took shape. By around 2000 BC, Egyptian texts were already calling this southern land Kush, indicating that a powerful polity had emerged there. Kerma became the center of a Nubian state that flourished from about 2500 BC to about 1500 BC, and even managed to rival Egypt in wealth and complexity. The city of Kerma itself, excavated in modern times, astonished archaeologists with its monumental architecture and extensive cemeteries. At the heart of Kerma stood a massive mud-brick temple structure called the Western Defufa, rising some 15 meters tall, a testament to early Nubian architectural ingenuity and religious life. Surrounding it was a bustling urban center, engaged in craft production and trade. Kerma's artisans produced striking ceramics, including the famous thin-walled, black-topped red pottery, which is considered among the most exquisite prehistoric pottery in Africa. Now, far from being a backwater, Kerma was an urban capital, orchestrating long-distance commerce. Gold, ivory, ebony, incense, and slaves were among the exports of Kush that Egypt coveted, while Nubians imported Egyptian linens, oils, and manufactured goods in return. But the wealth of Carrhae is most vividly seen in the king's tombs. American archaeologist George Reisner, who first excavated Carrhae in the early 20th century, unearthed dozens of royal tumuli, grave mounds, dating to about 1750 to 1500 BC. These tombs were massive, some 50 meters across, and inside them were extraordinary offerings. The remains of hundreds of human sacrifices have been found, indicating that Carrhae's royal funerals involved retainers or captives sacrificed to accompany the king in the afterlife. Alongside human victims were horse burials, and even oxen, as well as luxurious goods, jewelry made of gold, amethyst, and quartz, and fine wooden funerary beds inlaid with ivory depictions of African wildlife. One famous find was an elegant granite statue of an Egyptian noblewoman, Lady Senui, discovered in a Carrhae tomb. Lady Senui was the wife of an Egyptian governor from far to the north in Aswan, and her statue had somehow ended up in possession of the Carrhae rulers. Its presence in a Kushite tomb suggests that Carrhae's kings likely acquired high-quality Egyptian artworks, either through trade or warfare. In fact, Reisner initially thought the statue proved Egyptians had ruled Carrhae, but now we understand it was probably war booty or a diplomatic gift, since Carrhae was an independent power contemporary with Egypt's Middle Kingdom. By around 1700 to 1600 BC, the kingdom of Carrhae reached the peak of its power. At this time, Egypt was weakened, fragmented in the Second Intermediate Period, and of course, Kush took full advantage of that. Why not? Carrhae's influence expanded northward into Lower Nubia, absorbing the territories that had once been A Group and C Group lands. Egyptian texts from this era speak of serious conflict with the Kushites. One account suggests that the king of Kush allied with the Hyksos, Asiatic rulers of northern Egypt, against the native Egyptian dynasty in Thebes around 1550 BC, a scenario that shows once again Kush's geopolitical clout. The Egyptian pharaoh, Kamose, writes of intercepting a letter from the Hyksos ruler to the king of Kush, proposing an alliance to attack Thebes, which, of course, reveals how formidable the Carrhae had really become in the eyes of its neighbors. Thus, in response to the Kushite expansion, Middle Kingdom Egypt, 1900 to 1700 BC, had already constructed a chain of massive fortresses along the Nile in northern Nubia. Forts like Buhen, Semna, Uranati, with thick walls and garrisons, were built to control Nubian movement and protect Egypt's access to trade routes. But despite these efforts, during Egypt's weakness, the Kushite rulers pressed north, even occupying some of these fortresses. The contest between Egypt and Kush came to a climax around 1500. As Egypt's new kingdom began, pharaohs launched vigorous campaigns to reclaim their lost influence in Nubia. The Egyptian king, Thutmose I, circa 1500 BC, is traditionally credited with penetrating to the Fourth Cataract, defeating the Kushites in their heartland. Not long after, the great conqueror, Thutmose III, circa 1450 BC, boasted of having, quote, made Kush the retreat of his majesty, indicating he subdued Kush and turned it into a province of Egypt. Archaeology supports that narrative. Around that time, the splendid city of Carrhae appears to have been violently destroyed and burned, marking the end of the independent Carrhae kingdom. After roughly 2500 to 1500 BC of flourishing, the first kingdom of Kush had fallen to Egypt's imperial ambition. So with the conquest of Carrhae, Nubia entered a new phase under Egyptian domination. For about 5 centuries during the Egyptian New Kingdom, Nubia was essentially an Egyptian colony. This is the time between the 18th to 20th dynasties, 1550 to 1070 BC. Egyptian pharaohs incorporated all Nubian lands up to at least the Fourth Cataract into their empire. They divided Nubia into administrative units. The northern part, Lower Nubia, the Egyptians called Wawat, and the southern part, around Kerma and beyond, they retained the name Kush. An Egyptian viceroy of Kush was appointed to govern Nubia on the pharaoh's behalf. This official, often titled King Son of Kush, administered Nubia's resources, collected tribute, and oversaw mining expeditions for gold and other minerals that Nubia was famed for. Indeed, enriching the pharaoh's treasury was a major motive for Egypt's colonization of Kush, as Nubia's gold mines were legendary. During these centuries of occupation, Nubia experienced extensive Egyptianization, that is, the adoption of the new Egyptian culture. Egyptian-style temples were built throughout Nubia. For example, ancient Napata, now called Jebel Barkal, near the Fourth Cataract. Pharaoh Thutmose III founded a grand temple to Amun at this site, and also at sites like Soleb and Amara, where Amenhotep III and other pharaohs constructed stone temples with statues and inscriptions in the pharaonic style. The Egyptian language and writing, that being hieroglyphs and Demotic, became the official medium in Nubia. Many Nubian elite learned Egyptian and took on Egyptian titles. Artifacts from Nubian sites of the period, such as pottery, jewelry, and furniture, closely resemble those found in Egypt. In effect, northern Nubia became an extension of Upper Egypt, heavily influenced by Egyptian art, religion, and administration. But it would be a mistake to view Nubia during the New Kingdom as merely a passive colony, a subdued people. There was a cultural exchange in both directions. Nubians served in the Egyptian army. The famous Medjay archers, for instance, were Nubian recruits, known for their expert bowmanship. They don't call it the land of the bow for nothing. Pharaohs valued Nubian archers so much that the Nubian desert police and many of the royal guards were Medjay. Nubian gold and cattle wealth also flowed into Egypt, fundamentally supporting the luxurious lifestyle of the 18th dynasty pharaohs. Meanwhile, Egyptian records and tomb art depicts Nubians bringing tribute of exotic products. We're talking ivory, panther skins, ebony logs, giraffes, and incense, indicating an active trade with sub-Saharan Africa carried through Nubia. Some Nubians rose to prominence within Egyptian society. For example, a man named Mayeherpi, of Nubian origin, became an elite official and was even buried in the Valley of the Kings. Prime real estate, I'm sure you know. His mummy with dark Nubian features was found amid the pharaonic tombs. Thus, while Egypt opposed its rule, Nubians were not simply suppressed. They contributed militarily, and also to the exotic riches of Egypt, and Nubian individuals could find pathways to power in the imperial system. By around 1200 to 1100 BC, Egypt's new kingdom power waned. Under Pharaoh Ramesses II and his successors, the ability to hold distant territories declined. The rise of invasions and internal strife, that being the late Bronze Age collapse, affected Egypt, and gradually Egyptian control over Kush began to loosen. Sometime after 1070, with the end of the New Kingdom, Egyptian authorities and colonists retreated from Nubia. They left behind temples, fortresses, and an Egyptianized local nobility, but no formal control mechanisms. Of course, this withdrawal set the stage for Nubia to reassert its own independence and develop a new, Nubian-led kingdom. Well, anyway, after Egypt's pullback, there's a mysterious period for Nubian history, sometimes called the Third Intermediate Period for Egypt, between 1070 and 750 BC, during which indigenous Nubian leadership gradually resurfaces. For some time, the historical record falls nearly silent. Earlier scholars once termed it a dark age because few written records or substantial ruins were known between 1070 and 850. However, this is where the archaeologists step in, and the discoveries have since dispelled that notion of a void. Evidence from cemeteries at El Kuru, near Jebel Barkal, shows that by around 850, Nubia was ruled by local chiefs or kings, laying the groundwork for a new form of centralized state. These early kings at El Kuru, whose names are obscure, later traditions do mention a founder figure named Alara, had modest tombs, indicating a regional chieftain initially, but over time, the power seems to have grown. By the early 8th century BC, a dynasty had emerged that consciously linked itself to the prestigious legacy of the new kingdom. Centered at Napata, the region of Jebel Barkal, where Egypt's great Amun temple stood, the Nubian kingdom regarded itself as the true heir of the pharaoh's religious and cultural tradition, even as Egypt proper was fragmented among rival rulers. One catalyst for Nubia's rise was the continuing importance of Amun's cult at Napata. The great temple of Amun at Jebel Barkal became a spiritual capital. Nubian leaders patronized this temple, and the priests of Amun in Napata likely played a role in legitimizing their kingship. We see an intriguing fusion here. Nubian rulers adopted the title and trappings of Egyptian kingship, including calling themselves son of Re and using Egyptian hieroglyphic inscriptions. Yet they were proud of their Kushite heritage. The Napatan monarchs started to build small pyramids for their burials, reviving a form of royal tomb that Egypt's own pharaohs had abandoned centuries earlier. At El Kuru, 4 generations of these kings, from Kashta through his son Pierre and onward, constructed pyramidal tombs, albeit on a smaller scale than the pyramids of Giza. This was a deliberate link to Egypt's old kingdom glory, but carried out in Nubian soil and completely under Nubian control. By approximately 750 BC, the kingdom based at Napata was strong enough to extend its influence into Egypt. The political situation in Egypt at that time was, well, chaotic to say the least. The land was basically split up between local kings and warlords, especially in the Nile Delta. No one was able to unite the country. Ripe for a takeover, that's for sure. And so, seizing the opportunity, King Kashta of Kush moved north into Upper Egypt and peacefully established his authority in Thebes. He basically just walked right in. He even had his daughter, Ameneridis, installed as God's wife of Amun in Thebes. That is a powerful priestly position, effectively controlling the Theban region now. Building on this foundation, Kashta's successor, Pierre, often called Pianke, launched a full-scale campaign to reunify Egypt under Kushite rule around 727 BC. Pierre's remarkable expedition is recorded in detail on the Victory Stele of Pierre, a monumental inscription uncovered in Napata. In this text, one of the greatest records of Nubian history, Pierre describes how he marched north from Nubia, defeated a coalition of Egyptian Delta kings, and took control of Egypt up to the Mediterranean. His forces besieged the formidable city of Memphis. Pierre's conquest was not a simple matter of walking into a power vacuum, though. He faced stout resistance, and he prides himself on overcoming the fortified towns of Hermopolis and Memphis, which did not open their gates to him. Well, either way, after each victory, he performed rituals of thanks to Amun. You can't forget to thank Amun, after all, emphasizing that he was not a barbarian invader, but a pious restorer of Ma'at, that Egyptian concept of cosmic order. An anecdote from P.A. Stella brings to life his character. Upon accepting the surrender of one enemy ruler, he inspected the royal stables, and he was frankly horrified to find the horses starving and neglected. He exclaimed that this cruelty to horses hurt him more than any offense the defeated had committed. How much more painful, my heart, at the starving of the horses than any crime you have done, P.A. says. This vivid detail, recorded 2,700 years ago, not only humanizes the Kushite king, but also reflects the high value that Nubians placed on their war horses, and by extension, their use of them in military. Thus, by 715, the Kushite kings had become pharaohs of Egypt, inaugurating the 25th dynasty of Egypt, a line of rulers from Nubia. For roughly a century, the Kushite pharaohs governed the Nile Valley, from Napata to the Delta. This was a moment of renaissance, too. The Kushite pharaohs saw themselves as reformers and guardians of ancient tradition. They rekindled the Egyptian arts and religion which had decayed during the previous turmoil. For example, King Shabaka, Bianchi's brother and successor, is said to have preserved old religious texts that were in danger of being lost. The 25th dynasty rulers built and restored temples across Egypt and Nubia in the grand style. At Karnak in Thebes, they commissioned works honoring Amun. In the Nubian heartland, they continued to develop Jebel Bakar's sanctuary. The Harka, the most celebrated of the Nubian pharaohs, ruling from 690 to 664, constructed colossal projects. He added a towering columned court to Karnak Temple and a splendid temple at Carrhae in Nubia. Under Taharqa, the kingdom of Kush reached as far as Libya in the west, and perhaps had an influence on the Near East too. Notably, he's even in the Bible. They remember him as Tirhaka, king of Ethiopia, coming to aid King Hezekiah of Judah against Assyria around 701 BC, one of the rare references to Kush in biblical context. It shows its stature as a great power of the day, regardless. So during their rule over Egypt, the Kushite kings achieved a unique synthesis of cultures, really something to behold. We're talking the 8th and 7th centuries BC at the moment, where they presented themselves as pharaohs, wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. Yet they never ceased to be proudly Kushite. In both Egyptian hieroglyphs and texts and artistic images, they often stress their origins in Kush. For instance, they depicted themselves with Kushite features and regalia. Many statues of 25th dynasty pharaohs saw them with a distinctive cap crown and 2 uraeus serpents on the forehead, while Egyptian pharaohs had 1, by the way, perhaps symbolizing rule over 2 lands, Egypt and Kush. No, we don't know, that's more of a speculation. But some ceremonies and royal titles were modified to incorporate more Nubian elements. This period also saw a revival of pyramid building. The Kushite monarchs reintroduced pyramid tombs on a significant scale, constructing them not in Egypt, but in their ancestral cemeteries at El Kuru and later Nuri near Napata. These pyramids were much smaller, typically about 20 to 30 meters high, and a lot steeper than the pyramids of the Giza type. But they were tightly clustered and numerous. Dozens of them still stand in the desert of Sudan today, marking the burials of kings, queens, and nobles. By adopting and adapting this practice, the Kushites linked themselves to the sacred past, and perhaps also distinguished their royal burials from those of contemporary Egyptian dynasts, who by then were burying in tombs, not pyramids, which is, well, explained in another time, I suppose. The 25th dynasty's reign over united Egypt and Kush was dynamic, but it was relatively brief. It faced a formidable external challenge, the Assyrian Empire, the Assyrians expanded into the Levant and eventually turned their attention to Egypt. In 671 BC, Emperor Esarhaddon of Assyria invaded Egypt and defeated Darius' forces in the north. He retreated to Nubia, regrouped, and even reoccupied Memphis for a time. But in 667, Assyria's new king, Ashurbanipal, campaigned ruthlessly in Egypt. Oh, and he was ruthless. If you want to know more about him, go watch my video on Ashurbanipal. Absolute lunatic. Well, the Assyrians sacked Thebes and forced the Kushites out, installing native vassals in the delta. The last Kushite pharaoh, Darius' successor, Tantamani, ruling from Nubia, made a final attempt to regain Egypt, but he was decisively driven back by 664. Hence, by 656, the 25th dynasty's control in Egypt had ended, confined once more to their southern domain. But despite this setback, Kush remained a powerful kingdom, now centered solely in Nubia again, with its capital still at Napata. For several generations after 656, the Napatan kings continued to prosper. They maintained an Egyptian-style state in Nubia, complete with pharaonic titles, court rituals, and hieroglyphic inscriptions. In fact, one could argue, perhaps, that after the Assyrian onslaught, the Kushite realm became the true repository of Egyptian high culture, as political chaos reigned in Egypt itself, and things became a little bit more Assyrian. Well, Napata's monarchs of the 6th century, such as Atlanersa and Senkamansiken, devoted their resources to Nubian temples and pyramid burials. The artistic style of this epic is fascinating too, you really have to see it. Royal statues and reliefs from Napata showing a mix of classical Egyptian proportions but with distinctly Nubian facial features and adornments. However, the Kushites were not entirely left alone after withdrawing from Egypt. In 593, the Egyptian pharaoh Psamtik II led a large expedition into Nubia, perhaps aiming to crush any Kushite ambitions of reconquest. Egyptian troops reached Napata and reportedly sacked it, desecrating royal tombs at El Kuru in the process. There is also archaeological evidence of damage around this time, and it likely forced a major political decision. The Kushite kings shifted their capital further south to Meroe. Meroe was a city in the southern part of their domain, near the Sixth Cataract, in the region of modern Sudan's Central Plains. While Napata remained a religious center for some time, royal residence and burial began to transition to Meroe after 590. Of course, this move had profound consequences. It just marks the start of a new era in Nubian history. Following the loss of Egypt and the shock of Psamtik's campaign, Kush recentered itself at Meroe, 300 kilometers south of Napata. Over the subsequent centuries, from the 6th century BC onward, the kingdom of Kush underwent significant cultural evolution. Historians often divide Kushite history into two main phases, the Napatan period and the Meroe period. In reality, the shift, though, was gradual. Initially, kings continued to be buried at Napata until about 300 BC, and Napata's temple of Amun remained pretty important. But Meroe rose up as a thriving center of power, and after a while it pretty much eclipsed Napata. The reason for choosing Meroe likely would include its safer distance from Egypt, its proximity to vital resources, especially the iron ore and hardwood forests, and access to trade routes, both along the Nile and the Red Sea and interior to Africa. As Kushite society oriented around Meroe, it began to look somewhat different from the Napatan kingdom. It was less influenced by Egyptian models and became increasingly distinct. The Meroitic kings and queens still venerated Amun and other Egyptian deities, but they also elevated local gods to prominence, blending and creating a unique religious landscape. One notable indigenous deity was Apademak, often depicted as a lion-headed warrior, who became a state god in the era of Meroe. By the 3rd century BC, Apademak was officially incorporated into the royal pantheon, and splendid temples were dedicated to him. For instance, the Lion Temple at Naka, south of Meroe, featuring reliefs of kings and queens making offerings. But perhaps the most striking development at Meroe was the creation of a new writing system and language. Sometime around the 2nd century BC, the Kushites devised the Meroitic script, replacing Egyptian hieroglyphs for many purposes. The script came in two forms: a cursive form for writing on papyrus, and a hieroglyphic-looking form for monumental inscription. Meroitic script is alphabetic, or more properly, syllabic, with 23 signs, including vowels. This marked a departure from the Egyptian writing, which used hundreds of symbols and no written vowels. By simplifying the writing system, the Meroites made literacy more accessible to natives. Unfortunately, while modern scholars can read the letters of Meroitic, the Meroitic language itself remains only partly understood, as is not clearly related to better-known languages. Thus, many Meroitic texts, mostly religious and funerary, can be sounded out, but their meaning is still a mystery. A tantalizing reminder of how much Kush's intellectual life is yet forgotten to us. Nonetheless, the mere existence of an original script shows to a highly literate bureaucracy and a cultural pride that no longer needed to lean on Egyptian words for self-expression. As for Meroe, the city itself, it grew into a wealthy metropolis. Classical authors described it as a fabulous place. Herodotus heard accounts of Ethiopians, the Greek term for Nubians, whose capital city was Meroe, a city of great size, rich in gold. And then we have Diodorus Siculus, writing in the 1st century BC, that Ethiopians of Meroe were the first to worship the gods, and that they taught Egyptians their religion, a rather mythical claim reflecting the high esteem held for Meroe in some circles. And at its height, Meroe's influence extended deep into Africa. The kingdom controlled territories east of the Red Sea coast and south along the Nile, bridging trade between Central Africa, Egypt, and the Greco-Roman world. Caravans carried Nubian exports like gold, ivory, exotic animal skins, ostrich feathers, and elephants for war or perhaps display, while Mediterranean wine, olive oil, and luxury goods came back to them. But the Meroites were still skillful iron workers. In fact, Meroe has actually been called the Birmingham of ancient Africa for its large-scale iron industry. Archaeologists have found huge mounds of iron slag, the waste from smelting, on the outskirts of ancient Meroe. Charcoal furnaces were in operation by at least the 6th and 5th centuries BC, as evidenced by radiocarbon dating of slag deposits around 500. And this makes Meroe one of the earliest iron-producing centers in Africa. The technology allowed the mass production of iron tools and weapons, which would have been a strategic advantage in agriculture, hunting, and warfare. There is even evidence or suggestion that Meroe exported iron ingots or products to its neighbors. Some scholars believe Meroitic iron reached as far as Egypt, and perhaps southwards to what is now Ethiopia. If that's true, Kushite metallurgists might have been responsible for spreading iron technology beyond their own borders, accelerating the African Iron Age. Even without definitive proof of export, the impact of local iron on Meroe's economy was considerable. Iron tools improved farming and allowed larger food production to sustain the growing population. One last hallmark of Meroitic culture was its art and architecture, which combined influences in creative ways. The royal city at Meroe featured elaborate palaces, grand temples, and spacious public baths or pools that hinted luxury and ritual. Meroitic art adopted some Hellenistic and Egyptian motifs, but recombined them into something uniquely Nubian. For instance, the palace site at Musawarat es Sufra, one can find elephants depicted in temple reliefs, reflecting how important these animals, native to the region, were to Kushite royal imagery. Royal statues from Meroe sometimes show the king and queen together in a manner unlike Egyptian convention, perhaps indicating a dual rule or prominent the status of queens. Well, by the 1st century, Meroe was a flourishing capital known to the wider world, and the Romans, who had replaced the Greeks in Egypt, they took note of their southern neighbors. In fact, interaction with the Romans would prove to be a defining episode of the history of Meroe. After Rome annexed Egypt in 30 BC, the Kushite kingdom suddenly shared a border with the formidable Roman Empire. At first, relations were relatively peaceful. It's usually how these things go. Trade continued, and Meroe perhaps sent a delegation to Caesar Augustus. But tensions arose over boundary disputes in the area known as the 12-Mile Land, just south of Egypt. In 25 BC, conflict erupted. According to the geographer Strabo, the reigning Kandak of Kush, identified as Candace, described as a one-eyed queen, launched a surprise offensive against Roman Egypt. Kushite troops surged north, raiding the Egyptian frontier at Aswan and Elephantine. They defeated a Roman detachment, and they even took captives. Most famously, they seized several bronze statues of Emperor Augustus and brought them back to Nubia as trophies. One of these, a bronze head of Augustus, was ritually decapitated by the Kushites. The head later ended up buried under the steps of a temple in Meroe. This was a powerful symbolic gesture. By literally having the emperor's head trodden underfoot at the entrance to their victory shrine, the Kushites demonstrated their defiance of Roman might. And amazingly, modern archaeology even confirmed the story. In 1910, British archaeologist John Garstang excavated at Meroe and found the bronze head of Augustus, buried at a temple threshold, pristine condition. It now resides at the British Museum as the Meroe head, a lasting witness to that Nubian triumph. Well, Rome retaliated swiftly. Later in 25 BC, Prefect Gaius Petronius, the Roman governor of Egypt, marched south with 10,000 troops. He recaptured Syene and Elephantine and advanced into Kushite territory. The Romans sacked the city of Napata, causing significant destruction. Strabo dramatizes that they destroyed the royal city and carried off thousands of captives. The Kandak Amanirenas, however, wisely avoided pitched battle after the initial losses. Petronius, finding it difficult to maintain supply lines far south in the hostile Nubian desert, eventually withdrew to the border region, and the war reached a stalemate. In 23 BC, Queen Amanirenas initiated peace negotiations. An envoy of Kush traveled all the way to the Greek island of Samos to meet Augustus himself. The outcome was a remarkably favorable peace treaty for Kush. Rome agreed to pull back its frontier from Napata to Maharaka, and crucially waived tribute from the Kushites. Augustus also returned prisoners Petronius had taken. Essentially, Kush was treated with an unusual degree of respect. Augustus pragmatically saw little value in the endless war in the deep Nile cataracts and chose diplomacy instead. Strabo notes that some surprise that the emperor granted the Meroites everything they asked, including not even having to pay customary tribute to Rome. This peace held for the remainder of the Kushite kingdom's existence. No further major wars with Rome were recorded. They got off pretty easy, I suppose. Trade and cultural contacts, though, they resumed. Roman luxuries like wine, glassware, and possibly Roman coins made their way to Meroe, while Nubia exported their African goods north. The Kushite ruling class even adopted some royal fashions. For instance, one queen is depicted in wall art in what appears to be a Roman-style toga over her dress. Yet the Kushites never became vassals. They retained full independence, and the frontier at Egypt's southern edge became one of mutual toleration. The Roman geographer Pliny the Elder, in the 1st century CE, mentions Candace as the hereditary title of the queens of Meroe, noting that Candace, likely Amanirenas, was famous for her war against Rome, after which the Romans had respected the strength of Nubia. In archaeological terms, the encounter with Rome left traces beyond the head of Augustus. At a fortress in Lower Nubia, Qasr Ibrim, evidence of a Roman garrison exists, but only for a short period. Meroitic inscriptions and temples from the 1st century CE onward sometimes show Roman or Mediterranean influence in art, but Kushite culture remains dominant. Perhaps more intriguing is the impact on the Roman imagination. Roman poets like Lucan later romanticized Meroe as a distant and mysterious kind of land of magic and priests, the home of the Nile's black waters, as he put it. Even as far as Britain, a Kushite archer is said to have served in the Roman army at Hadrian's Wall. An inscription of a man named Ursicinus the Ethiopian might indicate Nubian origin. These little tidbits show that Kush, though politically separate, was part of an interconnected world of antiquity. But like all great kingdoms, Kush eventually declined. By the 2nd century CE, signs of strain appeared. One factor was economic and environmental pressure. Meroe's prosperity had depended on iron working, which demanded vast amounts of charcoal fuel, leading to deforestation, and agriculture, reliant on consistent rainfall and Nile floods. Over centuries, the land around Meroe may have suffered overuse. Deforestation and overgrazing could have led to soil depletion and desertification. Indeed, later classical writers referred to portions of Nubia becoming drier and less arable, as Romans shifted their trade routes, favoring Red Sea ports to access African and Indian goods. Nubia lost some of its intermediary income. The overuse of the land's resources likely weakened the kingdom from within. Modern archaeologists have found evidence of declining crop yields and rural depopulation in parts of Kush during the late Meroitic period, which aligns with these theories. But another factor was internal political change. By the 3rd century CE, the royal burials at Meroe show quite a bit less of lavish grave goods, possibly indicating reduced wealth or a shift in burial customs. We also see more regional autonomy. Outlying districts like Nobatia in the far north and areas in the south may have started operating on their own. There is mention of tribal groups like the Noba, from which the later name Nubia might actually derive, and also the Blemines, the desert nomads. They also become quite restive at later times. The royal line continued, and the title of Kandik appears to still hold importance. But by the 4th century, evidence of strong centralized rule begins to wane. The final blow came from the outside, the rising kingdom of Aksum, or what is now Ethiopia, Eritrea. Aksum was an emergent power southeast of Kush, controlling trade on the Red Sea. Sometime around 330 to 350, the Aksumite king Izana launched a campaign northward. In Ethiopian inscriptions, Izana claims to have conquered the peoples of Kasu and Noba, Kasu referring to Kush. He describes defeating a king of Kush and taking his city. This corresponds with archaeological indications that the city of Meroe was abandoned or destroyed in the mid-4th century CE. Ezana's conquest, as if, though thorough as he boasts, effectively marks the end of the kingdom of Kush. The once great capital of Meroe was left in ruins, and no more pyramids were built for Kushite kings after that date. However, Ezana's attack likely hit a kingdom already weakened. One Aksumite inscription suggests there was a revolt in Meroe, or a civil conflict which Ezana had exploited. Additionally, as noted, environmental decline had taken its own toll. Overuse of the land had already depleted the resources of Kush. By the time of the Aksumite invasion, so much that cities that would likely have become abandoned even without the invasion. And so after roughly 900 years with Meroe as a center, and over 2,000 years since the earliest Kerma kingdom, the Kushite state dissolved. Yet the history did not end in Nubia. After the fall of Meroe, smaller successor kingdoms emerged. By the 6th century, Nubia had 3 Christian kingdoms, Nobatia, Makuria, and Alodia, and would last through the Middle Ages, showing that Nubia remained a resilient and important region. The memory of Kush itself faded in much of the world's written records, becoming the stuff of legend about distant Ethiopians. I'm sure they were decent too, give them credit. Well, medieval Islamic geographers knew of Nubian kingdoms, but they had scant knowledge of their grand ancient past. It's only thanks to modern archaeology that we're figuring it out now. In Europe, Nubia and Kush was virtually forgotten as a distant civilization, completely overshadowed by the continual fascination with Egypt. Perhaps the most catastrophic loss in the history of ancient Rome, the Battle of Carrhae took place in 53 BC. Under the leadership of the affluent and aspirational Roman general Marcus Licinius Crassus, the Roman army attempted to extend its power into Mesopotamian lands, at that time ruled by the formidable Parthians. The problem was, Crassus misjudged the Parthians' superior cavalry and tactics, especially their skillful use of horse archers and cataphracts, confronted by the powerful army under Surena. It was a bloody battle, and it saw the Romans soundly defeated, with great casualties, and even the capture of Crassus himself, who was later killed. In addition to stopping Roman eastward expansion, this devastating defeat also caused political instability back in Rome, ultimately fueling the power struggles that resulted in the fall of the Roman Republic. This conflict between Roman military power and Parthian cavalry prowess at the Battle of Carrhae is a moving illustration of the strategic difficulties of ancient warfare, and of course, the long-lasting effects of these military setbacks on historical development. And that's what we're going to discuss today. Here we are once again, back in ancient Roman times, but not quite in ancient Rome. If you like this sort of stuff, do the like, comment, subscribe thing. You know what to do. But let's now begin as we go back to the nightmare of all Romans. First, set the scene a little bit. All of the politics that paved the way for Rome's war with Parthia were orchestrated by the so-called First Triumvirate. Now, this First Triumvirate was composed, of course, of Pompeius Magnus, Julius Caesar, and Marcus Licinius Crassus, all of whom stood to benefit from their cooperative arrangements. In March and April of 56 BC, they gathered at Ravenna and Lucca, both located in Caesar's province of Cisalpine Gaul, to renew the pact they had originally formed 4 years earlier. So together, they agreed to consolidate all of their supporters and all of their resources to pass legislation that would expand Caesar's authority in Gallic territories and to influence the upcoming elections of 55 BC in their favor, all with the aim of securing a second joint consulship for Crassus and Pompey. Traditional means proved to be quite effective, awarding military commands, placing political allies in key offices, these sorts of things, and of course the pushing forward of laws that protected all of their own interests in a rather clever and secretive way. Additionally, financial influence, personal ties fostered through friendship and patronage, and of course the muscle of 1,000 troops brought from Gaul by Publius Crassus's son were used to sway the elections. It's hard to say no to that many angry men with weapons, of course. So the triumvirate thus succeeded in ensuring the consulship and most of the other high-profile positions. It was a stunning success. By way of legislation known as the Lex Trebonia, introduced by the tribune Trebonius, both consuls secured extended proconsulships of 5 years, mirroring the arrangements Caesar already enjoyed in Gaul. As for Pompey, he didn't do so bad himself. He was awarded these Spanish provinces, pretty far away from Rome, but certainly not a bad place to be. Crassus, he prepared to acquire Syria, equally far away from Rome, but with a few more enemies at the doorstep. This was, of course, an unmistakable signal that he intended to wage war on Parthia, whether for riches, whether for glory, or perhaps a mixture of both. He was going to do it. Meanwhile, let's talk about Parthia itself. Now, when we talk about Parthia, we are talking about the Persians, the inheritors of the Achaemenid Empire, this kind of thing. Think about it in that general area, south of Turkey, east of Syria, an empire of its own. And it was itself in the grip of a succession crisis that erupted in 57 BC, sparked, of course, by the assassination of King Phraates III at the hands of his own sons, that being Mithridates IV and Orodes II. Both, of course, vied for control of the realm, though Orodes initially appointed his brother as king of Media as a temporary compromise after emerging victorious in the first phase of the conflict. But this was a truce that was short-lived. Orodes reignited hostilities, prompting Mithridates to seek refuge with Aulus Gabinius. That was, of course, the Roman proconsul of Syria. As for Gabinius, he briefly contemplated intervening in the succession dispute on Mithridates' behalf so that Rome could install him as a puppet king and, claim Parthia for himself. However, he ultimately chose to become embroiled in the internal politics of Ptolemaic Egypt instead, leaving Mithridates to pursue his own agenda. Of course, without those Roman resources he could have really needed to tip the scales. Oh, Ptolemaic Egypt, by the way, Ptolemaic dynasty being the Macedonian Greek dynasty that took over after Alexander the Great. At this time, they were ruled by the Macedonian Greeks, the last of which, of course, was Cleopatra Philopater, the 7th, I believe. Correct me in the comments if I have made a mistake with that, but I'm pretty well sure this is the 7th. Well, back to the Battle of Carrhae. As for Mithridates, pressing forward alone, he decided that he would waste no time in mounting an invasion of Babylonia. And he did okay, for a little while. But unfortunately, in comes the main character of our story to oppose him, Surena and his mighty army, Parthia's most formidable military commander. Hard to go up against him, that's for sure. Well, upon succeeding Gabinius, Crassus also sought to forge an alliance with Mithridates, and in 54 BC he launched his own campaign into Osroene, a client kingdom of Parthia, though he largely remained on the left bank of the Balik River awaiting additional forces. Meanwhile, in Seleucia, on the Tigris River, Surena besieged, defeated, and killed Mithridates. This, of course, left him with no surviving rivals in Parthia. Orodes next marched north to attack Armenia, who was at the time a Roman ally. As soon as he arrived, King Artavasdes II cast his lot with the invading Parthian army, cementing Orodes' position and leaving Rome's plans in the east vulnerable to an impending confrontation. Of course, then we have the other main character of the story, the wildly and stupidly rich Marcus Crassus. In fact, one of the wealthiest figures in Rome at the time. He was about 62 years old when he joined the campaign against Parthia. Ancient commentators, including his biographer Plutarch, often highlight greed as his primary flaw, and the main incentive behind his decision to go to war. Of course, we got a little bit from Plutarch later on that I'll read, but we'll get to that later. Don't worry, I won't forget. The bulk of modern historians tend to see his motivations as more of a unquenchable thirst for wealth. Pure, old-fashioned greed. Nothing starts wars like greed. A desire to match Pompey's military eminence, and of course a rivalry rooted in the fact that his long-ago military successes never quite measured up to Pompey's, and following 5 years of warfare in Gaul also paled in comparison to Caesar's. So among this triumvirate, he seemed to be the least impressive. Sure, he was most rich, but when it comes to money, there's diminishing returns after a while, and the real glory in Rome was not money, but it was victory. This was, of course, not to say that he didn't have a few victories under his belt. I mean, the most notable one was the defeat of Spartacus in 71 BC. That's right, Spartacus of the Third Servile War. This was about 10 years earlier. The triumph he had delivered for Sulla at the Battle of Colline Gate, too. Of course, from Gaul, Caesar expressed support for the Parthian campaign in a letter to Crassus, implying that he viewed Crassus's expedition not as a competition, but as a complement to his own pursuits. But of course, Crassus's decision to invade Parthia was largely driven by the assumption that the campaign would simply be an easy one, an old-fashioned Roman beat-down, the barbarians getting what they damn well deserve. It was a belief informed by how Roman legions had already bested other eastern powers, such as Pontus and Armenia, despite the latter fielding larger armies. And of course, past performance is indeed, it has to be, indicative of future returns. Cicero, however, pointed to an additional factor, come to ruin everybody's fun, of course, the ambitions of Publius Crassus, Marcus's gifted son, who had amassed a sterling record leading campaigns in Gaul under Caesar. Once Publius returned to Rome as a decorated hero, he didn't waste much time in laying the groundwork for his personal political aspirations, and there were plenty of those. In the Roman estimation, the Battle of Carrhae would come to represent not merely a catastrophe for the Republic and a humiliation for Marcus Crassus, but also the tragic demise of the once promising future of Publius. Well, many Romans vehemently opposed an offensive against Parthia, of course, especially given that Rome and Parthia were at this time bound by treaty, and it doesn't look good to anyone's estimation when treaties are broken for no good reason, or really for any reason. Cicero himself labeled this conflict in the Latin naming convention nulla causa, meaning, of course, without any justification. But even so, Crassus pressed on with his preparations. No one could talk him out of this one. He was going to get his glory. He was going to get his riches, and prove that he was just as important as all the other boys. The tribune Aetius Capito fought strenuously to prevent the enterprise and ultimately resorted to a notorious act. He conducted a public execration ritual meant to curse Crassus as he departed. Well, it seems like it probably could have been estimated to have worked. But I better not give away the spoilers. On November 14th, 55 BC, Marcus Crassus set out from Rome, despite dire omens and ongoing protests. In the winter of 54 to 53, he was joined in Syria by Publius Crassus, who brought with him 1,000 Celtic cavalrymen from Gaul. Their unwavering loyalty to the younger Crassus would endure right up to their final moments on the battlefield. Upon his late-year arrival in Syria in 55 BC, Marcus Crassus wasted no time putting his legendary fortune to use by mustering a substantial army with the power of the coin. According to Plutarch, he gathered 7 legions, roughly 28 to 35,000 heavy infantry. Moreover, he had around 4,000 light infantry and 4,000 cavalry at his disposal, which included the 1,000 Gallic horsemen personally brought by his son Publius. The backing of Hellenic communities in Syria, along with approximately 6,000 cavalry contributed by Artavasdes, the king of Armenia, remember, a Roman ally at the time, further strengthened Crassus's forces. Artavasdes, in addition to offering 30,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry, also advised Crassus to march through Armenia. This, of course, would mean that he didn't have to traverse the desert, which, of course, nobody wants to do that. Rather than accept this counsel, Crassus instead chose a more direct route through Mesopotamia, aiming to seize the region's major cities. Once again, the themes of hubristic greed run throughout this talk. Orodes II, the Parthian king, responded by splitting his own forces. He personally led the larger contingent, consisting mainly of foot archers supported by a number of limited cavalry, on a mission to punish the Armenians. The remaining component of his army, commanded by Spahod Serena and composed entirely of cavalry, was sent out to track and harass the troops of Crassus. You see, Orodes, he believed Serena's smaller unit would struggle to defeat Crassus outright and merely hoped to buy a bit of time, delay him somewhat. Plutarch remarks that Serena's force contained 1,000 mail-clad horsemen and an even greater number of light-armed cavalry supported by a following of about 1,000 attendants, slaves, and vassals. These Parthian forces also relied on a baggage train that included 1,000 camels. Around this time, Crassus received direction from the Oroen chieftain Ariamnes, a man known to have aided Pompey during the operations in the eastern provinces. Although Ariamnes was actually on the Parthian payroll, Crassus chose that it was wise to trust him. Ariamnes falsely insisted that the Parthians were disorganized and weak, urging Crassus, of course, to strike without hesitation. Leading the Roman forces deep into the desert, Ariamnes guided them far away from any natural sources of water. Subsequently, a letter arrived from Artavasdes warning Crassus that the main Parthian host was in Armenia and pleading for support. Crassus, however, ignored this plea and continued his march through Mesopotamia, where he soon encountered Surena's cavalry about a mile outside of the town of Carrhae. We finally arrive. So, as word spread among Crassus's men that a Parthian force, numbering around 10,000, stood in their path, panic began to set in. Cassius, serving as one of Crassus's top commanders, advised them to align in the classic Roman formation. Cavalry on the wings, infantry at the center, protect the flanks, and push forward. Nothing beats that, right? Now initially Crassus approved this plan, but he soon changed course, reconfiguring the legions into a more hollow square of 12 cohorts on each side. Well, that arrangement might prevent the Parthians from outflanking them. It also impaired the Romans' mobility. Pressing forward, they soon reached a small stream. Several of Crassus's officers recommended establishing camp and resuming the fight the next morning, giving the troops time to restock their provisions. But Publius was eager for more immediate action, and managed to convince his father that the best move was to confront the Parthians right there and then. No wasting time. Let's get it done. To unnerve the Roman legions, the Parthians resorted to deliberately unsettling tactics. First, they produced a thunderous din by pounding on numerous hollow drums which disturbed the Roman soldiers through its sheer volume and piercing resonance. Next, Surena instructed his cataphracts to ride forward with cloaks draped over their armor. The moment they came into the Romans' line of sight, they simultaneously stripped off these coverings, dazzling the onlookers with their gleaming armor, an intimidating display intended to weaken the Roman morale. Initially, Surena had planned to break the Roman ranks outright by ordering a powerful charge of his cataphracts. But realizing that this alone would not suffice, at least at that stage, he instead dispatched his horse archers to encircle the Roman square. When Crassus sent forward his skirmishers in an attempt to repel these mounted archers, they were quickly driven back by a barrage of arrows. Soon afterwards, the legionaries themselves came under relentless arrow fire. Although the Roman infantry carried heavy armor and a large scuta, that being shields, these defensive measures did not fully cover their bodies. And of course, when you have that many arrows, well, a few of them are bound to get through. Ancient sources describe cases in which the arrow shafts pinned soldiers' shields to their limbs and even nailed their feet to the ground. Plutarch, in particular, recounts that a hail of arrows sailed through soft or hard barriers alike, although some modern historians suggest that most injuries were likely non-fatal hits to exposed extremities. It's still not ideal. Well, repeatedly the Romans tried to close with the horse archers, hoping to engage them at close quarters and sort them out the old-fashioned way. But the Parthians easily just kept riding out of reach, releasing so-called Parthian shots on their way out. In response, the legionaries adopted the testudo formation by locking their shields together, kind of like a turtle formation, we also call it. It creates this almost impenetrable shell against missile fire. Very easy to walk up to the front gate of a citadel like that without taking much damage. Well, unless they pour the boiling water all over you, that doesn't help very much. Yet even within that tight formation, their ability to fight back at close range was significantly diminished. Spotting this vulnerability, the Parthian cataphracts carried out repeated charges, striking terror in the Roman lines and causing severe casualties. Whenever the Romans attempted to spread out and ward off the cataphracts, the mounted archers would ride in once again, peppering the now looser ranks with more arrows. Well, desperate for relief, Crassus hoped that his men might simply endure this living hell until the Parthians exhausted their arrow supply. I mean, it's a solid strategy. They've got to run out of arrows eventually, surely. However, a massive camel train accompanied Serenus' force, do you remember? And that continuously replenished the horse archers' quivers. There's plenty more where that came from. Realizing after a while that the arrows were just going to keep on coming, Crassus dispatched his son Publius, leading 1,300 Gallic cavalry, 500 archers, and 8 cohorts of legionaries to drive off the archers. The Parthians then feigned retreat, luring Publius's contingent away from the rest of the army. After his men had suffered considerable losses from relentless arrow fire, Publius found himself suddenly confronted by the Parthian cataphracts. He tried to escape, but the horse archers blocked his retreat. Although the Gallic cavalry fought valiantly, their equipment and weaponry were simply not good enough. They couldn't stand up to the superior equipment of the Parthians, and they were eventually forced to withdraw to a small hill. As for Publius, he wasn't keen on being captured and paraded. He decided to take his own life, while the remainder of his force was either slaughtered or left severely depleted, with only 500 survivors spared. By the time Crassus realized his son was in peril, he ordered a general advance, still ignorant of Publius's fate. Not long after, he was met with the gruesome sight of Publius's head impaled on a Parthian spear. If that doesn't affect morale, I don't know what will. To compound the misery of the Romans, Serenus' horse archers now swarmed around the infantry of Crassus, unleashing arrows from every angle, while the cataphracts charged repeatedly, further disorienting the Romans. Darkness brought the only reprieve. Traumatized by his son's death, the grieving Crassus directed his soldiers to withdraw to the nearby town of Carrhae. Tragically, the 4,000 wounded men that he left behind were all slowly and methodically slain by the Parthians the following morning, on the very spots where they lay in agony. During the night, 4 Roman cohorts lost their way and found themselves on a hill surrounded by Parthians. Only 20 Romans managed to survive that dreadful predicament. Serenus, seeking to capitalize on his advantage, made attempts at negotiation the very next day. He offered a truce, on terms that Rome would relinquish any holdings east of the Euphrates, permitting the Roman army a safe return to Syria. As part of the proposal, Serena either approached the stranded Romans on the hills in person or dispatched an embassy to convey his readiness to discuss an orderly evacuation. Crassus's troops threatened to rebel if the Parthians did not comply with his request, despite his reluctance to meet with them. When a Parthian tugged at Crassus's reins during the meeting, a violent outburst broke out, leading to the deaths of both Crassus and his generals. You see, after Crassus died, the Parthians are reported to have poured molten gold down his throat as a symbolic gesture, mocking that famous greed of his. The severed head of Crassus was later used as a prop for a scene in Euripides' Bacchae, which was presented at a banquet in front of the chief, according to Plutarch. While the remaining Romans attempted to escape at Carrhae, most of them were either killed or captured. Both equally gruesome fates, perhaps being killed was the better option. Well, depending on how much gold the Parthians had left. According to the ancient historian Plutarch, the battle claimed the lives of about 20,000 Romans and 10,000 were taken prisoner. As a result, we chalk it up as one of the most devastating losses in Roman history. Added to that, there were not many Parthian casualties. Really, it's barely worth a mention. This defeat, which was made even more humiliating by the fact that the Parthians had taken several legionary eagles, was a crushing blow to Rome. The Roman prisoner of war who most closely resembled Crassus was found by the Parthians, who has distinguished him as a woman and paraded him through Parthia for public viewing. You wouldn't want to be that guy. This is also something that Plutarch mentions, by the way, as really where we get it from. A few other accounts mention it too. Of course, this was a clear mockery of a Roman triumph. The Parthians commanded the other Roman prisoners too to celebrate this fake Crassus as imperator during the parade. The Roman military culture was, parades like this, triumphs, were extremely important. The Parthians felt so confident in this victory, and you can't really blame them for rubbing it in a little bit. As for Orodes II, he defeated the Armenians and seized power of their country with the help of the remaining members of the Parthian army. Of course, the Armenians, being the allies of the Romans, didn't really have anybody to help them anymore. But on the other hand, the Parthian king became even more enraged by Surena's victory, and ordered them to be put to death. Orodes II sent his son Pacorus on a military expedition in Roman Syria after Surena died, but the expedition was ultimately unsuccessful. And so, the Battle of Carrhae was one of the most important battles fought at the start of this whole play of the Roman-Parthian conflict. The victory served as this catalyst for Parthia's several invasions of Armenia and Syria, each of which had differing degrees of success, but furthermore to this, Rome had realized that its legionaries could not successfully engage Parthian cavalry in open combat, at least not without assistance. Things had to change. And they did. One must learn from their mistakes, of course. In fact, one of Crassus's quaestors, Gaius Cassius Longinus, was in charge of leading the roughly 10,000 soldiers who had actually made it out of Syria alive to their destination. He remained the proquaestor of the province for 2 more years, successfully repelling further attacks at the hands of Pacorus, the son of Orodes. Cassius successfully repelled the Parthian attack on Antioch, his capital. Osaces, the second in command of the Parthian leadership, was killed when Cassius ambushed Pacorus's army in Antigonea as they were fleeing back to their home base. Cicero even congratulated him. He spoke pretty highly of the victory, too. Cassius later made a substantial contribution to the scheme to assassinate Julius Caesar in 44 BC. But then, of course, we have that great little theory that comes out of China that I absolutely adore, the theory that the inhabitants of the town of Liqian, I think it's either Liqian or Liqian, I'm not sure. There is this theory that they were descended from the prisoners taken at Carrhae, which was put forth in 1940s by Homer Dubbs, an American professor at Chinese history at the University of Oxford. Generally, this is the hypothesis. During the Battle of Zhizhi, which took place between the Chinese and the Xiongnu in 36 BC, the prisoners might have been mercenaries. Dubbs hypothesized that the Parthians re-established the prisoners on their eastern border. Even Chinese chroniclers describe the use of a double wooden palisade structure and a fish-scale formation of soldiers, which is thought to be a reference to the testudo formation and a Roman-only defensive tactic.
Both of these buildings were made completely of wood, by the way, so unfortunately they do not really survive too well. As of yet, no artifacts, such as coins or weapons that could potentially attest to Roman presence, have been discovered in the area, and the great majority of historians don't really agree with the theory, but it's a good little bit of fun, though, I think. Well, getting away from theories and imagination, we get back to the Romans seeing the Parthian siege of legionnaires' battle standards, these golden eagles, as a real moral setback, but also this sign of impending disaster. Caesar was preparing to wage a war of retaliation at the time of his murder, you see. In the event that Caesar prevailed, it was assumed that he would have faced harsh punishment because the surviving son of Crassus would have been part of the Roman army. However, a major event that resulted in the establishment of the imperial monarchy throughout Rome was indeed the fall of the Roman Republic. The republican system of governance began to fall apart in 88 BC, arguably a little bit earlier, but this was the time when Sulla launched his first invasion into Rome, which really was the catalyst. But the loss of his legions and Crassus's death fundamentally altered the balance of power in Rome. A previous theory proposed that the dissolution of the first triumvirate, which might have been caused by the death of Crassus, as well as the death of Julia in the year 54, who was both Caesar's daughter and Pompey's wife. In any case, civil war eventually broke out as a result. Caesar's triumph swiftly turned the Republic into an all-out dictatorship. Now I know what you're thinking. What about the account from Plutarch? When's he going to read it? Well, I'm going to read it now, don't worry. So here we have a little bit of an account from Plutarch. It's about the point of the meeting between the Parthians and the Romans to discuss terms. The first of the barbarians to meet him were two half-bred Greeks, who leaped from their horses and made obeisance to him. Then, addressing him in the Greek tongue, they urged him to send a party forward to assure themselves that Surena and those about him were advancing to the conference without armor and without weapons. Crassus replied that if he had the least concern for his life, he would not come into their hands, but nevertheless he sent two Rusci brothers to inquire on what terms and what numbers they should hold in their meeting. These men were promptly seized and detained by Surena, while he himself with his chief officers advanced on horseback, saying, "What is this? The Roman imperator on foot, while we are mounted?" Then he ordered a horse to be brought to Crassus, and when Crassus answered that neither of them was at fault, since each was following the custom of his country in this meeting, Surena said that from that moment there was a truce, and between King Herodes and the Romans, but it was necessary to go forward to the river Euphrates, and there have the contracts put into writings. "For you Romans, at least," he said, "are not very mindful of agreements," and he held out his right hand to Crassus. Then what Crassus proposed, to send for a horse, Surena said that there was no need for it. "For the king offers you this one," he said. At the time, a horse with a gold-studded bridle stood at Crassus's side, and the grooms lifted up Crassus and mounted him, and then ran along by him, quickening his horse's pace with blows. Octavius was the first to seize the bridle, and after him Petronius, one of the legendary tribunes. Then the rest of the Romans in the party surrounded the horse, trying to stop him, and dragging away those who crowded in upon Crassus at either side. Scuffling forward in a tumult, then blows, Octavius drew his sword and slew the groom of one of the barbarians, but another smote Octavius down from behind. Petronius had no offensive weapons. but when he was struck on the breastplate, leaped down from his horse unwounded. Crassus was killed by a Parthian named Pomaxathres. Serena now took the head and hand of Crassus and sent them to Herodes in Armenia. But he himself sent word by messengers to Seleucia that he was bringing Crassus there alive, and prepared a laughable sort of procession in which he insultingly called a triumph. That one of his royal captives who bore the great likeness to Crassus, Caius Bachianus, put on a woman's royal robe, and under instructions to answer to the name Crassus and the title of Imperator when so addressed, was conducted along on horseback. Before him rode trumpeters and a few lictors borne on camels. From the faces of the lictors purses were suspended, and their axes were fastened, Roman heads newly cut off. Behind these followed the courtesans of Seleucia, musicians, who sang many scurrilous and ridiculous songs about the effeminacy and cowardice of Crassus, and these things were for all to see. But before the assembled senate of Seleucia, Serena bought the licentious books of the Milesica of Aristides, and in that matter at least there was no falsehood on his part, for the books were found in the baggage of Roscius, and gave Serena on occasion to heap much insulting ridicule on the Romans, since they could not, even when going to war, let subjects and writings alone. The people of Seleucia, however, appreciated the wisdom of Aesop when they saw Serena with a wallet full of obscenities from the Milesica in front of him, but trailing behind him a Parthian Sybaris in so many wagon loads of concubines. After a fashion, this train was counterpart to the fabled Echine and Sictale among serpents, by showing its conspicuous and forward portions fearful and savage with spears, archery, and horse, but trailing off in the rear of the line into dances, cymbals, lutes, and nocturnal revels with women. Roscius was certainly culpable, but it was shameless in the Parthians to find fault with Milesica, when many of the royal line of their Arsacidae were sprung from Milesian and Ionian courtesans themselves. End of the account from Plutarch. So, just finishing up, several historians have noted how much time had elapsed between Crassus's passing and the start of the Civil War. You see, it's been noted that the death almost broke the first triumvirate's ties to this blue-blooded aristocracy. The state as a whole was thus exposed to the conflict that ultimately resulted in the start of the Civil War. Thus the removal of some private checks and balances, like the bond between Crassus and Metellus by Scipio, that had been containing political tensions, may have been one of the battle's immediate effects. But on the other hand, the battle did not significantly harm Rome in the long run in a regional sense, mainly because Publius Ventidius Bassus prevented and drove back Parthia's subsequent retaliatory invasion of Rome in 40 BC. And along with that, even though this campaign also failed, the battle didn't stop Mark Antony from invading Parthia himself in 36 BC. But of course, nothing could. Well, with that we get to the end of the Battle of Carrhae. Hope you enjoyed it. A little bit of an embarrassment for the Romans, but you can't win all the time now, can't you?
Plagues. They've haunted human history since the earliest civilizations, an unwelcome companion to our collective story. But long before the medieval Black Death, ancient peoples from Mesopotamia to Rome recorded their own terrifying epidemics that decimated populations, upended wars, and confounded the wisdom of the sages. So imagine the dread and confusion in a Bronze Age city as a mysterious illness spreads, or the shock in classical Athens when an unseen scourge kills citizens by the thousands within weeks. In the ancient world, disease was often perceived as divine punishment or even demonic wrath. Yet these societies bravely faced it and developed surprisingly practical responses, from public rituals to quarantine-like measures, doing everything they could to cope with the waves of pestilence. So what we are going to do today is go through the major plagues of antiquity across different regions of the world, and in doing so, we'll draw upon the voices of the time, along with more modern archaeological evidence, to reveal how these early epidemics were experienced and, of course, the consequences they wrought. But of course, let me give you first a warm welcome. If you've not hit that subscribe button yet, I advise you to do so. And I would like to thank the members on Patreon and YouTube and those who chose to donate. It helps keep the channel going and keep everything 100% ad-free. And thank you to those who took the opportunity to check out the merch store as well. Links to all of those just mentioned will be in the pinned comment and the video description. But now, without further delay, let's sink into the depravity again and go back to the ancient world. Well, we better start from the oldest recorded plagues, and they emerged from the ancient Near East. There was perhaps plagues before then, but when we talk about recorded, ancient writing is pretty much all in that area. Well, of course, the system of cuneiform scripts put onto those clay tablets certainly last the test of time. They allow such catastrophes to be documented in a good amount of detail. We turn to Mesopotamia. Disease was often associated with the will of the gods. For instance, the Mesopotamians worshipped a god called Nergal, among many others, of course, a deity associated with plague and death, and they believed that epidemics were one of his punishments upon humanity. Still, beyond the mythic explanation, we find more pragmatic measures against contagion, surprisingly early in history. We have one letter, actually, from the 18th century BCE, discovered in the archives of Mari, that is, a city on the Euphrates River, and it reveals an ancient awareness of contagion. The king, Zimri Lim, instructs his wife to isolate a palace servant who fell ill, ordering that no one drink from the cup where she drinks, and no one sit on the seat where she sits. Well, precautions like this, essentially early quarantine measures, they show us that even 4,000 years ago, people recognized the person-to-person spread of deadly disease. The fact that this advice was taken seriously at a royal court shows that epidemics were a known threat, requiring active intervention. Now, of course, this does not mean that this is the first ever instance. It's just the first recorded instance that we have. And yes, I know it's remarkably early, 1800, but of course we had plagues before then. It's just people were not writing them down yet. One of the most significant early plague episodes actually struck the Hittite Empire in the late Bronze Age. The Hittites, based in Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, recorded in their chronicles that a devastating plague entered their land during the reign of King Suppiluliuma I in the 14th century. According to surviving cuneiform tablets, this epidemic was brought back by Hittite soldiers who had been off campaigning in Egyptian territories. Captives or treasure taken during a war apparently harbored the disease, and once it spread in the Hittite heartland, well, it proved to be catastrophic. King Suppiluliuma I, a formidable conqueror, with a formidable name, by the way, I sometimes struggle with that one, fell ill, and he died. The plague got him, as did his immediate successor, Arnuwanda II. Essentially, the plague had wiped out a generation of the royal family, showing that no one was safe, from king to peasant. But the new king, Mursili II, was left with a traumatically reduced court. Well, what was he going to do? Well, in response, Mursili performed what might be called plague liturgy. He actually composed a series of plague prayers, fervent supplications to the gods, begging for mercy to please end the scourge. Well, these prayers, preserved on clay tablets and recovered at the Hittite capital of Hattusa, describe the plague's toll and attribute it to divine anger, possibly because of a past sin by the former king. It's a pretty intimate glimpse of a monarch grappling with a public health disaster in spiritual terms. Mercilessly confesses any unknown offences and promises reparations to the gods, trying everything to appease them so that the deadly disease might finally relent. The plague ultimately lasted about 20 years, suggesting an endemic presence that the Hittites could not easily eradicate. But this combination of dynastic deaths and prolonged depopulation certainly helped to weaken Hittite power, and it shows how a microscopic pathogen could succeed where an army could not. Well, we did mention Egypt once, so how about we pop down to Egypt now? It's only a little bit south of Hattusa anyway. But they too knew the terror of the plague, though the records are a little bit more fragmentary. An intriguing modern hypothesis, based on both medical texts and archaeological evidence, suggests that around 1715 BCE, a virulent epidemic struck Egypt's northeastern delta. The outbreak reportedly began in the busy port city of Avaris, Egypt's gateway to the Near East. Avaris at that time was a pretty cosmopolitan trade hub. Later it was the actual capital of the Hyksos rulers. Well, of course, that would have been vulnerable to diseases introduced via merchants and soldiers, a lot of cross-contamination, people passing to and from. The epidemic is thought to have been so severe that one ancient Egyptian account described it as if the world was coming to an end. Although the exact disease is uncertain, researchers have suggested that it might have been tularemia. No, don't worry, I didn't know what it is either, so I looked it up. It's kind of a bacterial illness that can spread from animals to humans. It's not quite Yersinia pestis, but it can certainly cause plague-like symptoms. Archaeologists have found mass burial sites and even a layer of lime, that is a kind of disinfectant, covering human remains in Egyptian excavation, a context that could correspond to this time period. In a funerary complex in Thebes, for example, excavation revealed hastily buried bodies with a thick coating of lime and evidence of bonfires where infected corpses were burned, a dramatic attempt to halt contagion in the wake of a deadly epidemic. These findings certainly align with descriptions of devastating pestilence, and it indicates that the Egyptian authorities took extreme measures, bypassing normal funerary customs to dispose of plague victims, essentially creating ancient plague pits and disinfection protocols. It's also pretty tempting to see echoes of this mystery of Egyptian plagues in later literature, and quite easy to speculate it might dimly underlie the biblical tale of the plagues of Egypt in Exodus. Those famous 10 plagues, including pestilence on cattle, boils on people, are a religious memory rather than a strict historical record, sure, but they do demonstrate how deeply disease was associated with divine punishment in ancient thought. Similarly, there's another biblical account, the outbreak of tumors and illness among the Philistines after seizing the Ark of the Covenant. It might preserve a folk memory of an epidemic in Iron Age Canaan. In that story, the Philistines returned the captured Ark, along with the golden images of rats and tumors as guilt offerings. An intriguing detail, since rats, as you know, would later be linked to plague transmission in the bubonic plagues of the Common Era. While we must be a little cautious about reading legend as history and history as legend, such texts suggest that communities in ancient Egypt and the Near East had a long-standing cultural narrative to make sense of the sudden mass sickness that they occasionally faced. Of course, the ancient world puts everything into its own terms. It's up to us to make sense of it in the modern era. Now, by the Iron Age, that is the first millennium BCE, larger empires kept official chronicles that sometimes noted epidemics. The Neo-Assyrian Empire provides a striking example of how plagues could intertwine with politics. The Assyrian royal eponym lists recorded in the year 765 a plague occurred in the land, and again in 759 another one. These outbreaks were severe enough that the normal state functions had to go on pause for a whole year. The Assyrian king did not go on his annual military campaign because of it either. The empire was also racked by internal revolts in the aftermath, as 763 to 58, and later historians conjectured that the trauma of disease, combined with a rare solar eclipse seen as an evil omen, fueled unrest among a population fearing divine wrath. In Assyrian ideology, the king was the high priest of the war god, Ashur, and he was expected to ensure the god's favor. A plague and an eclipse, back to back. Well, that would have been perceived as an enormous divine anger. The priest is not doing his job. What is telling that shortly after these events, Assyria entered a period of comparative decline, at least until strong rulers could restore order, but that's a task in itself. Plague, eclipse, revolt. It reads like a scene from an ancient apocalypse, and indeed later generations may have drawn inspiration from this convergence of disasters. Think about the Hebrew prophet Jonah's tale of warning Nineveh, perhaps an inspiration. So really, the ancient Near East and Egypt furnish the earliest plague narratives, and they're characterized by a mix of religious interpretation and practical action. On one hand, the texts that we have, at least the ones that we've translated and pulled out of the ground so far, emphasize appeasing gods thought to be afflicting disease, and on the other we see concrete measures like isolating the sick, burning corpses, applying disinfectants like lime. The outcomes were equally far-reaching. Plagues toppled kings, halted wars, stirred social turmoil. They became part of a cultural memory, etched in clay tablets and papyrus, both historical fact and a moral lesson. And who knows, maybe over in those linear A and linear B script-using societies, perhaps once we translate them, they will tell their own stories of plagues. We just don't know yet. Fingers crossed we'll figure out more and I have to remake this video in 10 years' time or something for all the lovely new information we have. Well, of course, it's not all just about the Near East and Egypt. The ancient world's a lot bigger than that. Themes of the plague would resonate in other civilizations as well. So let's move on to South and East Asia and have a look at their experiences. While the ancient Near East was grappling with Bronze Age epidemics, the civilizations of South Asia and East Asia, well, they weren't immune to the specter of plague either. However, the documentation of ancient epidemics in these regions is a little sparser and often blended with legend or later recording. But don't worry, there's still important clues about how early societies in India and China confronted widespread diseases. Let's start with India. One of the earliest references to a plague-like epidemic comes from Buddhist literature, rather than any royal annals. The Ratana Sutta, a Buddhist scripture in the Pali language, describes an outbreak of disease and famine in the city of Vaisali, present-day Vaishali in Bihar, during Buddha's lifetime, traditionally dated to the 5th century BCE. The city was said to be afflicted by a devastating plague that caused many deaths. According to the account, the Buddha's response was to have his disciple Ananda recite the Ratana Sutta while walking through the city, sprinkling water as a blessing. Well, guess what? Miraculously, as the story goes, the epidemic subsided thereafter. This event was so famed that the Ratana Sutta came to be used as a protective chant in the Theravada Buddhist communities, a kind of spiritual prophylactic, I suppose. Well, although modern historians treat this miraculous element with quite a bit of understandable skepticism, the story does show the real aspect of ancient Indian responses to the plague, the use of ritual and charity. It is said that Vaisali's people, guided by the Buddha, not only performed recitations but also improved sanitation, disposing of unburied corpses, that is, and also giving alms to appease spirits. Indian texts often conflate epidemics with divine or demonic forces. For example, attributing smallpox to the wrath of the goddess Shitala in later folklore. But they also include early forms of medical knowledge. Ayurvedic treatises, like the works of Susruta, that is 1st millennium BCE, recognized contagious diseases and advised isolation of patients and fumigations of homes with medical smoke. So, kind of similar to the Near East, ancient India had a sort of dual approach. Empirical precautions alongside these spiritual remedies. Well, let's move east now, to ancient China, and we find that imperial histories dutifully noted outbreaks of disease, though often a little tersely. The Chinese concept of disease was tied to the mandate of heaven. Natural disasters and epidemics could be interpreted as signs that a ruler had lost heaven's favor. Thus, court chronicles would report epidemics almost as a formality, sometimes without detail, but just enough to indicate that they were a recurring challenge. For example, let's look at the Han dynasty, especially in the later days. There were several significant epidemics in that time. Chinese records tell us that around 161 to 171 CE, a series of deadly outbreaks struck the Han Empire. One especially lethal episode in 162 hit the army camps in the western provinces of the Han realm. It was noted that in some garrisons, up to 40% of the soldiers perished. This cluster of epidemics in the 160s to 70s is remarkably close in the time to the Great Antonine Plague happening in the Roman Empire, and don't worry, we'll get to it. In fact, some scholars have wondered if it was the same pandemic, possibly smallpox, traveling along that old Silk Road. It brought a lot more than silk, unfortunately. Chinese accounts mention that after 166 CE, strange diseases were widespread. By one report, outbreaks recurred almost every year up to 179. The Han dynasty was already under strain from corruption and rebellion. The Yellow Turban Revolt had broke out in 184, and the toll of pestilence just added to the chaos. One Han official lamented that in the wake of the epidemic, there were not enough living to bury the dead in some regions. Well, that gives you a bit of a picture of how bad things were. China's quite famous for having these huge disasters where millions upon millions of people just suddenly fall dead. Well, despite the brevity of the official records, we know the ancient Chinese society had proactive responses to epidemics. Emperors would perform special rituals and offer sacrifices to heaven and various gods to plead for relief from disease. They might also issue edicts waiving taxes or freeing prisoners, hoping to appease heaven's wrath. On a practical level, ancient Chinese medical understanding grew from these crises. Texts from the late Han and subsequent Three Kingdoms period discuss warm toxin epidemics. By the 3rd century CE, physicians like Zhang Zhongjing were writing about febrile epidemics and how to treat them with herbal formulations. There was even an early form of inoculation practiced against smallpox in China. It's a bit gross. They used to blow dried pox scabs into the nose. Well, that was centuries or two later. But the groundwork, a realization that surviving a disease could confer immunity, was hinted at in ancient times. Yet, like elsewhere, the Chinese also used quarantine measures. Historical anecdotes mention officials setting up checkpoints to prevent people from fleeing plague-ridden areas and spreading the illness. City gates could be closed and travel restricted during the worst outbreaks. In both India and China, you can see how cultural context shaped the reactions, can't you? Indian epics and Puranas reference plague-like conditions, occasionally as divine karma. And as for the Chinese Confucian ethics, well, they stress the emperor's duty to provide relief in disasters, lest he lose his legitimacy. And we all know what happens when they lose their legitimacy. Off with the heads, of course. While these societies did not usually personify plague as a specific god, like Mesopotamia did with Nergal, but they certainly viewed epidemic diseases as something beyond mere human control, either karmic or cosmic in origin. Still, their people were far from helpless. The evidence shows organized community efforts to care for the sick, rudimentary public health steps, and the preservation of lessons learned in medical writings. This all meant that when truly massive pandemics emerged, these regions had at least some knowledge to draw on, even if the scale of morality could still be staggering. Well, now with an understanding of how ancient Asia dealt with epidemics, let's turn to the classical Mediterranean world, where historians like Thucydides and physicians like Galen left some of the most detailed early accounts of pandemic disease. Thank you for your hard work, the ancient writers preserving that for us to enjoy. During the Peloponnesian War, in 430 BCE, the city of Athens was struck by a horrific summer plague. The Athenian plague, as it's called, stands out as one of antiquity's most famous epidemic events, largely thanks to the vivid account written by the historian Thucydides, who actually lived through the entire thing. You see, at that time, Athens, crowded with citizens and war refugees sheltering behind its walls hiding from the Spartans, became a breeding ground for disease. The sickness first appeared, as Thucydides notes, in the port of Piraeus, and then exploded through the congested city. It was said maybe by hearsay, to have originated in Ethiopia and passed through Egypt and Persia, then arriving in Athens. Modern epidemiologists have debated the exact identity of the plague, with a typhoid fever being a strong candidate based on DNA evidence from a mass grave. But what matters most is the impact recorded by observers. So let's get back to Thucydides, because we are really lucky to have this account from his History of the Persian War. It provides a clinical description of the symptoms and a gripping portrayal of the social breakdown. Victims were suddenly seized by burning fevers, redness, inflammation in the eyes, and their tongues and throats bleeding or emitting an unusually foul breath. Many suffered violent coughing fits, vomiting, ulcerated bowels leading to fatal diarrhea. Those who survived the initial phase often experienced a terrible bout of delirium or exhaustion, sometimes losing fingers, eyes, or even memory. But that's if they were lucky to recover at all, if lucky is the word we use for it. This disease was highly lethal. It killed an estimated 1/3 of Athens' population in just 2 to 3 years. Not even the Athenian statesman Pericles, as great as he was spared. He succumbed in 429, along with many of his family members. With so many dead, the normal Athenian funeral customs completely collapsed. Thucydides recounts of how bodies were piled up without proper burial, and desperate people would shove aside others' corpses to cremate their own kin, or just resort to throwing them into mass graves. The fear of contagion made even close relatives reluctant to tend to the sick, or in the worst cases even mourn the deceased at all. Behind the physical toll, Thucydides emphasizes the psychological and moral impact of the dilemma, as death seemed to strike at random and the cure, well, there was no cure. Of course, this plunged the entire city into chaos. Lawlessness gripped the city. People stopped caring for social norms or justice, reasoning that life might be just too short for those things, so one should snatch whatever fleeting pleasure or advantage they could. The usual awe of gods and laws, it all diminished. After all, prayers and sacrifices had proven completely useless in stopping the plague, so what else were the ancient people to do? Now this sounds out of character for Athens. It was always celebrated for its piety and order, but it had now descended into a kind of chaos where, as Thucydides put it, people dared to do freely the things they would have hidden before. Whatever that means. Either way, they expected they would not live to face the consequences anyway. This breakdown of social order, the Greek term used is anomia, by the way, lawlessness, well, it had quite the effect on the fabric of Athenian society, and is thought to have undermined the unity and morale that was needed for the war effort against the Spartans. And indeed, some historians link the plague to Athens' eventual defeat. While not the sole cause, of course, it certainly robbed Athens of many soldiers and leaders, and eroded that social cohesion that Pericles had celebrated in his famous funeral oration just prior to the outbreak. And another thing, too, the Spartans were usually camped outside the walls, making siege, but as soon as the plague broke out, well, they figured they may as well just go home. The plague was going to do the heavy lifting for them, and it could kill many people within Sparta's walls than the Spartans could ever hope to do outside of them. But interestingly, Thucydides also notes a form of immunity. Those who survived the plague seem to have resistance to getting it again, and their blood he speculated, might hold a cure for others. This recognition that survivors could nurse the sick without falling ill a second time is one of the earliest observations of immunity in history. It hints that careful observers like Thucydides were groping towards scientific insights, even amid all the horror. And one could imagine, too, the medical experts of the day just racking their brains, trying to figure out the best way to combat the horror. You must feel sorry for them a little bit, doing the best they can with what they had. All in vain. Maybe they knew that it was all in vain. I don't know. Anyway, the plague of Athens certainly left its mark on the Greek consciousness. Later writers, such as the Roman poet Lucretius, used Thucydides' description as the basis for their own plague narratives. He ends his philosophical poem On the Nature of Things with a graphic account of the Athenian plague, showing the randomness of the violence of nature. As for the Athenians themselves, they built a new temple to Apollo, the god of healing. After the plague, they certainly needed that, and cults of healing gods like Asclepius gained more prominence. We also see in the philosophical texts that follow a grappling with the fragility of human life and communities. It is worth noting, too, that Athens was not the only Greek city to face an epidemic disaster. Earlier, in the mythic tales like Homer's Iliad, a plague is sent by Apollo on the Greek army besieging Troy, when the king Agamemnon offends the god's priest. This legendary plague, with arrows of Apollo carrying the disease, reflects how the Greeks imagined epidemics as divine punishment in their storytelling. In historical times, other cities too suffered outbreaks. Sparta experienced their own plague in 430 BCE as well, though it was far less deadly. And in 426, a renewed wave hit Athens. In the 4th century BCE, during the siege of Syracuse, 396, that is, Syracuse being in Sicily, right about the east coast actually, a Carthaginian invading force was almost annihilated by a sudden pestilence in their camp. The Carthaginian general Himilco lost most of his army to that plague, enabling the Syracusan Greeks under Dionysius to defeat the invaders. Greek medical writers, notably Hippocrates of the 5th century, also wrote treatises titled Epidemics, which, while not about one great plague event, will certainly document various disease outbreaks in different locales. The Hippocratic texts show Greek physicians attempting rational explanations for the disease. Bad air, imbalances of humors, rather than attributing them to capricious gods. Now, while the science was a little bit off, give them credit for doing their best, it is interesting to see them in these earlier times move away from more divine explanations. They're trying to make sense of it in a secular manner. They're trying to think about more practical measures. And I suppose they deserve a pat on the head for that. Good job. Of course, this shift to naturalistic thinking was accelerated perhaps by the experiences of the Athenian plague, where traditional religion provided very little solution, and perhaps maybe just a tiny bit of solace. So to sum all of it up, classical Greece's encounter with the plague, epitomized by the Athenian epidemic, was quite a turning point. It showed that the devastating demographic impact that an epidemic could have on a city-state, and it could change the course of a major war, and provided a lesson in humility regarding human control over nature. The detailed records by Thucydides became a template for understanding plagues scientifically and morally. So as we leave Greece to go over to Rome, we will see that the Romans, of course being the inheritors of Greek knowledge, had their own calamitous plagues to deal with, some of which they documented through the pens of physicians and bishops, giving us further insight into ancient pandemics. So we all know the Roman Empire at its height was a vast, interconnected realm. Now most of the time it was a strength, but when it became to infectious disease, well, interconnectedness becomes quite a weakness. Trade routes and legions could carry pathogens swiftly from one end of the empire to the other. Two particularly massive pandemics hit Rome in the first few centuries AD, testing one of the empire's resilience. First of all, the Antonine Plague in the 2nd century and the Plague of Cyprian in the 3rd. Each of these plagues killed millions across the empire and had far-reaching societal effects. So let's start with the Antonine Plague, 165 to 180. Named, of course, for the ruling dynasty of emperors Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, that being the Antonines. It's widely believed to have been an outbreak of smallpox, introduced into the Roman Empire by troops returning from a war in the Near East. The historian Cassius Dio, along with the physician Galen, both gave reports of this plague. Galen actually witnessed it himself in 168 in Rome and later in Asia Minor, and he also described the symptoms such as fever, diarrhea, a skin eruption covering the body with pustules. Sounds all pretty familiar for plagues. Modern analysis of these descriptions strongly points to smallpox, a highly contagious virus. The disease likely began around 165, when the Roman soldiers fighting in Mesopotamia against the Parthian Empire were struck with a strange illness. One legend claims the plague started in the city of Seleucia after the Romans opened a temple chest. A pretty unlikely story, but it does signify how sudden and baffling the outbreak was. From the Near East, the sickness spread rapidly westward. By 166 CE, it had reached Rome, the capital, perhaps carried by soldiers and merchants. As for the mortality, well, that was astonishing. Witnesses at the time noted that in many communities, 1 in 10 people perished. In the city of Rome itself, at the plague's peak of around 189, as many as 2,000 people were dying every day. We have a report of this daily death toll from a church source some century later, likely drawing on the city annals. We might have lost the annals, but we still have that church source. The empire's total population at the time was about 75 million. Historians estimate that the Antonine Plague killed somewhere between 5 and 10 million. Now that makes it one of the deadliest outbreaks on record, if we're going to trust the figures of the estimate. Marcus Aurelius, who was also a Stoic philosopher I'm sure you know, wrote in his meditations during these years reflections on the brevity of life, perhaps influenced by seeing so much death all around him. But don't think that the upper class was spared. Legions of the aristocracy died, leaving gaps in local governing councils across the provinces. This, of course, led to a shortfall of experienced administrators and even candidates for office in some towns. Economically, the plague caused labor shortages on farms and in workshops. With fewer taxpayers and soldiers, the imperial government felt the strain. Marcus Aurelius had to recruit slaves, gladiators, even mercenaries from Germania to replenish the army. I tell you what, though, if you're going to replenish an army, a bunch of 7-foot-tall German barbarians is probably a pretty good idea. Anyway, offensive campaigns on the frontiers were postponed or abandoned completely, either because the troops were just too few, or the ones that they had were, well, too sick to fight. But we always see signs of religious shifts. Some Romans, fearful and seeking answers, turned to new deities or philosophies. The cult of Apollo Medicus, Apollo as healer, was promoted. A statue of Apollo Alexakos, the averter of evil, was erected in one town with hopes of divine intervention. The psychological impact of the Antonine Plague was understandably quite immense. When one contemporary wrote that the epidemic destroyed not only a few people, but rampaged across whole cities and destroyed them like a beast. Many must have felt civilization itself was under assault by some unseen entity. Yet as we know, the empire did survive, albeit changed. When the plague finally receded around 180, it left a more fearful population and perhaps an erosion of faith in the old pagan rituals, which had not stopped the calamity. Notably, the growth of Christianity in the next century has been partly attributed to these plagues. Christians often cared for the sick, buried the dead, and they earned admiration for their compassion. With the admiration, of course, came a few converts, in contrast to the sometimes indifferent responses from the officials. Though this trend is more clearly seen in the later 3rd century plague, seeds were planted in the Antonine crisis. Barely a century later came the plague of Cyprian, 249 to 270, which was, if anything, even more devastating in its prolonged fury. This epidemic is named after St. Cyprian, the bishop of Carthage in Roman North Africa, who left quite a detailed account of the plague's symptoms and moral impact in his sermons and work titled On Mortality. The illness began around Easter of 250, reportedly in the region of Ethiopia, similar to the Athenian plague's supposed origin, and spread northward into the Roman world. It is described as affecting the entire known world at the time, which suggests a pandemic reaching beyond just the Roman Empire's borders. In Alexandria, Carthage, Rome, even as far as the Persian Empire, people were struck down by this mysterious illness. Cyprian's description is pretty harrowing. The plague caused relentless diarrhea and vomiting, a high fever, throat ulcers that rendered victims unable to speak or swallow, conjunctival bleeding, that is, blood coming from the eyes, and in some cases, gangrene of the extremities. Many sufferers went blind or deaf. The onslaught was so sudden and the body so ravaged that Cyprian wrote, the pain in the eyes and limbs so weak that some would flee their own beds only to collapse. Death often followed swiftly after a short period of intense suffering. Modern medical historians have proposed everything from viral hemorrhagic fever, like Ebola, to pandemic influenza or cholera for this disease, but no consensus exists. What is clear is its infectiousness and high fatality. At its height, the plague of Cyprian was said to kill 5,000 people a day, and that's just in Rome alone. A number are quoted by the bishop Dionysius of Alexandria and other sources. This figure, even if exaggerated, indicates the impression of an apocalyptic level of mortality. In the city of Alexandria, one contemporary account claims 2/3 of the population fell ill at one point or another. The plague raged in waves for nearly 20 years, periodically flaring up in different regions. It coincided with the crisis of the 3rd century, a time when the Roman Empire was also reeling from civil wars, barbarian invasions, and a complete economic collapse. It felt like the end of the world for sure, for those who had to live through it. Well, Cyprian himself certainly seemed to think that. But what about societal reactions? Well, they were telling. In many cities, basic services completely broke down. In Alexandria, the bishop Dionysius wrote that the rich fled to their country estates, leaving the poor to die, and that often bodies lay unburied in the streets. A kind of social paralysis had set in, born of fear. Cyprian, however, urged his fellow Christians not to recoil but to double down on caring for the sick, not only their fellow believers but also their pagan neighbors. This charitable response, of course, won the aforementioned admiration that we've talked about, drawing more people toward the Christian faith. And it was quite comforting that they would preach of hope in an afterlife amid the present horrors. Kind of takes the edge off the impending doom. Meanwhile, some pagan authorities reacted by scapegoating. The Emperor Decius, shortly before, had initiated harsh persecutions of Christians in 250, partly perhaps in a bid to appease the gods he believed were angry and causing the plague. Later, when Decius died, ironically not from plague but in battle, and further emperors came in and went in quick succession, the stability of the empire was in complete ruin. The plague certainly did exacerbate manpower shortages in the legions, making it difficult to fend off external threats, and there were plenty of them. But it also disrupted agriculture and trade, contributing to famine conditions in some provinces. There is an archaeological discovery in Luxor, that's quite poignant. That is, ancient Thebes in Egypt. It shows the desperate measures taken. A large bonfire site and lime kilns were found, evidently used to burn and sanitize the remains of Cyprian plague victims on an industrial scale. The fact that a grand funerary complex was repurposed as nothing more than a mass cremation site. Well, if that doesn't speak volumes about how overwhelmed the normal systems had become, I don't know what will. Well, as for the site itself, it was subsequently abandoned, likely acquiring a sinister reputation as a ground tainted by death. But from a cultural perspective, people saw the plague of Cyprian through the lens of their own beliefs. Pagans blamed Christians or foreign cults angering the gods, and Christians, like Cyprian, interpreted the plague as a test of faith, an opportunity to witness one's moral fortitude and the transient nature of life. In one of his sermons, Cyprian admonished not to grieve for plague victims, who as Christians would be in heaven, but rather to use the crisis to show love for others. Such attitudes not only provided comfort but helped strengthen the organizational role of the church. When the plague finally waned in the 270s, the empire emerged battered and bruised. Some historians argue that the population loss contributed to the empire's shift towards a more regional and less urbanized economy, and it accelerated changes such as the fortification of cities and the increased authority of military commanders in the provinces. The plague of Cyprian thus was both a humanitarian disaster, but also a catalyst for transformation. It is worth noting, however, that plagues did not disappear after the 3rd century, not out of the woods yet. There were smaller outbreaks in the 4th and 5th centuries. For example, an epidemic in 444 CE in Britain, recorded by chroniclers, and occasional outbreaks in the Eastern Roman Empire. However, none were as globally devastating until the next great pandemic in the 6th century, which we will now turn to. Long before the Black Death of the 14th century, there was another pandemic on comparable scale, the plague of Justinian, also called the Justinianic Plague, often termed the First Plague Pandemic. This series of plague waves began in 541 CE, during the reign of the Byzantine Emperor Justinian I, and recurred intermittently, until about 750. It is the first unmistakable appearance of bubonic plague, Yersinia pestis, in the historical record. Because of improved documentation and the nature of the disease, we've got quite a clearer picture of the origin, spread, and effects of this pandemic. According to contemporary accounts, the plague originated somewhere in the east. Some sources say the edges of India, or perhaps the steppe of China. And modern research says it may have incubated in the rodent populations of Central Asia. It then traveled along trade routes westward. The first outbreak hit the Byzantine garrison town of Pelusium in Egypt's Nile Delta in 541. Egypt, of course, was a logical entry point. It was a breadbasket of the empire and a crossroad of the African-Asian trade. And so, from Egypt, the disease spread to Constantinople by early 542. The Byzantine historian Procopius gives a pretty gripping eyewitness account of what followed. He describes people developing the classic plague symptoms: delirium, sudden fever, and most tellingly, swellings in the groin, armpits, or behind the ears, the buboes that turned black and oozed pus. Pretty gross, I know. Some victims fell into a coma. Others became frenzied with hallucinations. If it was me, I'd want the coma. I wouldn't want to have to deal with that sort of stuff while I'm awake. Just put me in the coma. Of course, many died within days. A few lingered, suffering for a few weeks. Procopius even notes that while some infected individuals could recover, others died almost immediately after the first signs. The sight of these painful buboes left little doubt that this was the dreaded bubonic plague, a disease not previously documented in the Mediterranean lands. Its true home, of course, was among the rodent colonies in more distant regions. Of course, the plague in Constantinople was completely devastating. Procopius claims at its peak the city saw 10,000 deaths per day. Modern historians suspect that to be a little bit inflated, but even if that true figure was a fraction of it, it's still pretty staggering, you must admit. By Procopius's estimate, over 1/3 of the capital's inhabitants perished in a few months. As bodies accumulated, regular burial services failed. And there is a gruesome description, too, of how the emperor's men had to stuff corpses into towers or fortifications, or load them on ships to be dumped at sea, simply to keep up with the death toll. Of course, imagine the smell. It was everywhere, and the constant wail of mourners came with it, for those who still bothered to do the mourning. Emperor Justinian himself, well, he ended up catching the plague, but surprise, surprise, against the odds he recovered. Some saw that as proof of divine favor, others as a kind of dark irony. Well, from Constantinople, the plague radiated out across Europe, the Middle East, and possibly into Asia and Africa. Over the next 2 centuries, waves of this plague would erupt. It reached the Italian peninsula, thwarting some of Justinian's wars to reconquer the West. It swept through Gaul, the Frankish territories, and even as far as the British Isles. The chronicler, Gregory of Tours, in Frankish Gaul, wrote of a terrible plague around 543, in which swollen glands were the telltale sign, and cities like Clermont were emptied of inhabitants. The Eastern Mediterranean and Near East were repeatedly scourged. The plague hit Antioch, Alexandria, Jerusalem, Persian cities, and so on. In the year 544, the Persian Shah Khosrow I was said to have observed the plague decimating his armies, and agreed to a truce with the Byzantines. So pestilence achieved what in diplomacy could not, I suppose, holding a war. albeit temporarily. Well, you take what you can get. In descriptions by John of Ephesus, the Evagrius Scholasticus, two other contemporaries mention whole villages being wiped out, and survivors wandering in a daze, believing that the end of time had truly come. The long-term effects of the Justinian pandemic were pretty profound. It struck during a crucial period when Emperor Justinian was attempting to restore Roman imperial glory by reconquering lost western provinces. The sudden loss of population and tax revenue hampered by these campaigns, historians have argued that the Byzantine Empire was significantly weakened by that too. The armies had trouble finding recruits too. So many men had just died, and the empire's finances were drained by both the cost of war and the emergency public health response. Talk about mass grave digging, cleanup, charity, that sort of thing. It all has a price tag in the end. Some scholars even link this plague to the later Arab conquest of the 7th century. A weakened Byzantine and Persian state, with diminished manpower and resources, was less able to resist the rapid expansion of the new Islamic Caliphate from the 630s onwards. While many factors were at play, the plague's attrition is often cited as an undermining factor for both the Byzantine and Sasanian Persian empires, which were of course the top players of late antiquity. Now, culturally, the Justinian plague reinforced apocalyptic beliefs. This 6th century was also marked by unusual climate events. A volcanic eruption in 536, causing cooling and crop failures. So yeah, people probably felt that nature was certainly in upheaval. The gods flipping the monopoly board upside down sort of thing. Procopius, who elsewhere wrote quite rationally, lapsed into moralizing in his secret writings. He insinuated that the plague was divine punishment for Emperor Justinian's sins, even calling Justinian a demon responsible for the evil. You better hope that the emperor does not see that public journal. Well, you'd hope it's not public, private journal rather. The church organized processions and prayers. One famous story from Rome in 590 describes Pope Gregory the Great leading a penitential procession and supposedly seeing an apparition of the archangel Michael sheathing his sword atop Hadrian's mausoleum, signaling the end of suffering. That also gave the tomb its later name, by the way, Castle St. Angelo, the Castle of the Holy Angel. Well, over the roughly 200-year course of the first pandemic, estimates of total death are pretty speculative. But the toll was certainly in the tens of millions, across Eurasia, Africa, everywhere. Some regions took generations to recover demographically. For instance, the city of Constantinople might have lost 40% of its population. And with subsequent waves every 10 to 15 years, well, population growth was quite stunted. But on the other hand, and just like in later times, those who survived found their economic position quite improved. With labor scarce, wages could rise, land was more available. A bit of a foreshadowing what would happen after the Black Death. Society also became more localized. Long-distance trade shrunk for a time due to fear of contagion. And the breakdown of networks, contributing to an early medieval economy, was quite a bit more insular. By 750, the plague finally faded out. Why? We don't know. It may have been the decline of easy trade routes or evolutionary changes in the plague bacterium or its host reservoirs. Well, lucky for the people of that time, they enjoyed a respite from global pandemic until at least the 14th century. But the collective memory of those ancient plagues did not disappear. In the Middle East, early Islamic historians recorded the accounts of the plague of Amwas, that is Amwas in Palestine, 639 CE, and others, ensuring that even in later centuries people looked back on those events for guidance. Now, just for an example, Islamic law incorporated ideas about not leaving or entering plague zones, echoing earlier practices. The first great woman in history of whom we are informed. This is how the Egyptologist James Henry Breasted described Queen Hatshepsut. And indeed, the life of Hatshepsut reads like an ancient epic. A royal princess who became a queen and then boldly assumed the throne as pharaoh and ruled successfully for over 2 decades. It's an extraordinary story, so extraordinary that later rulers tried to erase her very name from the pages of history. Yet through her ambitious building projects, daring trade expeditions, and the sheer audacity of her reign, hers is a legacy that refused to vanish. So today, we'll journey through the life of Hatshepsut chronologically, from her early years as a princess of Egypt to her unprecedented reign as a female pharaoh, and finally to the debates and mysteries that have long surrounded her rule. It's a tale of power, innovation, and intrigue, told with an academic lens, of course, but we'll try and keep it as entertaining as possible, as if we're uncovering one of those long buried inscriptions together. But indeed, where are my manners? Let me welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers and welcome back to those returning. Do me a favor, click the like and subscribe button and leave a little comment down below. Certainly helps the algorithm. And thank you for those supporting on the Patreon and the ones who checked out the merch store. Much appreciated. Now with no further ado and with all that out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed and take it slow as we walk through the life of Hatshepsut. And so our story begins around 1507 to 1505 BCE in Egypt's illustrious 18th dynasty. What a time to be alive. A family of pharaohs were forging a new era of prosperity. She was the eldest daughter of the pharaoh Thutmose I and his great royal wife, Queen Ahmose. Her father, Thutmose, was a charismatic and successful warrior king who was pretty famed for expanding Egypt's frontiers. One famous tale from his reign recounts how he hung the defeated chief of Nubia from the prow of his ship as a warning to Egypt's enemies. That ought to show them. Growing up in Thebes, young Hatshepsut would have been immersed in the grandeur of her father's court. As a princess, she likely observed rituals in Karnak temple and learned the responsibilities that came with her royal blood. And so, from an early age, she was prepared for significant religious and political roles. She held the title of God's wife of Amun, the high-ranking priestess of the state god Amun, which gave her influence in the powerful priesthood of Thebes. This role would later bolster her claim to the throne, but we'll get to that shortly. But before we do, let's discuss her name for a second. You know, Egyptian names, they always have those meanings that are quite literal. The name Hatshepsut itself actually means foremost of noble women. She certainly didn't disappoint in that promise, the very name itself a foreshadowing of her future reign. But she had several half-brothers too. Unfortunately, 2 of the elder ones died in youth. The surviving male heir of Thutmose I was a son by a secondary wife, and he would reign as Thutmose II. To strengthen the succession, the teenage Hatshepsut was married to him, uniting the royal lineage. At around the age of 12, Hatshepsut became Queen of Egypt as the great royal wife of Thutmose II. Now that might sound a little bit strange to us today. Why don't you take a seat over there, Thutmose? But such sibling royal marriages were traditional, never meant to preserve the divine bloodline. As queen consort, Hatshepsut likely took an active role in court life and religious ceremonies. We know that she and Thutmose II did have one child, a daughter named Neferure. Hatshepsut doted on her, and the princess was often depicted in art, sometimes shown wearing the sidelock of youth and even a false beard, that is symbols usually reserved for kings. Neferure's prominence hints that Hatshepsut was already breaking convention, grooming her daughter for an important destiny. As for Thutmose II's reign, well, that was pretty short, possibly only 3 to 13 years, and by all accounts and measurements, pretty unremarkable. Sorry to disappoint you, he just didn't really do much. Not really his fault. Ancient sources suggest he was frail and young, so Hatshepsut's experience and royal pedigree made her a strong partner in governance, and they ruled together until tragedy struck. Thutmose II died in his 20s, leaving the throne to his infant son by a lesser wife, by the way, Thutmose III. And this is where Hatshepsut seems to step in. With Thutmose all dead and gone, around 1479, the throne passed to Thutmose III. Hatshepsut was now in her mid-20s, and she faced a pretty important decision. Traditionally, when a pharaoh died leaving a very young heir, the queen or another close relative would act as a regent, governing until the child came of age and could rule. As the child's stepmother and aunt, Hatshepsut was the logical choice for the regency. She had royal authority, experience, and, most importantly, the support of key officials and other nobles. Indeed, an inscription on the tomb of Inenni, a high official who had served Thutmose I and II, records how Hatshepsut assumed control as follows. His son stood in his place as king of the two lands. His sister, the divine consort Hatshepsut, settled the affairs of the two lands by reason of her plans. Egypt was made to labor with bowed head for her. Well, these words of Inenni, etched on his tomb walls, are pretty telling. They credited Hatshepsut with competent rule at the very start of Thutmose III's reign, indicating that she was running the government with quite a bit of efficiency, certainly off to a good start. So at first Hatshepsut fulfilled the expected role of regent. She did not immediately take the title of pharaoh. Instead, she managed the administration in the name of the young Thutmose III. Early depictions show her standing dutifully behind the boy king in scenes, as a traditional queen mother would. But you may have guessed that Hatshepsut was no ordinary regent. She was, as Breasted said in the introduction, a great woman with a strong vision. Over the next few years, that came into play. She systematically consolidated power. She ensured that key positions were held by loyalists. For example, Hapuseneb, the high priest of Amun, became her chief advisor, and other trusted courtiers, like her steward Senenmut, rose in influence. These officials had often served her father or husband before, so continuity was maintained. Notably, Hatshepsut began to take on pharaonic privileges, even as a regent. Relief carvings at Karnak Temple show her making offerings to the gods on behalf of the king, an act usually reserved for the pharaoh himself. She even adopted the 5 royal names, that is a protocol for kingship, and started being referred to with titles like Lady of the Two Lands, just a feminized version of the king's title. This period must have been pretty delicate. You see, she had to project authority to keep the kingdom stable, but also respect this act that the young and inept Thutmose III was the real king. Kind of humoring the whole situation, I suppose. She managed this balancing act for several years, all while strengthening her reputation as Egypt's de facto ruler. Now at some point, perhaps about 7 years into the regency, Hatshepsut took a momentous step. She assumed the full powers and symbols of kingship. She effectively crowned herself Pharaoh of Egypt. And that's not in opposition to Thutmose. This wasn't a usurpation, but rather ruling alongside him. So in practical terms, she was effectively the senior co-ruler. Now this is a bit different. Usually when you want to take the top job, you have to stab the previous guy in the back. But that just did not seem to happen here. And so, she adopted a royal throne name, Carrhae. Now you might have heard that word before, Mart. Now, that means the cosmic order. And then we have the Ka of Re. So we have Carrhae, these 3 Egyptian words. So really it means the cosmic order is the Ka of Re. The Ka is like the soul. Well, of course, she used this name and began to be depicted in traditional regalia of a male pharaoh, and that includes the Nemes headdress, the kilt, and of course, you can't forget the false beard. A striking relief from around this time shows a slim and graceful Hatshepsut transforming. Previously, she stood as a queen in a flowing dress, but by her 7th year as regent, she appears as a full-fledged king, with broad chest and kingly kilt. Now this change was not an attempt to fool anyone into thinking she was male. Don't get me wrong. In fact, she was not pretending to be a man at all. It wasn't like she was doing some kind of cross-dressing or something like this, but rather she was presenting herself in the only acceptable image of a pharaoh that the Egyptians recognized, that of a divine king, traditionally male. It was a calculated and brilliant use of imagery, set to legitimize her unprecedented rule. And so she buttressed her claim to the throne with a narrative of divine and royal approval. Of course, she had all the nobles on her side, people high up in high places. Certainly helps grease the wheels, doesn't it? In the temple of Karnak, and at her magnificent mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri, she commissioned reliefs to tell her story. In one inscription, purportedly the words of her father, Thutmose I, proclaims, "This daughter of mine, Hatshepsut, I have appointed as my successor upon the throne. She shall lead you. Obey her words." Well, that all sounds pretty good, doesn't it? But whether Thutmose actually designated Hatshepsut as heir is pretty doubtful. It would have been, if he did, extremely unusual. But the inscription served its purpose as the propaganda needed at the time, retroactively giving her a father's blessing. But even more dramatically, Hatshepsut actually asserted that the god Amun himself chose her. In the oracle of Amun at Karnak, priests announced the god's divine endorsement of her kingship. Hatshepsut later had this divine decree carved in stone. The words go as follows: "Welcome, my sweet daughter, my favorite, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Carrhae, Hatshepsut. Thou art pharaoh, taking possession of the 2 lands." By emphasizing both her earthly father's will and the heavenly father's decree, well, she crafted an unassailable legitimacy for herself. It's one thing to go against the old pharaoh, it's another thing to go against the gods themselves. who can argue against that? And so, it wasn't like she was seizing the throne by force. It was put across that she was simply fulfilling a destiny ordained by the divine and her royal lineage. Well, as a pharaoh, she maintained the balance of identities. She was a woman, sure, but also the son of Ra. That is one of the pharaoh's traditional titles. In inscriptions, she sometimes used feminine grammar, and sometimes masculine when referring to herself. One text proudly toggles between calling her His Majesty and Her Majesty, highlighting that Hatshepsut embodied both king and queen. In one poetic scene carved at Deir el-Bahri, the god Khnum is shown fashioning a child on a potter's wheel, and that child is the baby Hatshepsut. Amun proclaims he will raise her to be the ruler of Egypt. This divine birth myth reinforced that Hatshepsut was not just a woman who managed to become king, but she was meant to become king. No arguments. And so, by year 7 of young Thutmose's reign, around 1473, there was really no turning back. Egypt had 2 pharaohs on the throne, but it was obvious who was the dominant. And so, once Hatshepsut had secured her kingship, Egypt entered into a period of internal development and relative peace. Later chroniclers and historians concur that her reign was marked by prosperity and general peace too. While her predecessors, Thutmose I and her successor, Thutmose III, are famous for their military conquests, Hatshepsut had a little bit of a different strategy. She focused on economic growth, monumental architecture, and rebuilding the foundations of Egypt's wealth. She understood that a successful pharaoh maintained mart, order, and justice, that is, not only by victory in battle, but by feeding the gods and the people through prosperity. One of the greatest achievements of Hatshepsut's reign was the expedition to the land of Punt, a trading voyage that she herself commemorated in detail on the walls of her temple. Now, you might not have heard of Punt, and we're not exactly sure where it was. We have a bit of an idea. Modern scholarship sort of places it on the Red Sea coast, in what is now Somalia or Eritrea. Well, either way, it was a far-off and exotic land, rich in treasures that Egypt wanted. You're talking all the old, ancient staples: myrrh, frankincense, ivory, ebony, gold, incense, exotic animals too, and much more. So, around the 9th year of Hatshepsut's reign, she ordered a fleet of ships to be sent down the Nile to the Red Sea and beyond. Now, this was daring. Earlier pharaohs, sure, they'd traded with Punt, but such large-scale voyages like this were rare. Well, when the delegation returned, their pockets were full. Fabulous riches. 31 live myrrh trees were brought back and planted in the gardens of Deir el-Bahri, an astonishing feat, transplanting foreign trees into Egyptian soil. The reliefs vividly depict the people of Punt, including the Queen of Punt, identified as Queen Ati, who is shown with notable obesity and fonds of skin, an unvarnished, pretty realistic portrayal that still intrigues the viewer today. It's really something to see. Alongside the Queen are huts on stilts, incense trees being loaded onto Egyptian ships, and joyful Egyptians carrying away their treasure. This successful expedition not only provided Egypt with precious goods, but it also proclaimed Hatshepsut's reach as a ruler. She could obtain the bounties of far lands without having to wage war to get them. Instead of stealing them and looting, she could just talk and make a deal. What a novel idea. And so the treasures of Punt had practical and symbolic value. Hatshepsut was especially interested in incense and myrrh, which were used in temple rituals to please the gods. She even found a personal use for one exotic import, frankincense, the aromatic resin. According to later reports, she ground charred frankincense into coal eyeliner, making hers the first recorded use of the resin in cosmetics. We can imagine the queen pharaoh at her dressing table, applying this luxurious eye paint, its smoky scent, a reminder of her expedition's success. And such anecdotes kind of humanize her, don't you think? Blending that opulence with a bit of piety. Either way, the message was clear. Under Hatshepsut, Egypt was wealthy. The gods were happy, for she could shower the temples with incense, myrrh, and gold, thanks to this divine favor. But parallel to economic ventures, Hatshepsut invested heavily in monumental construction. She was one of the most prolific builders in Egyptian history. Everywhere across Egypt, she left her mark in stone, from the Delta in the north to Nubia in the south. At Karnak Temple in Thebes, the great sanctuary of Amun, Hatshepsut erected 2 towering obelisks to honor the god. These obelisks were feats of engineering. Each was about 30 meters high, nearly 100 feet, and weighed an estimated 350 tons. Carved from pink Aswan granite, they gleamed with a cap of electrum, a gold-silver alloy at the top, always catching the sun's rays. One inscription on the obelisks has Hatshepsut marveling at her own achievement, the quarrying, transport, and putting it up all accomplished just within 7 months. A remarkably short time, that's for sure, especially back then. In that text, she speaks to the future onlookers with pride and caution. Quote, "Truly, my heart turns this way and that, concerning with what people will say. Who shall see my monument years later? Beware of saying, I do not know why it was made." Interesting, huh? We hear the voice of a ruler who knew that what she was doing was unusual. She explicitly urges posterity not to underestimate her. These obelisks, as she put it, a mountain of fine gold, were made to stand the test of time and glorify Amun, showing that she, too, was a legitimate pharaoh. Indeed, one of these Karnak obelisks still stands today, the tallest ancient obelisk still standing in Egypt. Now, if that's not a testament to skillful engineering, I don't know what is. But undoubtedly, the crowning architectural glory is her mortuary temple at Deir al-Bahri, known in ancient time as Djeseru, the Holy of Holies. Nestled against the limestone cliffs on the west bank of Thebes, the temple is a masterpiece of design. Its 3 terraces rise gradually, connected by ramps adorned with colonnades of elegant square pillars. Design was coordinated by Senenmut, Hatshepsut's chief architect and confidant, and it was unlike any other temple of its time. On the walls of Deir al-Bahri, Hatshepsut had carved the grand narratives of her reign, the story of her divine birth, where the god Amun and her mother Ahmase conceive her, and the gods Khnum and Heket form and bless the child. Her coronation with the gods, and her earthly father affirming her right to rule, and the great expedition to Punt with all of its wonders. In effect, the temple's artwork was Hatshepsut's autobiography in stone, written for the gods and for eternity. Pilgrims and priests, and plenty of them, visiting the sanctuary would see these scenes and understand that Amun himself cherished this pharaoh. The temple also served as a place of worship for Hatshepsut's cult after her death, and honored Amun and other deities. Its harmonious architecture, aligned to the winter solstice sunrise, reflected Hatshepsut's reign: ordered, prosperous, in balance with cosmic order, in balance with Mart. Beyond Thebes, she commissioned building projects throughout Egypt. At Beni Hassan in Middle Egypt, she built a rock-cut temple, Speos Artemidos, dedicated to the lioness goddess Paquette. On its architrave, Hatshepsut left a powerful message about her rule. She famously denounced the recently expelled Hyksos, foreign Semitic rulers who had occupied northern Egypt in the previous era, and praised herself for restoring Egypt's temples too. Quote, "I have raised up that which was in ruins. I restored that which was destroyed." This statement, bold and concise, shows Hatshepsut positioning herself as a restorer of tradition. She claims to have rebuilt what the Asiatics had wrecked, a reference to damage or neglect during the Hyksos period, a century before. Now, by invoking the past chaos and her role in fixing it, Hatshepsut legitimized her unusual kingship as a return to normalcy and divine favor. Indeed, she carried out many restoration works. For example, she refurbished the precinct of Mut at Karnak, a venerable temple that had been ravaged in earlier turbulent times. Each restored shrine or new chapel was another brick in the edifice of her right to rule. So to administer her ambitious projects, she relied on a cadre of skilled and loyal officials. The royal steward, Senenmut, is a standout figure. Rising from a non-royal background, he became one of Hatshepsut's closest advisors. He supervised major building works, including the Dir al-Bahri temple, and was tutor to Princess Neferude, indicating the queen's deep trust in him. Senenmut's name appears on over 20 statues, and he was allowed to carve a humble graffito of himself standing before Hatshepsut's names in a niche at Aswan. Such privileges were pretty extraordinary, fueling later speculation, of course, that the two may have shared a special relationship. Well, whether they were lovers or not, that remains unknown. Neither Hatshepsut nor Senenmut left any explicit records of that, but you have to note the close association. But other officials like Hapuseneb, the high priest of Amun and vizier, and Nessi, who led the Punt expedition, they also had key roles. Hatshepsut surrounded herself with the most talented people she could find, who had served her father and husband, and this ensured continuity and loyalty. The government of Egypt ran effectively under her guidance. There's no records of revolt or crisis in her time, and that's a pretty good achievement. In fact, one of her proud inscriptions declares, "I have no enemies in old lands. All foreign lands are my subjects." A typical royal hyperbole, perhaps, but given the stability of her era, it might not actually be far off. Well, militarily, her reign was not completely devoid of activity. Though she did not personally lead conquests on the scale of other pharaohs, Egyptian armies did campaign during her lifetime, possibly under the nominal command of Thutmose III or her generals. There is evidence suggesting a minor campaign in Nubia, early in her reign, for instance, reliefs at Sahel, and an inscription by an official named Tai, indicating action in the 12th year that could correspond to Hatshepsut's rule. She also sent the expeditions to the Sinai to mine for turquoise, and to Byblos in Lebanon to secure cedar wood. These were routine missions to protect and enhance Egypt's resources. Notably, ancient writers like Manetho and later Josephus did not attribute any wars to Hatshepsut, whom they called Amasis, reinforcing the view that her reign was largely peaceful. Well, far from being a warrior king, Hatshepsut was a strategist. She kept Egypt's borders secure, likely through forts and diplomacy, while focusing on economic enlargement and spiritual legitimacy at home. This peace dividend benefited the common people too. Agriculture and trade flourished when soldiers were not off fighting distant wars. For about 22 years, Hatshepsut and Thutmose III officially co-reigned, but she was clearly the senior partner until the end of her life. Egypt enjoyed continuity. The young king grew up in the background, presumably receiving military training, while his stepmother/aunt managed the state affairs. Thutmose III as an adult must have recognized Hatshepsut's effective rule. Later evidence even suggests he named a daughter after her, though this is debated. Certainly he did not attempt to overthrow her, and appeared content to just wait his turn. But Hatshepsut, for her part, taught him carefully. He wasn't under house arrest. He was learning how to be a very good soldier. This arrangement was perhaps mutually beneficial. Egypt got a seasoned leader in Hatshepsut, and by the time Thutmose III took sole charge, he was mature, an experienced man, ready to embark on his famous military campaigns. In the 22nd year of Thutmose's reign, around 1458, Hatshepsut seems to disappear from the historical record. So it's presumed that she died around that time, as Thutmose III began counting his reign as sole pharaoh. At that time, she may have been in her mid-40s or 50s. Ancient Egyptian records are pretty silent on the cause of her death. No dramatic tales, no obvious foul play. Just silence. For a long time, her end was shrouded in mystery. But this is where modern science comes in and gives us a few little clues about her final days. Now, when I say modern, let's start in 1903. That still counts as modern when you're talking about things that happened 3,000 years ago. In 1903, archaeologist Howard Carter discovered an undecorated tomb, KV60 in the Valley of the Kings, containing 2 female mummies, one of which was later suspected to be Hatshepsut. A small box found in a different tomb cache bore Hatshepsut's name and contained a molar tooth. In 2007, researchers led by Dr. Zahi Hawaz matched that tooth to the jaw of the unidentified mummy from KV60, strongly suggesting that it was indeed Hatshepsut's remains. Testing of the mummy provided a poignant insight too. She likely died of natural causes, specifically illness. She appears to have suffered from bone cancer and, intriguingly, a toxic substance, benzopyrene, were found, possibly from a skin lotion in her possession. It seems the queen had chronic skin conditions, perhaps eczema or psoriasis, and was using a salve or cosmetic treatment to soothe it. Unbeknownst to her, the remedy contained carcinogenic chemicals, likely derived from tar or creosote, that could cause cancer. Thus, Hatshepsut may have inadvertently poisoned herself with her skincare routine. A pretty tragic footnote. The very cosmetics she loved might have led to her demise. The mummy also showed that she was overweight, had poor dental health, as one tooth was lost, causing an abscess, and also had arthritis. And this paints a humanizing picture. Hatshepsut in her last years, perhaps plagued by diabetes or discomfort, trying to ease her ailments while still running an empire. Well, ultimately she succumbed, and the throne passed without upheaval to Thutmose III, the junior co-king, who had waited for decades. Hatshepsut was likely buried in the royal tomb she had prepared. Initially, she had a grand tomb, that being KV20, where she reinterred her beloved father Thutmose to lie beside her. But sometime after her death, her mummy was moved for safekeeping to a cache with other royal mummies, which preserved it until modern times. After her death, something interesting occurred. Later rulers tried to erase her from history. For a pharaoh who had glorified her achievements in stone, the backlash came in stone chisels as well. Sometime in the late reign of Thutmose III, and especially under his son Amenhotep II, they began a systematic campaign to remove her name and images from monuments. Her royal cartouches were chiseled off walls, her statues dragged down and smashed, and her monuments usurped or hidden. Oh, and by the way, cartouche is a French word. The old word for bullet. Not sure if they still use it, but you will see inscriptions in Egyptian monuments that are kind of encased in these bullet-shaped frames. So the French archaeologists dubbed them cartouches. Just so you know. Well, back to it. For example, at Deir el-Bahri, many of Hatshepsut's statues were torn down and buried in a pit. They remained hidden until they were finally excavated in the 20th century. What a find that was. And on the walls, the carved figure of Hatshepsut was often deliberately scratched out or replaced by figures of Thutmose II or III. In one scene, you can see two cartouches side by side, where her name was erased while Thutmose III's was left completely intact. At Karnak, one of her obelisks was literally encased inside a high wall of masonry, concealing its inscriptions, and incidentally, and ironically, protecting it through the ages. In other places, her names were overwritten by male pronouns, or even the names of her father. It was as if her reign was an aberration that later kings felt compelled to blot out. Now this has a Latin term, damnatio memoriae, it is the condemnation of memory. It was highly unusual for a pharaoh who had not been a tyrant or a usurper from outside the royal family. I mean, you would accept it for something like Akhenaten, or typically for hated figures or those deemed illegitimate. Akhenaten was about a century later. So why exactly was Hatshepsut targeted? Well, ancient Egyptians never wrote down the reasons for the erasures directly, but there's a few modern theories. The most straightforward one is political expediency. The existence of a successful female king didn't really fit the narrative that the Thutmosid men wanted to portray. But that's a little bit too simplistic, I think. Either way, Thutmose III had become a mighty conqueror in his own right after Hatshepsut's death, and his son Amenhotep II was keen to secure his succession. To these male rulers, perhaps acknowledging Hatshepsut as a full pharaoh might diminish the strictly patriarchal tradition of kingship. By erasing her, they could claim a direct line of male descent from Thutmose I, II, III to Amenhotep, without the interlude of a female co-regent. Indeed, Amenhotep II went further. He not only usurped many of Hatshepsut's accomplishments, carving his own name on her works, which is pretty cheeky, but he also deliberately downplayed powerful women in his reign. He omitted the names of his own royal mothers and wives from official records, and temporarily abolished titles like God's wife of Amun, titles that had given women like Hatshepsut influence. Now, this suggests that Hatshepsut's example was troubling enough that a course correction was needed in the ideology of kingship, but it certainly sounds like more of a Amenhotep problem than anything else. There is another angle. Personal grudge, long theorized as Thutmose III's revenge. For many years, the dominant story was that once Hatshepsut died, Thutmose III, waiting in the wings, finally unleashed decades of pent-up resentment. He allegedly ordered her memory wiped out in a fit of anger to show who was the true king at last. Years of living in the shadow didn't do him very well. Early 20th century Egyptologists dramatized this as an almost Shakespearean revenge tale, with Thutmose depicted as the wronged stepson. One scholar in 1950 described Hatshepsut as the vilest type of usurper, and imagined Thutmose III harboring a loathing for her name, and her very memory. However, modern research has cast a bit of doubt on this, admittedly simplistic view. Notably, the erasures did not begin immediately upon Hatshepsut's death, but about 20 years later, and that was pretty much the end of Thutmose III's reign. So if revenge was the motive, it seems oddly delayed. Why wait 20 years? It doesn't make sense. Moreover, Thutmose III had worked closely with Hatshepsut for years and benefited from the stable kingdom she maintained. During her life, he showed no open hostility, but on the contrary, he actually named one of his daughters Hatshepsut. That indicates some respect, or at least normal relations. When Hatshepsut died, he gave her king's burial rites. Now, those facts certainly suggest that the erasure was less about a personal vendetta and more about calculated, cold political decision perhaps made when Amenhotep II became co-regent toward the end of Thutmose III's life. In other words, those in power decided to reinforce the more conventional narrative that Egypt had male rulers. Hatshepsut's images, in her unique combination of queenly and kingly form, didn't really fit that narrative, so, well, they had to go. But the erasure was thorough, not total. Importantly, Hatshepsut was left out of all of the later kings' lists. Kings' lists were official chronologies carved in places like Abydos and Saqqara under later pharaohs. They listed legitimate kings from the past. Hatshepsut's name is nowhere to be found. The list jumps from Thutmose I to the second to the third, as if she never existed. Later Egyptian historians in the Greco-Roman period had only faint recollections of her. For example, Manetho, an Egyptian priest writing in the 3rd century BC, mentions a queen, Amesis or Amensis, who ruled about 21 years, and identifies her as the sister of Thutmose II. Well, of course, there's really no doubt that this is Hatshepsut, surviving in fragmentary memory under a different name. And then Josephus, the 1st century CE Jewish historian, likewise records a female pharaoh from Manetho's history. But none of these later writers really knew details. They didn't celebrate her achievements either. The ancient erasers had largely succeeded within a few generations. Hatshepsut was forgotten by the general populace of Egypt. The great obelisks and temples she built were either attributed to others or simply left to ruin. Of course, her life and reign have fueled debates among scholars for over a century. Ever since her story re-emerged from the ruins, early Egyptologists, influenced by the attitudes of their own era, often judged her harshly or treated her reign as an anomaly to be explained away. They cast her in this kind of wicked stepmother role, I suppose, suggesting that she usurped the throne from the rightful heir, Thutmose III, and so in this view she was power-hungry and scheming, and Thutmose's later destruction of her legacy was seen as a justified revenge. But more evidence came to light, and the narrative changed. Recent research portrays Hatshepsut as not a wicked stepmother, but almost like a Joan of Arc kind of figure, capable leader who stepped in to save Egypt's stability, and then was later maligned by tradition. One discussion point is whether Hatshepsut can truly be considered a usurper. It is true that she assumed a role that traditionally would have gone to Thutmose III once he came of age, but consider the context. Egypt had seen female rulers before, like Sobekneferu at the end of the 12th dynasty, when no male heir was available. But in Hatshepsut's case, there was a male heir, albeit a toddler, not going to get much out of him, and so her actions can be seen as an extension of her regency. Rather than abruptly handling full control to Thutmose as a child, she gradually transitioned from regent to co-king, likely because the elite of Egypt were comfortable with her leadership, and the kingdom faced no urgent need for a warrior king at that moment. The fact that there was no recorded opposition to her taking the throne suggests that her rule was accepted, and perhaps even welcomed. The support of the Amun priesthood was critical too. By backing her through oracles and public ceremonies, they gave her religious legitimacy, and in return, she lavished the temples with gifts and buildings. And so her reign can be seen as a collaborative arrangement among the Egyptian establishment. The alternative might have been a power struggle or dominance of a clique around the boy king. Instead, Hatshepsut provided a strong central leadership that ensured that Thutmose III was safe and received proper training. Thutmose's later brilliant career as a conqueror, sometimes even called the Napoleon of ancient Egypt, might not have been possible without Hatshepsut's stewardship in his youth. During her time, he likely led her armies on a few minor campaigns and certainly learned statecraft, and there is even evidence that Hatshepsut allowed him to assume some visible roles. For example, his name appears alongside hers on some monuments from her later years, and he may have built up a loyal military following, ready for his sole rule. It undermines the idea that she tried to permanently supplant him, that's for sure. Instead, it appears that she intended a joint rule, where eventually Thutmose III would seamlessly continue after her. And in the end, that is exactly what happened. When she passed away, Egypt carried on, without missing a beat, under the leadership of Thutmose III. If she had been a tyrant, or a usurper against the general will, well, one might have expected some kind of civil conflict at the transfer of power, but there was none. And another debate centers on Hatshepsut's gender and how she presented herself. Did she become a man to rule? Well, the evidence suggests that while she adopted male symbolism, she never really hid her female identity. It was all for show. Statues exist with Hatshepsut in a feminine form, breasts visible, wearing a woman's dress, and a king's crown, a visually jarring combination that artisans tried to reconcile. In other reliefs, she is flat-chested and depicted as an idealized male king. This duality was likely understood by her subjects, who knew she was a woman but, well, had to portray her as a pharaoh. So they weren't really portraying her as a man, so to speak. They were just portraying her as exactly that, a pharaoh. And the pharaoh has to tick a few boxes aesthetically. Egyptian art was formulaic and symbolic. It was not a literal portrait. And so by donning the symbols of kingship, she was aligning herself with the concept of a pharaoh, which really had not much to do with gender, I suppose. And she even emphasized her unique position as a female king by sometimes using titles like Mistress of the Two Lands, parallel to the Lord of the Two Lands. I suppose the approach could be seen as a clever blend of innovation and tradition. She innovated by being a female king, but she adhered to the tradition by performing the role exactly how a male king would. so that that divine order would not be disturbed by her overt femininity. Modern observers have been pretty fascinated by Hatshepsut's choice to wear a false beard. That ceremonial beard was a badge of kingship, not specifically manhood. Interestingly, some statues of her show the faint outline where the beard was attached separately, meaning it was likely a removable accessory. In life, she probably did not physically disguise herself. That beard was just a part of ritual attire, much like the crown. We might compare it to a queen today. Wearing a crown or holding a scepter, it doesn't change her identity, but it just signifies the office. Thus, Hatshepsut navigated her role with what we might call symbolic androgyny. She was both a king and a queen, daughter of Amun and son of Amun. Of course, it's pretty unprecedented. Perhaps only a culture as deeply conservative yet symbolically rich as Egypt's could accommodate such a paradox. Well, it certainly gave later chroniclers headaches. Some ancient scribes simply omitted mention of to avoid explaining the oddity. But now we view Hatshepsut's adaptation as a testament to her political skill. Anecdotes and personal aspects of her life also invite discussion. One popular topic is her relationship with Senenmut. Senenmut was a commoner by birth, and he rose to extraordinary heights under Hatshepsut. He held at least 20 titles, including controller of all works of the king, basically chief architect, and was responsible for educating her daughter Neferure. Granted him rare honors. He had 2 tombs prepared for himself, one near hers, even beneath the causeway of her temple, and statues depicting him holding Neferure in his arms, like a proud mentor or even a surrogate parent. Such closeness between a pharaoh and a subject, well, that inevitably leads to rumors. In a cave near Deir al-Bahri, there was an old graffito that some have interpreted as a crude sketch of a woman with pharaonic regalia being intimate with a man, though it's not labeled. Speculation runs wild that this was meant to lampoon Hatshepsut and Senenmut. While we lack direct proof of a romance, the possibility of love or partnership between them is a kind of interesting subplot, a B-roll story in Hatshepsut's life. And even if their relationship was purely professional, the trust and affection she placed in this talented individual speaks once again to her willingness to break norms. That pharaohs rarely elevated non-royals so high, and perhaps her need for a confidant in a role that could be very lonely. Senenmut mysteriously vanishes from the record in Hatshepsut's late reign. Perhaps he died, or fell out of favor, shortly before she did. One can imagine Hatshepsut in her final months, regardless of what their relationship was, certainly might have missed his counsel. But what of Neferure, her daughter? Well, she likely died before reaching full adulthood, as she disappears from the records too, possibly by Hatshepsut's 16th year or so. Hatshepsut had possibly been grooming her as a future god's wife of Amun, or even as a royal heiress. There are in fact depictions of Neferure in some kingly regalia as a child. If Neferure had lived, might Hatshepsut have tried to establish a female succession? Well, it's an interesting what-if scenario, I suppose. But history had other plans. With Neferure gone, Hatshepsut's lineage did not continue, and Thutmose III's line took over. Hatshepsut's personal life thus had its share of sorrow. Widowed early, likely losing her only child, and ruling without a direct heir of her own. Perhaps this, too, made it easier for Thutmose III to later remove her name. There were no descendants left to honor her memory or defend her legacy. And so, that legacy experienced a grand resurrection in our modern era. For over 2 millennia after her reign, she was mostly forgotten. It wasn't until the 19th century when archaeologists and linguists deciphered hieroglyphs and began to study the temples of Thebes that clues to her existence finally emerged. Early scholars like Jean-François Champollion saw the name marked Carrhae in inscriptions and noted it referred to a female ruler. In the 19th century, a temple at Deir el-Bahri was cleared by explorers like Auguste Mariette and Edouard Naville, who found reliefs with a female king. The realization slowly dawned that this was the Amensis of Manetho. Hatshepsut had been rediscovered. However, due to the victor's history, many statues of Hatshepsut were found decapitated or buried, which made reconstructing her story kind of like assembling a jigsaw puzzle, one that somebody's thrown on the ground and stepped on a bunch of times. And by the early 20th century, Egyptologists like James Breasted, with William C. Hayes, analyzed the evidence and narratives, though sometimes with the biases of their time, admittedly, hence Hayes' harsh label of usurper. But in recent decades, scholars have re-evaluated her with a little bit more context, viewing her as a product of her culture rather than an anomaly. Today, she's often celebrated as a visionary leader, who's sometimes held up as an ancient example of a successful female ruler in a male-dominated society. Well, I'm sure we'll find out much more about Hatshepsut as we continue to dig around in the dust. Hopefully, we'll find something good soon. Now, let me thank my top-tier patrons and supporters: Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Gary, Charlene. The Battle of Issus. It occurred in 333 BC between Alexander the Great and the Persian king Darius during Alexander's campaign to subjugate the Persian Empire. Despite significant numerical disadvantage, Alexander leveraged the constricted terrain to counteract the Persians' superiority in numbers. His resolute cavalry assault penetrated the Persian formations, prompting Darius to abandon the battlefield. It was a triumph that cemented Alexander's status as a military prodigy and granted him dominion over Asia Minor. Subsequently, Darius attempted to negotiate peace. However, Alexander declined, persisting in his conquest. The following is a reading from the Anabasis of Alexander by Arian of Nicomedia, an ancient source, sometime after the days of Alexander, but generally considered to be the best and most reliable account that we have in terms of Alexander's conquests. If you like this kind of content, give it a like and subscribe. It does wonders in the algorithm. And enjoy as we begin reading from the Anabasis of Alexander. Do bear in mind that this is not the beginning of the work. This leads on from the 6th chapter that deals with the events leading up to and at the Battle of Issus, following the aftermath as well at the end. So with that in mind, let's begin chapter 6. Alexander advances to Myrandrus. Darius marches against him. While he was still at Malus, he was informed that Darius was encamped with all his forces at Sochi, a place in the land of Assyria, distant about 2 days' march from the Assyrian gates. Then indeed he collected the companions and told them what was reported about Darius and his army. They urged him to lead on as they were, without delay. At the time he commended them and broke up the conference, but Next day he led them forward against Darius and the Persians. On the second day he passed through the gates and encamped near the city of Myrandrus, but in the night a heavy tempest and a violent storm of wind and rain occurred which detained him in his camp. Darius, on the other hand, had been spending a long time with his army, having chosen a plain in the land of Assyria, which stretches out in every direction, suitable for the immense size of his army and convenient for the evolutions of cavalry. Amyntas, son of Antiochus, the deserter from Alexander, advised him not to abandon this position, because there was plenty of room for the great multitude of the Persians and for the vast quantity of their baggage. And so Darius remained, but as Alexander made a long stay at Tarsus on account of his illness, and not a short one at Soli, where he offered sacrifice and conducted his army in procession, and moreover spent some time marching against the Cilician mountaineers, Darius was induced to swerve from his resolution. He was also not willing to be led to form whatever decision was most agreeable to his own wishes, and being influenced by those who gave him the advice which they had thought to be pleasant to him, without consideration of its utility, for kings will always have associates to give them bad advice, he came to the conclusion that Alexander was no longer desirous of advancing further, but was shrinking from an encounter upon learning that Darius himself was marching against him. On all sides they were urging him on, asserting that he would trample down the army of the Macedonians with his cavalry. Nevertheless, Amyntas, at any rate, confidently affirmed that Alexander would certainly come to any place where he had heard Darius might be, and he exhorted him by all means to stay where he was. But the worse advice, because at the immediate time it was more pleasant to hear, prevailed. Moreover, he was led by some divine influence into the locality where he derived that little advantage from his cavalry and from the sheer number of men, javelins and bows, and where he could not even exhibit the mere magnificence of his army, but surrendered to Alexander and his troops to an easy victory, for it was already decreed by fate that the Persians should be deprived of the rule of Asia by the Macedonians, just as the Medes had been deprived of it by the Persians, and still earlier, the Assyrians by the Medes. Chapter 7. Darius at Issus, Alexander's speech to his army. Darius crossed the mountain range by what are called the Amanic Gates, and advancing towards Issus, came without being noticed to the rear of Alexander. Having reached Issus, he captured as many Macedonians as had been left behind on account of illness. These he cruelly mutilated and slew. Next day he proceeded to the river Pinarus, as soon as Alexander heard that Darius was in his rear, because the news did not seem to him trustworthy. He embarked some of the companions in a ship with 30 oars and sent them back to Issus to observe whether the report was true. The men who sailed in the 30-oared ship discovered Persians encamped there more easily, because the sea in this part takes the form of a bay. They, therefore, brought back word to Alexander that Darius was at hand. Alexander then called together all the generals, commanders of the cavalry, and leaders of the Grecian allies, and exhorted them to take courage from the dangers which they had already surmounted, asserting that the struggle would be between themselves, who had previously victorious, and a foe who had already been beaten, and that the deity was acting as part of general on behalf better than himself, by putting it into the mind of Darius to move his forces from the spacious plain and shut them up in a narrow place, where was sufficient room for them to deepen their phalanx by marching from front to rear, but where the vast multitude would be useless for the enemy in battle. He added that their foes were similar to them, neither in strength nor in courage, for the Macedonians, who had been long practiced in warlike toils, accompanied with danger, were coming into close conflict with Persians and Medes, who had then become unnerved by a long course of luxurious ease. To crown all, they being free men, were about to engage in battle with men who were slaves. He said, moreover, that the Greeks who were in the two armies would not be fighting for the same objects, for those with Darius were braving danger for pay, and that pay not high, whereas those on their side were voluntarily defending the interests of Greece. Again, of foreigners, the Thracians, Paeonians, Illyrians, Agrianians, who were the most robust and warlike of men in Europe, were about to be arrayed against the most sluggish and effeminate races of Asia. In addition to all this, Alexander was commanding in the field against Darius. These things he enumerated as evidences of the superiority in the struggle. And then he began to point out the great rewards they would win from the danger to be incurred, for he told them that on the occasion they would overcome not merely the viceroys of Darius, nor the cavalry drawn up of the Granicus, nor the 20,000 Grecian mercenaries, but would overcome all the available forces of the Persians and the Medes, as well as all the other races subject to them dwelling in Asia, and the great king present in person. After this conflict, nothing would be left for them to do, except to take possession of all of Asia, and to put an end to their many labors. In addition to this, he reminded them of their brilliant achievements in their collective capacity in days gone by. And if any man had individually performed any distinguished feat of valor from love of glory, he mentioned him by name in commemoration of the deed. He then recapitulated as modestly as possible his own daring deeds in various battles. He is also said to have reminded them of Xenophon and the 10,000 men who accompanied him, asserting that the latter were in no way comparable with them in even number or general excellence. Besides, they had with them neither Thessalian, Boeotian, Peloponnesian, Macedonian, or Thracian horsemen, nor any other of the cavalry which was in the Macedonian army, nor had any of the archers or slingers, except a few Cretans and Rhodians, and even these were got ready by Xenophon on the spur of the moment in the very crisis of danger. And yet, even these put the king and all of his forces to rout close to Babylon itself, and succeeded in reaching the Euxine Sea after defeating all the races which lay in their way as they were marching down thither. He also adduced whether other arrangements were suitable for a great commander to use in order to encourage brave men in such a critical moment before the perils of battle. They urged him to lead them against the foe without delay, coming from all sides to grasp the king's right hand, and encouraging him by their promises. Chapter 8. Arrangement of the hostile armies. Alexander then ordered his soldiers to take their dinner, and having sent a few of his horsemen and archers forward to the gates to reconnoitre the road in the rear, he took the whole of his army,
and marched in the night to occupy the pass again. When about midnight he had again got possession of it, he caused the army to rest the remainder of the night there upon the rocks, having posted vigilant sentries. At the approach of dawn, he began to descend from the pass along the road, and as long as the space was narrow everywhere, he led his army in column. But when the mountains parted, so as to leave a plain behind them, he kept on opening out the column into the phalanx, marching one line of heavy armed infantry, and another up into the line towards the mountain on the right and towards the sea on the left. Up to this time, his cavalry had been ranged behind the infantry, but when they advanced into the open country, he began to draw up his army in order of battle. First, upon the right wing, near the mountain, he placed his infantry guard and the shield-bearers under the command of Nicanor, son of Parmenio. Next to these the regiment of Coenus, and close to them that of Perdiccas. These troops were posted as far as the middle of the heavy armed infantry to one beginning from the right. On the left wing first stood the regiment of Amyntas, then that of Ptolemy, and close to this that of Meleager. The infantry on the left had been placed under the command of Craterus, but Parmenio held the chief direction of the whole left wing. This general had been ordered not to abandon to the sea, so that they might not be surrounded by the foreigners, who were likely to outflank them on all sides by their superior numbers. But as soon as Darius was certified of Alexander's approach for the battle, he conveyed about 30,000 of his cavalry, and with them 20,000 of his light-armed infantry to cross the river Pinarus, in order that he might be able to draw up the rest of his forces with ease. Of the heavy-armed infantry, he placed first the 30,000 Greek mercenaries to oppose the phalanx of the Macedonians, and on both sides of these he placed 60,000 of the men called Carrhaes, who were also heavily armed infantry. For the place where they were posted was able to contain only this number in a single phalanx. He also posted 20,000 men near the mountain on their left and facing Alexander's right. Some of these troops were also in the rear of Alexander's army, for the mountain near where they were posted in one part sloped in a great back way and formed a sort of bay, like a bay in the sea, and afterwards bending forwards caused the men who had been posted at the foot of it to be behind Alexander's right wing. The remaining multitude of Darius's light-armed and heavily armed infantry was marshalled by nations to an unserviceable depth, and placed behind the Grecian mercenaries and the Persian army arranged in a phalanx. The whole of the army with Darius was said to number about 600,000 fighting men. As Alexander advanced, he found that the ground spread out a little in breadth, and he accordingly brought up his horsemen, both those called companions, and the Thessalians, as well as the Macedonians, and posted them with himself on the right wing. The Peloponnesians and the rest of the allied Greeks he had sent to Parmenio on the left. When Darius had marshalled his phalanx, by a preconcerted signal he recalled the cavalry which he had posted on the front of the river for the express purpose of rendering the arranging of his army easily. Most of these he placed on the right wing near the sea, facing Parmenio, because here the ground was more suited for the evolutions of cavalry. A certain part of them also he led up to the mountain towards the left, but when they were seen to be useless there on the account of the narrowness of the ground, he ordered most of these also to ride round to the right wing and join their comrades there. Darius himself occupied the centre of the whole army, inasmuch as it was the custom for the kings of Persia to take up that position, the reason of which arrangement has been recorded by Xenophon, son of Grelus. Chapter 9. Alexander changes the disposition of his forces. Meanwhile, when Alexander perceived that nearly all the Persian cavalry had changed their ground and gone to his left towards the sea, and that on his side only the Peloponnesians and the rest of the Grecian cavalry were posted there, he sent the Thessalian cavalry thither with speed, ordering them not to ride along before the front of the whole army, lest they should be seen by the enemy to be shifting their ground, but to proceed by stealth in the rear of the phalanx. In front of the cavalry on the right, he posted the lancers under command of Protomachus, and the Paeonians under that of Aristo, and of the infantry, the archers under the direction of Antiochus, and the Agrianians under that of Attalus. Some of the cavalry and archers he also drew up as to form an angle with the centre towards the mountain which was in the rear. So on the right of his phalanx had been drawn up separated into two wings, the one fronting Darius, and the main body of the Persians beyond the river, and the other facing those who had been posted at the mountain in the rear. On the left wing, the infantry consisting of the Cretan archers and the Thracians under command of Sitarches were posted in the front, and before these the cavalry towards the left. The Grecian mercenaries were drawn up as a reserve for all them. When he perceived that the phalanx towards the right was too thin, and it seemed likely that the Persians would outflank him here considerably, he ordered 2 squadrons of the Campanian cavalry, viz. the Anthemusium, and of which the Peroedes, son of Menetheusius, was captain, and that which was called Leogaean, under the command of Pantodanus, son of Cleander, to proceed from the centre of the right without being seen. Having also marched the archers, part of the Agrianians, and the Grecian mercenaries up along his right into the front, he extended his phalanx beyond the wing of the Persians. But when those who had been posted upon the mountain did not descend, a charge was made by a few of the Agrianians and archers at Alexander's order, by which they were easily put to rout from the foot of the mountain. As they fled to the summit, he decided that he could make use of the men who had been drawn up to keep these in check, to fill up the ranks of his phalanx. He thought it quite sufficient to post 300 horsemen to watch the men on the mountain. Chapter 10. The Battle of Issus. Having thus marshalled his men, he caused them to rest for some time, and then led them forward, as he thought the enemy's approach was very slow. For Darius was no longer leading the foreigners against him, as he had arranged them at first, but he remained in position upon the bank of the river, which was in many parts steep, and in certain places, where it seemed more easy to ascend, he extended a stockade upon it. By this it was at once evident to Alexander's men that Darius had become cowed in spirit. But when the armies at length met in conflict, Alexander rode about in every direction to exhort his troops, to show their valor, mentioning with befitting epithets and names, not only of the generals, but also of the captains of the cavalries and infantry, and of the Grecian mercenaries, as many were now more distinguished either by rank or of merit.
From all sides arose a shout, not to delay, but to attack the enemy. At first he still led them on in close array with measured step, although he had the forces of Darius already in full view, lest by a more hasty march any part of the phalanx should fluctuate from the line and get separated from the rest. But when they came within range of darts, Alexander himself and those around him, being posed on the right wing, advanced first into the river with a run, in order to alarm the Persians by the rapidity of their onset, and by coming sooner to close conflict to receive little damage from the archers. And it turned out, just as Alexander had conjectured, for as soon as the battle became a hand-to-hand one, the part of the Persian army stationed on the left wing was put to rout, and here Alexander and his men won their brilliant victory. But the Grecian mercenaries serving under Darius attacked the Macedonians at the point where they saw their phalanx especially disordered. For the Macedonian phalanx had been broken and disjointed the right wing, because Alexander had charged into the river with such eagerness, and engaging in a hand-to-hand conflict was already driving back the Persians posted there. But the Macedonians in the center did not execute their task with equal speed, and finding many parts of the bank steep and precipitous, they were unable to preserve the front of the phalanx in the same line. Here, then, the struggle was desperate. The aim of the Grecian mercenaries of Darius began to push the Macedonians back into the river and regain the victory. Though their own forces were already flying, the aim of the Macedonians being not to fall short of Alexander's good fortune, which was already manifest, and not to tarnish the glory of the phalanx, which, up to that time, had been commonly asserted to be invincible. Moreover, the feeling of rivalry which existed between the Grecian and Macedonian races inspired each side in the conflict. Here fell Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, after proving himself a valiant man, besides about 120 of other Macedonians of no mean repute. Chapter 11. The Defeat and Flight of Darius. Hereupon the regiments on the right wing, perceiving that the Persians opposed to them had already been put to rout, wheeled round towards the Grecian mercenaries of Darius and their own hard-pressed detachment. Having driven the Greeks away from the river, they extended their phalanx beyond the Persian army, on the side which had been broken, and attacking the Greeks on the flank, were already beginning to cut them up. However, the Persian cavalry, which had been posted opposite the Thessalians, did not remain on the other side of the river during the struggle, but came through the water and made a vigorous attack upon the Thessalian squadrons. In this place a fierce cavalry battle ensued, for the Persians did not give way until they perceived that Darius had fled, and the Grecian mercenaries had been cut up by the phalanx and severed from them. And then at last the flight of all the Persians was plainly visible. Their horses suffered much injury in the retreat, because the riders were heavily armed, and the horsemen themselves, being so many in number and retreating in panicked terror, without any regard to order along narrow roads, were trampled on and injured, no less by each other than by the pursuing enemy. The Thessalians also followed them up with vigor, so that no fewer of the cavalry than of the infantry were slaughtered in the flight. But as soon as the left wing of Darius was terrified and routed by Alexander, and the Persian king perceived that this part of his army was severed from the rest, without any further delay, he began to flee in his chariot along with the rest, just as he was. He was conveyed safely in the chariot, as long as he met with level ground in his flight. But when he lighted upon ravines and other rough ground, he left the chariot there, divesting himself of his shield and Median mantle. He even left his bow in the chariot, and mounting a horse continued his flight. That night, which came on soon after, alone rescued him from being captured by Alexander, for as long as there was daylight, the latter kept up in pursuit at full speed. But when it began to grow dark, and the ground before the feet became invisible, he turned back again to the camp. After capturing the chariot of Darius with the shield, the Median mantle, and the bow within it. For his pursuit had been too slow for him to overtake Darius, because, though he wheeled round on the first breaking asunder of the phalanx, yet he did not turn to pursue him until he observed that the Grecian mercenaries and the Persian cavalry had been driven away from the river. Of the Persians killed were Arsames, Leomithres, and Atizes, who had commanded the cavalry at the Granicus. Sabaces, the viceroy of Egypt, and Bubaces of the Persian dignitaries were also killed, besides about 100,000 of the private soldiers, among them being more than 10,000 cavalry. So great was the slaughter that Ptolemy, son of Lagus, who then accompanied Alexander, says that the men who were with them pursuing Darius, coming into the pursuit of the ravine, filled it up with the corpses, and so passed over it. The camp of Darius was taken forthwith at the first assault, containing his mother, his wife, who was also his sister, and his infant son. His 2 daughters and a few other women, wives of Persian peers who were in attendance upon them, were likewise captured. For the other Persians happened to have dispatched their women along with the rest of their property to Damascus, because Darius had sent to that city the greater part of his money and all the other things which the great king was in habit of taking with him as necessary for his luxurious mode of living, even though he was going on a military expedition. The consequence was that in the camp no more than 3,000 talents were captured, and soon after the money in Damascus was also seized by Parmenio, who was dispatched thither for that very purpose. Such was the result of this famous battle, which was fought in the month of Mymacterion, when Nicostratus was Archon of the Athenians. Chapter 12. Kind treatment of Darius's family. The next day, Alexander, though suffering from a wound that he had received in the thigh from a sword, visited the wounded, and having collected the bodies of the slain, he gave them a splendid burial with all his forces most brilliantly marshalled in order of battle. He also spoke with eulogy to those whom he himself had recognized performing any gallant deed in battle, and also to those whose exploits he had learned by full report, fully corroborated. He likewise honored each of them individually, with a gift of money in proportion to his desert. He then appointed Belacrus, son of Nicantor, one of the royal bodyguards, viceroy of Cilicia, and in his place among the bodyguards he chose Menes, son of Dionysius. in the room of Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, who had been killed in the battle, he appointed Polysperchon, son of Simmias, to the command of a brigade. He remitted to the Solians the 50 talents which were still due to the money imposed on them as a fine, and he gave them back their hostages. Nor did he treat the mother, wife, or children of Darius with any neglect. For some of those who have written Alexander's history say that on the very night which he returned from the pursuit of Darius, entering the Persian king's tent, which he had selected for his use, he heard the lamentation of women and other noises similar kind not far from the tent. Inquiring therefore who the women were, and why they were in the tent so near, he was answered by someone as follows: O king, the mother, wife, and children of Darius are lamenting for him as slain, since they have been informed that thou hast his bow and royal mantle, and that his shield has been brought back. When Alexander heard this, he sent Leonatus and one of his companions to them, with injunctions to tell them, Darius is still alive. In his flight he left his arms and mantle in the chariot, and these are the only things of his that Alexander has. Leonatus entered the tent and told them the news of Darius, saying, moreover, that Alexander would allow them to retain the state and retinue befitting their royal rank, as well as the title of queens, for he had not undertaken war against Darius from a feeling of hatred, but had conducted it in a legitimate manner for the empire of Asia. Such are the statements of Ptolemy and Aristobulus. But there is another report, to the effect that on the day Alexander himself following went to the tent, accompanied alone by Hephaestion, one of his companions, the mother of Darius, being in doubt which one of them was the king, for they had both arrayed themselves in the same style of dress, went up to Hephaestion, because he appeared the taller of the two, and prostrated herself before him. But when he drew back, and one of her attendants pointed out Alexander, saying he was the king, she was ashamed of her mistake, and was going to retire. But the king told her that she had made no mistake, for Hephaestion was also an Alexander. This I record, neither being sure of its truth, nor thinking it altogether unreliable. If it really occurred, I commend Alexander for his compassionate treatment of the women, and the confidence he felt in his companion, and the honor bestowed on him. But if it merely seems probable to historians that Alexander would have acted and spoken thus, even for this reason, I think him worthy of commendation. Chapter 13. Flight of Macedonian deserters into Egypt. Proceedings of Agis, king of Sparta. Alexander occupies Phoenicia. Darius fled through the night with a few attendants, but in the daytime, picking up as he went along the Persians and Grecian mercenaries who had come out safely of the battle, he had in all 4,000 men under his command. He then made a forced march towards the city of Thapsacus and the river Euphrates, in order to put that river as soon as possible between himself and Alexander. But Amyntas, son of Antiochus, Thymondas, son of Mentor, Aristomedes the Pharian, and Bianor the Arcanian, all being deserters, fled without delay from the posts assigned to them in the battle, with about 8,000 soldiers under their command, and passing through the mountains they arrived at Tripolis in Phoenicia. It was there they seized the ships which had been hauled up on the shore, in which they had previously been transported from Lesbos,
They launched as many of these vessels as they thought sufficient to convey them, and the rest they burned there in the docks. In order not to supply their enemy with the means of quickly pursuing them, they fled first to Cyprus, thence to Egypt, where Amintas shortly after, meddling in political disputes, was killed by the natives. Meanwhile, Pharnabazus and Autophrodates were staying near Chios. Then, having established a garrison in the island, they dispatched some of their ships to Kos and Halicarnassus, and with 100 of their best sailing vessels, they put to sea themselves and landed at Siphnus. And Agis, king of the Lacedaemonians, came to them with 1 trireme, both to ask for money to carry on the war, and also to urge them to send with him into the Peloponnese as large a force, both naval and military, as they could. At that very time, news reached them of the battle which had been fought at Issus, and being alarmed, Pharnabazus started off to Chios with 12 triremes and 1,500 Greek mercenaries, for fear that the Chians might attempt to effect a revolution when they received the news of the Persian defeat. Agis, having received from Autophrodates 30 talents of silver and 10 triremes, dispatched Hippias to lead these ships to his brother Agesilaus at Tanerum, ordering him also to instruct Agesilaus to pay the full to the sailors, and then sail as quickly as possible to Crete, in order to set things in order there. Well, for a time he himself remained there among the islands, but afterwards joined Autophrodates at Halicarnassus. Alexander appointed Menon, son of Cerdemas, viceroy of Coele Syria, giving him the cavalry of the Grecian allies to guard the country. He then went in person towards Phoenicia, and on the march he was met by Strato, the son of Gerostratus, king of the Aradians and of the people living near Aradus. But Gerostratus himself was serving in the fleet with Autophrodates, as were all the other kings of both the Phoenicians and the Cyprians. When Strato fell in with Alexander, he placed a golden crown upon his head, promising to surrender him both the island of Aradus and the great and prosperous city of Marathus, situated on the mainland right opposite Aradus. Also Sigon, the city of Mariame, along with other places under his dominion, and that of his father. Chapter 14. The Letter from Darius, and Alexander's Reply. While Alexander was still in Marathus, ambassadors came bringing a letter from Darius, entreating him to give up to their king his mother, wife, and children. They were also instructed to support this petition by word of mouth. The letter pointed out to him that friendship and alliance had subsisted between Philip and Artaxerxes, and that when Arses, the son of Artaxerxes, ascended to the throne, Philip was the first to practice injustice towards him, though he had suffered no injury from the Persians. Alexander also, from the time when Darius began to reign over the Persians, had not sent any one to confirm the friendship and alliance which had so long existed, but had crossed over into Asia with his army and inflicted much injury upon the Persians. For this reason, he had come down in person to defend his country and preserve the empire of his fathers. As to the battle, it had been decided, as seemed good to some of the gods. And now he, a king, begged his captured wife, mother, and children from a king, and he wished to form a friendship with him and become his ally. For this purpose he requested Alexander to send men to him with Meniscus and Arsimas, the messengers who came from the Persians, to receive pledges of fidelity from him, and to give them on behalf of Alexander. To this, Alexander wrote a reply, and sent Thersippus with men who had come from Darius, with instructions to give the letter to Darius, but not to converse anything. Alexander's letter ran thus: Your ancestors came into Macedonia and the rest of Greece and treated us ill, without any previous injury from us. I, having been appointed commander-in-chief of the Greeks, and wishing to take revenge on the Persians, crossed into Asia, hostilities being begun by you. For you sent aid to the Perinthians, who were dealing unjustly with my father, and Ochus sent forces into Thrace, which was under our rule. My father was killed by conspirators whom you instigated, as you of yourself have boasted to all in your letters, and after slaying Arses as well as Bagoas, and unjustly seizing the throne contrary to the law of the Persians, and ruling your subjects unjustly, you sent unfriendly letters about me to the Greeks, urging them to wage war with me. You have also dispatched money to the Lacedaemonians and other certain Greeks, but none of the states received it, except the Lacedaemonians. As your agents destroyed my friends, who were striving to dissolve the league which I had formed among the Greeks, I took the field against you, because you were party who commenced this hostility. Since I have vanquished your generals and viceroys in previous battle, and now yourself and your forces in like manner, I am, by the gift of the gods, in possession of your land. As many of the men who fought in your army were not killed in battle, but fled to me for refuge, I am protecting, and they are with me, not against their own will, but they are serving in my army as volunteers. Come to me, therefore, since I am the lord of all Asia, but if you are afraid you may suffer any harsh treatment from me in case you do come to me, send some of your friends to receive pledges of safety from me. Come to me then, and ask for your mother, wife, children, and anything else you wish, for whatever you ask, you will receive, and nothing shall be denied you. But for the future, whenever you send to me as the king of Asia, and do not address me to whom your wishes as to an equal. But if you are in need of anything, speak to me as the man who is the lord of all your territories. If you act otherwise, I shall deliberate concerning you as an evildoer. And if you dispute my right to the kingdom, stay and fight another battle for it, but do not run away. For wherever you may be, I intend to march against you. This is the letter which he sent to Darius. Darius the Great, who reigned from 522 BC to 486 BC, was a formidable monarch of the Achaemenid Empire. Ascending to the throne following the assassination of the usurper Bardia, he quickly consolidated power, significantly expanding the empire's territory and reorganizing it into several satrapies, thereby streamlining governance through advanced administrative and communication networks, including the famous Royal Road. Darius is also celebrated for his ambitious construction projects in Persepolis and Susa, where he built splendid palaces and centers of administration that showcase the empire's wealth and architectural innovation.
his economic reforms included standardizing weights and measures and introducing the daric, a new gold currency, to facilitate trade across the expansive empire. Moreover, he extended Persian influence westward, clashing with Greek city-states and setting the stage for continued conflicts with the Greeks under his successors. His rule not only enhanced the administrative efficiency of the empire, but also contributed to its stability and prosperity, cementing his legacy as a leader with remarkable administrative skill and a progressive approach to the diverse cultures within his vast realm. Hello, welcome to the channel. Here we are again, going a little further back today, back to the days of the Achaemenid Empire. As always, if you leave an interesting comment, you will perhaps be the person who gets pinned at the top of the comment section. Perhaps you will make me giggle with your comment, or you'll make us all think with some astute observation. Well, that being said, let's all get comfortable and get on with the video. Well, Darius, of his 4 siblings, was the oldest. His father was Hatshepsut. Well, Hatshepsut was, according to Ammianus Marcellinus, quite a great man, and I'll actually begin it by setting the stage by reading an account from Ammianus Marcellinus about Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut, a very wise monarch, the father of Darius, who, while boldly penetrating into the remoter districts of Upper India, came to a certain woody retreat, of which with its tranquil silence of the Brahmans, men of sublime genius, were the possessors. From their teachings he learned the principles of motion of the world and of the stars, and the pure rites of sacrifice, as far as he could, and of what he learned he infused some portion into the minds of the Magi, which they have handed down by tradition to later ages, each instructing his own children and adding it to their own system of divination. Well, it's not bad to have that kind of review from Marcellinus. But what about his mother? Well, that's unfortunately a little bit less documented. A bit of a mystery. Seems to be a running trend with figures from that time period. It is thought by some that one Rodogune was actually Darius's mother, but there have been some recently uncovered records at Persepolis, which indicate that his mother was actually one Irdabama, a wealthy landowner descended from a family of Elamite kings in the area. The Behistun inscription of Darius states that in 522 BC his father was the satrap of Bactria, and according to Herodotus, Darius served as a spearman, Doriforos in the Greek tongue, for the Persian great king Cambyses II during his Egyptian campaign, which was in the 3 years between 528 and 25 BC, before assuming power. This is usually taken to mean that Darius had once held the rather prestigious role of being the king's personal spear carrier. Now, in terms of Hatshepsut, his father, he was a military officer in Cyrus's army and a member of the nobility at his court. Now, before Cyrus the Great and his army crossed the Araxes River to face the Armenians, he named his son Cambyses II as the heir apparent, just in case he did not make it through the battle. Following his passage across the Aras River, Cyrus had reportedly seen a vision of Darius, who stood at the border between Europe and Asia, representing his domination over the known world. And apparently he had wings on his shoulders. After Cyrus had awoken from this dream, this vision, he concluded that Darius would someday rule the entire world, which of course presented a serious threat to the stability of the empire. Well, despite this, Darius's ambitions and potential for disloyalty were a source of concern, as he was not the legitimate successor to the kingdom, but rather Cambyses was, Cyrus's son. So you can see, Cyrus had gave Hystaspes instructions to go back to Persis and keep an eye on his son. Make sure he's not stepping out of line until Cyrus could return and figure out what exactly to do about this situation. Now, in terms of how Darius exactly came to the throne, there's a few divergent accounts. Of course, one is given by both Darius and the other one is given by the Greek historians, notoriously trustworthy ones too, like Herodotus. I'm joking. Well, the earliest historical narratives describe a convoluted sequence of events wherein Cambyses II actually went through a complete nervous breakdown, killed his brother Bardia, and eventually died from an injury to his leg, perhaps some kind of infection that is sustained through a wound. It's just a pretty common way to go back in those times. Well, later, Darius had traveled to Sikayavati with a group of 6 of the nobility in order to kill one Gaumata, the pretender who had taken the throne by pretending to be the rightful king Bardia during his absence. Well, of course, we have the secondary source, the Behistun inscription, which asserts that Cambyses II assassinated his own brother Bardia, although this act of fratricide remained concealed from the population. Well, as someone aspiring to seize power, known as Gaumata rather. Don't think we'd have Gautama Buddha coming to seize power in the Achaemenid times. Well, this Gaumata deceitfully presented himself to the public, and he convinced everybody that he was the true heir Bardia. In the absence of Cambyses, a revolution against his rule erupted in March of 522 BC, as the Iranians became increasingly dissatisfied with the state of affairs. Soon, the Iranian population elected Gaumata as their leader, known as, of course, Bardia. Well, none of the members of the Achaemenid family would dare rebel against Gaumata, even if it meant risking their own lives. Now, Darius, who had previously served as Cambyses' lance-bearer until the overthrow of the emperor, sought assistance, and in September of 522 BC, together with Otanes, Intafrenes, Gobrias, Aspathenes, and a few others, assassinated Gaumata at the stronghold of Sikayavati. Well, Herodotus presents a questionable narrative of Darius's rise to power. Following the assassination of Gaumata, Darius and the remaining 6 nobles convened to deliberate the future of the empire. Initially, the 7 individuals deliberated about the structure of the government. Otanes, well, he advocated for a democratic republic, isonomia in the Greek tongue. Megabyzus advocated for an oligarchy, but Darius advocated for a monarchy. Well, Darius successfully persuaded the other nobles by arguing that a republic would result in corruption and internal conflict, whereas a monarchy would be governed with a focused determination that is unattainable in other forms of governance. Well, in order to determine the monarch, a test was devised by 6 individuals, with Otanes choosing not to participate due to a reported lack of desire to become king. The individuals were instructed to assemble outside the palace, seated on their horses at the moment of sunrise. The individual whose horse emitted the first neigh in acknowledgement of the ascending sun would be crowned as the ruler. According to Herodotus, Darius possessed a slave named Oebarus, who would manually stimulate the genitals of a mare that Darius's horse showed a preference for. Upon the gathering of the 6 individuals, Oebarus positioned his hands next to the nose of Darius's horse, which subsequently became stimulated by the aroma and emitted a neighing sound. Subsequently, there was a display of lightning and thunder, prompting the rest to dismount and kneel before Darius as a gesture of acknowledging his seemingly divine intervention. Darius asserted in this narrative that he ascended to the throne not by deceit, but through cunning. He even went so far as to commission a statue of himself on a horse, accompanied with the words inscribed, "Darius, son of Hystaspes, acquired the rulership of Persia through the astuteness of his horse and the clever ingenuity of his friend Oebarus." Well, that is one way to get the job. Now, according to Greek historians, Cambyses II entrusted one Patizaethes with the governance of the realm as he had embarked on his journey to Egypt. Subsequently, he dispatched Prexaspes with the intention of assassinating Bardia. Following the assassination, Patizaethes installed his brother, Gaumata, a Magian who had a striking resemblance to Bardia, and proclaimed him the great king. Otanes, along with 6 other Persian nobles, including Darius, uncovered Gaumata's fraudulent identity and devised a strategy to remove the impostor Bardia from power. Darius ascended to the throne the very next morning after eliminating the impostor. Of course, this information of Darius's ascent to power is widely recognized as a fabrication, and was actually employed to hide his overthrow and assassination of Bardia, who was the legitimate successor to Cyrus. In order to establish the legitimacy of his reign, Darius seems to have created a false connection between himself and Cyrus by declaring Achaemenes as the symbolic founder of their dynasty. Contrary to popular belief, Darius did not belong to the same lineage as Cyrus and his ancestors, who were the rulers of Anshan. Well, either way, he's in power now, isn't he? After being crowned at Pasargadae, Darius relocated to Ecbatana and discovered significant backing there for Bardia. Uprisings occurred throughout Elam and Babylonia, leading to Darius's arrest and execution of the revolutionary leader Aschina in Susa. The rebellion in Babylonia ended after 3 months. Darius also became aware of the rebellion in Bactria, which was actually on his side. Subsequently, uprisings occurred in Persis, Elam, Media, Parthia, Assyria, Babylonia, and Egypt. In 522 BC, Widespread uprisings against Darius had erupted throughout the Achaemenid realm, leading to complete chaos. Despite lacking popular support, Darius commanded a devoted military force, including 6 nobles who aided him in overthrowing Carrhae. They successfully suppressed and extinguished all rebellions within the space of a year, eliminating the 9 deceitful rulers. Darius documented these uprisings extensively in the aforementioned Behistun inscription. But of course, it all sounds good and well when the victors write the histories. Well, what is history without a little bit of drama? We arrive to a pretty interesting incident in the early days of the reign of Darius, which is the one involving Intiphernes, or rather the killing of Intiphernes. He was one of the 7 aristocrats who had overthrown the previous ruler and helped establish Darius as the new king. Now, what had happened was the 7 individuals who originally were on Darius's team had reached a mutual understanding that granted them unrestricted access to the new monarch, with the exception of the occasions when he was in the company of a girl. Too busy, I suppose. Well, one evening, Intiphernes visited the palace to meet Darius, but he was intercepted by 2 guards who told him he could not get through. Well, he didn't like that. He had asked them, "Why will you not let me in?" And they told him it's because Darius was in there with a woman and they didn't want to interrupt him. Well, Intiphernes did not like that answer, so he unsheathed his sword and cut off the ears and noses of the 2 officers. Upon departing the palace, he dismounted his horse and securely fastened the 2 officers together using the bridle. Bad day at work, I suppose. Well, the officers approached Darius and presented evidence of the mistreatment they had suffered at the hands of Intiphernes. And because of this, Darius grew apprehensive about his personal security, suspecting that several noblemen had formed an alliance to actually overthrow him, and he interpreted the assault on his officers as an initial indication of rebellion. But also, if 2 of your officers can't take down one soft-handed nobleman, well, maybe you should have gotten better guards. Anyway, he dispatched a message to every nobleman, inquiring whether they sanctioned the deeds of Intiphernes. Of course, they repudiated any association with Intiphernes' acts, affirming their unwavering support for Darius as the King of Kings, that being his actual title in Persian. While Darius's decision to consult the noblemen suggests that he still harbored some doubts regarding his absolute authority. Early days after you depose a king are always a little unstable. Well, to prevent any potential opposition, Darius dispatched troops to apprehend Intiphernes, as well as his son, immediate family, relatives, and any acquaintances who possessed the ability to arm themselves against him. You see, Darius held the belief that Intiphernes was plotting an insurrection. However, upon his appearance in court, no evidence substantiating such a scheme was found. Well, Darius exterminated the complete family of Intiphernes anyway, with the exception of his wife, a male sibling, and offspring. She was presented with the dilemma of selecting either her brother or her son, and she selected her brother to survive. The rationale behind her decision was that while she could potentially have multiple husbands and sons, she would only ever have a single sibling. Darius was rather impressed by her reply, and decided not to harm either her brother or son. Well, once Darius established his control over the entire empire, he launched a military expedition to Egypt. There he successfully destroyed the pharaoh's army and gained control over the territories that Cambyses had previously conquered. Additionally, he incorporated a significant chunk of Egypt into the Achaemenid Empire, and through subsequent military battles, he eventually achieved dominion over the vast extent of the empire, which encompassed regions ranging from the Balkans in the west to the Indus Valley in the east. Indus Valley being the northern parts of what we now know as modern-day India. Now, in 516 BC, Darius initiated a military campaign into Central Asia, specifically targeting Arya and Bactria. Subsequently, he advanced into Afghanistan and reached Taxila, which is located in present-day Pakistan. Darius resided at Gandhara during the winter of 516 to 15, making preparations for a conquest of the Indus Valley. And when 515 rolled around, he achieved the conquest of these territories adjacent to the Indus River. He exerted dominion over the Indus Valley, spanning from Gandhara to present-day Karachi. Additionally, he commissioned the Greek explorer Scylax of Carianda to undertake a voyage across the Indian Ocean, starting at the Indus River's estuary and concluding at the Suez region. Subsequently, Darius proceeded to advance over the Bolan Pass and subsequently retraced his steps through Arcosia and Drangiana, ultimately returning to Persia. Following the assassination of Bardia, there were extensive uprisings that took place around the empire, mainly in the eastern regions. Thus, Darius consolidated his authority as monarch by the use of military force, which is usually the most effective way to consolidate anything, leading his army across the entire empire and quelling each uprising one by one. Of course, of all the uprisings, we talk about the big one, the Babylonian revolt, commanded by Nebuchadnezzar III, the most prominent of all of them. This uprising took place after Otanes relocated a significant portion of the military from Babylon to assist Darius in quelling additional uprisings. Darius perceived that the Babylonian populace had used and duped him, prompting him to amass a substantial military force and advance against Babylon. Now, upon arriving in Babylon, he encountered sealed gates and an array of fortification designed to prevent him and his army from entering. No Darius allowed, I'm afraid. Thus, he faced derision and jeering from the rebels, who famously taunted him with the phrase, "You will conquer our city when mules give birth to fowls." Insults were a little bit different back then, I suppose. Well, despite employing various tactics and plans, including imitating the methods used by Cyrus the Great to conquer Babylon in earlier times, Darius and his army were unsuccessful in capturing the city for a year and a half. However, according to the old story, the circumstances shifted in Darius's favor when a strategy was devised for one Zopyrus to assume the role of a defector, infiltrate the Babylonian encampment, and establish rapport with them. course, the strategy was effective as Darius' military forces ultimately encircled the city and triumphed over the insurgents. Well, it wasn't just the Babylonians giving them trouble. Amidst this uprising, the Scythian nomads capitalized on the turmoil and launched an invasion of Persia. After successfully quelling the rebellion in Elam, Assyria, and Babylon, Darius proceeded to launch an offensive against the Scythian invaders, chasing out the intruders, who guided him to a swamp. There he encountered unfamiliar foes and a mysterious Scythian tribe. While the Scythians were a collection of nomads from northern Iran who spoke a language that was known as Scythian. They invaded Media, engaged in battle with Cyrus and killed him, rebelled against Darius, and posed a threat to trade between Central Asia and the Black Sea region. They inhabited the area between the Danube River, the River Don, and the Black Sea. I've got a whole video on them. It's a little bit old, but you'll find it in the playlists. I've forgotten which playlist I put it in, but I know it's in one of them. Perhaps it'll be a fun game to look for it, Well, in 513 BC, Darius launched an ambitious military campaign into European Scythia, marking one of the earliest major incursions by the Achaemenid Empire. The campaign began with Darius traversing the Black Sea using a pontoon bridge near the Bosphorus Straits, showcasing the engineering capabilities and strategic planning of the Persian Empire. He led his forces into the vast and largely uncharted territories of Eastern Europe, targeting the Scythians. Now the Scythians were under the leadership of their ruler, Idanthyrsus, who employed evasive and scorched earth tactics that frustrated Darius' efforts. They retreated eastward, drawing Darius deeper into their territory, destroying the landscape and leaving Darius' forces increasingly isolated in a very hostile environment. But despite these challenges, Darius' campaign did achieve some notable successes, such as advancing eastward through the cultivated regions of the Scythians in Eastern Europe, and capturing and destroying the city of Budini, a key ally of the Scythians. Either way, Darius was frustrated by the consistent lack of progress. The wheels were grinding to a halt. Thus, he sent an ultimatum to Idanthyrsus, demanding that the Scythians either engage in battle or submit to Persian rule. Well, the response was defiant, stating that the Scythians would not fight unless the Persians located and attempted to desecrate their ancestral tombs. Well, Darius pressed on, constructing 8 massive fortresses along the Oarus River, which Herodotus noted were still standing centuries later. Unfortunately, they're all gone now. After a month of pursuing the elusive Scythians, Darius realized the futility of further pursuit and began the long march back to Thrace. Despite not forcing the Scythians into submission, the Persian forces captured significant territories, established strategic fortifications, and demonstrated the military might of the Achaemenids to the Scythians and other eastern tribes. The Scythians, on the other hand, successfully avoided a decisive battle with the Persians and managed to preserve their independence and way of life, albeit at the cost of their most valuable territories and the lives of many of their people. Plenty more where that came from. Although the Scythians employed evasive strategies, Darius' military expedition had thus far achieved a considerable degree of success. Now, according to Herodotus, the strategies employed by the Scythians led to the forfeiture of most of their valuable territories and caused harm to their faithful allies. While traveling eastward through the cultivated fields of the Scythians in Eastern Europe, Darius was able to sustain himself by receiving supplies from his fleet and relying on the resources of the land. While advancing eastward through the European Scythian territories, he successfully seized control of the heavily defended city of Budini and proceeded to set it ablaze. Darius ultimately commanded the cessation at the shores of Oarus, where he constructed the 8 formidable formations. Following a month-long pursuit of the Scythians, his military forces were experiencing casualties as a result of exhaustion, deprivation, and illness. But he had successfully captured the lands of the Scythians, at least the good ones, and that was enough to chalk up a victory. Now, Darius's European voyage during his reign was significant, starting with the conquest of Thrace and subjugating cities in the northern Aegean region. Macedonia, however, submitted and became a vassal state after being required to provide earth and water. Darius entrusted Megabyzus with the task of conquering Thrace and returned to Sardis to spend the winter. By 510 BC, the Greeks in Asia Minor and certain Greek islands had acquiesced to Persian domination. And to enhance the Persian-Greek relations, Darius invited Greeks to offer their services, granting them access to his court and treasuries. The Greeks fulfilled various roles under Darius, including statesmen, artisans, seafarers, and warriors. Now, Aristogoras orchestrated the Ionian Revolt, receiving assistance from Eretria and Athens. Persian military and naval actions led to the reconquest of Ionian and Greek islands, reassertion of control over Thrace, and the conquest of Macedonia in 492 led by Mardonius. Since the late 6th century BC, Macedon had been under Persian control in a state of tributary relations, but it did manage, barely, to maintain its independence. In 492, the war had led to complete subordination of the region, making it an integral part of the Persian structure. The first Persian invasion of Greece thus began through these military operations, leading to the expulsion of pro-Persian aristocrats from Athens and Sparta. Darius replied by sending his son-in-law's army across the Hellespont. However, a strong storm and Thracians' persecution forced the army to flee to Persia. Darius assembled 20,000 men under his admiral Datis and his nephew Artaphernes to counterattack against Athens and Eretria. And they won by taking Eretria and advancing on Marathon. Miltiades led 9,000 highly armed Athenian troops, 600 Plataeans, and 10,000, albeit weakly equipped soldiers to victory over the Persian army at Marathon in 490 BC. The Persian foray into Greece thus ended with the Marathon conflict. Well, instead of delegating to his generals, Darius organized a separate military army, which he would personally lead from the front. Before the preparations were finished, however, Darius died, leaving his son Xerxes in charge. Now, Darius descended from Hystaspes and Arsames. He married Cyrus's daughter Atossa and he had 4 sons of his own: Xerxes, Achaemenes, Masistes, and Hystaspes, named after his father. He also married Cyrus's daughter Artistone. Arsames and Gorbrias were his sons from the union. Darius married Bardia's daughter too, Parmias, and he had Ariomardus. Darius also married his niece, Fratagune, and had 2 sons, Abrocomas and Hipperantes. Well, because of Atossa, Xerxes became Darius's successor, and the future emperor instead of Artabarzanes, Darius's eldest son. Atossa was powerful in the realm because Darius had loved her the most. Now, back to the Battle of Marathon. After the defeat, Darius prepared a military campaign against the Greek city-states. Now, Darius, not Datis, would lead the imperial army in this conquest. And after 3 years of preparing soldiers and ships for the battles, Darius faced an Egyptian insurrection, and the rebellion in Egypt worsened his health and prevented him from commanding another armed force. After 30 days of illness, partly due to his role in suppressing the uprising, he passed away at the age of 64. He was embalmed and buried in a rock-carved tomb at Nakh-e-Rostam in October of 486 BC, a location that he had already prepared beforehand. Well, he's dead now, isn't he? But what made him so great? Well, before we go, let's have a look at a few of his achievements. Well, Darius wanted to reform the empire, and it was already very much an empire before he came around. He also wanted to improve the income system he had inherited from Cyrus and Cambyses at the start of his tenure. He created 20 satrapies, ruled by satraps, and required to pay fixed taxes. Herodotus's catalogue begins with Ionia and lists the subsequent satrapies west to east, save for Persis. Now, Persis was the Persian homeland, and that was the only province that did not need to be conquered. To pay tribute, silver and gold talents were used. Babylonian talent measured satraps' silver tributes. Now, gold paid people were measured by euboic talent. The satraps paid less than 15,000 silver talents each. Most of the satraps were Persian and belonged to either the royal house or the 6 prominent royal families. Darius personally selected these satraps to oversee these territories. The provinces were subdivided into sub-provinces, each with its own governor, who was appointed either by a royal court or the satrap himself. A commission conducted an evaluation of the expenses and earnings of each satrap in order to appraise their tributes. Now, in addition, royal inspectors who served as Darius's surveillance agents conducted additional examinations and audits of the situations of each satrap. A complex system, quite ahead of its time. Think of the tax department coming out and assessing you, taking from you pretty much what you could realistically give while still being prosperous. Now, of course, the imperial administration was centrally managed, which had offices, the chancery, if we're going to use that kind of modern word, in Persepolis, Susa, and Babylon. Additionally, there were branches of the chancery in Bactria, Ecbatana, Sardis, Memphis, and Dascylium. Darius maintained Aramaic as the lingua franca, which rapidly disseminated across the empire, but nevertheless he assembled a consortium of individuals to devise an independent linguistic framework exclusively employed in Persis and by the Persians, known as the Aryan alphabet, which was exclusively utilized for official engravings. Darius also implemented the introduction of a novel global currency known as the Daric at some point before 500 BC. He employed the coinage system as a universal currency to oversee and control trade and commerce across the vast kingdom. The Daric currency gained recognition not just inside the empire's borders, but also in regions like Celtic Central Europe and Eastern Europe. There existed two distinct varieties of Darics, namely a gold and a silver Daric. Exclusive authority to produce gold Darics was reserved solely for the king. Prominent military leaders and provincial governors produced silver Darics, with the latter often used to enlist Greek mercenaries in Anatolia. Money talks, right? Well, the Daric significantly enhanced global commerce. Much easier just to pay with things with gold and silver measured out in certain values, rather than having to trade, I don't know, a box of fish for 2 fur coats. Well, he also constructed the Royal Road in order to enhance trade, which was a system for postal communication, as well as a commercial maritime network based on Phoenician methods. And the introduction of the Daric resulted in enhanced government income by facilitating the collection of new taxes on land, cattle, and marketplaces. Consequently, the land was surveyed and then subject to taxation. The augmented government revenues facilitated the maintenance and enhancement of current infrastructure, as well as the financing of irrigation projects in arid regions. The implementation of this new tax system also resulted in the establishment of state banking institutions and the development of banking companies. Well, I suppose it's not all good news. I hate banks. Well, Darius also constructed canals, subterranean water passages, and a formidable naval fleet in order to enhance the trade system. Herodotus states that the Qanat irrigation method was brought to Egypt, a claim that is corroborated by modern historians. He enhanced and extended the network of highways and way stations around the empire, establishing a system of travel authorization for the king, satraps, and other high-ranking officials. This allowed authorized travelers to receive food at designated stopping points along their journey. Now, in terms of spirituality, while there is no general consensus in scholarship as to whether Darius and his predecessors had been influenced by Zoroastrianism, it is well established that Darius was a firm believer in Ahura Mazda, whom he saw as the supreme deity. However, Ahura Mazda was also worshipped by adherents of the Indo-Iranian religious tradition too. Also, as can be seen in the Behistun inscription, Darius believed that Ahura Mazda had appointed him to rule the Achaemenid Empire, divine intervention. Now just quickly, Ahura Mazda is the good guy in Zoroastrianism, and Angra Mainyu is the bad guy, if we're going to boil it down to those terms. Well, Darius had a dualistic philosophical conviction, and believed that each rebellion in his kingdom was the work of Druj, the enemy of Ashur. Darius believed that because he lived righteously by Ashur, Ahura Mazda supported him. In fact, we have many cuneiform inscriptions that denote these achievements, and he presents himself as a devout believer, perhaps even convinced that he had divine right to rule the entire world. However, his relationship with the deity was far more complex. There is an inscription that states, "Ahura Mazda is mine. I am Ahura Mazda's." Well, in the lands that were conquered by his empire, Darius followed the same Achaemenid tolerance that Cyrus had shown, and later Achaemenid kings would show. He supported faiths and religions that were alien to the Persians, as long as they were submissive and peaceful, sometimes giving them grants from his treasury for their purposes. He had founded the restoration of the Israelite temple, which had originally been decreed by Cyrus, and was supportive of Greek cults, which can be seen in his letter to the Gadatas, and supported Elamite priests. He had also observed Egyptian religious rituals related to kingship and had built the temple for the Egyptian god Amun. While undertaking his Greek expedition, Darius initiated construction endeavors in Susa, Egypt, and Persepolis. He connected the Red Sea to the river Nile by constructing a canal, giving it his name, the Darius Canal, which extended from present-day Zakazek to modern Suez. In order to inaugurate this canal, he journeyed to Egypt in 497 BC, where the ceremony was conducted with grandeur and jubilation. Darius constructed a canal to establish a connection between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. And he also financed extensive infrastructure development initiatives at Susa, Egypt, and Babylon, as well as, of course, Persepolis, constructing a magnificent palace complex in the northern part of Susa. The palace was, however, demolished under the rule of Artaxerxes I, as indicated by an inscription still surviving, although it was subsequently reconstructed. Today, only the glazed bricks of the palace are still in existence. Well, Darius completed all unfinished construction projects at Pasargadae that were initiated during the reign of Cyrus the Great. He also commissioned the construction of a new palace, which included an inscription honoring Cyrus the Great. Previously, it was thought that Cyrus was the one who built this building. However, based on the use of cuneiform script, we can now conclude it was actually Darius. Well, he also constructed numerous temples and undertook the restoration of the previously damaged ones in Egypt. Despite his devotion to Ahura Mazda, Darius constructed temples specifically devoted to the deities of the Egyptian faith, which is really nice of him, I think. How tolerant. A number of temples were discovered that were specifically devoted to the worship of Ptah and Nekhbet. He additionally constructed numerous thoroughfares and pathways across Egypt. Frequently inscribed on the mountains, he constructed with the official languages of the Persian Empire, including Old Persian, Elamite, Babylonian, and Egyptian hieroglyphs. Darius enlisted a multitude of craftsmen and artisans from many nations to build these monuments, and some of these laborers were individuals who had been deported and were hired expressly to work on the monuments. These individuals who were deported contributed to the empire's economic growth and fostered better intercultural connections. Construction efforts were still ongoing, however, at the time of Darius's death, with some things remaining unfinished. Xerxes, however, did accomplish most of these tasks, and in certain instances enhanced his father's endeavors by constructing additional edifices of his own. Or maybe video on Xerxes soon. He deserves one too. On the plains of ancient Iran, 3,000 years ago, a single voice rang out to challenge the old gods and proclaim a new vision of truth. That was the voice of Zoroaster, also known as Zarathustra, the reformer and prophet, who founded one of the world's oldest monotheistic faiths. His ideas, a single wise god, a cosmic struggle between good and evil, and a crescendo of a final judgment, echo through history, and of course have influenced later religions. But who exactly was Zoroaster? That remains a fascinating puzzle to solve. Little's known for certain about his life, shrouded as mystery as it is in myth and time. But what we'll try to do today is explore Zoroaster's story from his legendary birth and early struggles as much as we can tell it. We'll go through his teachings and philosophy, and then we'll finish off talking about his lasting impact. We'll journey through chronologically in this video, grounding our narrative in the closest sources to the time, and of course, we'll be looking at them critically and examining their reliability. I think by the end you'll see how a Bronze Age priest from Persia became a towering figure in world religious history. But allow me to welcome you to the channel. Where are my manners? They're right here. Hello everyone, and it's good to meet any newcomers. If you've not done so yet, I invite you to hit the subscribe button and perhaps tell me where you're listening from down in the comments. It's always interesting to see the breadth of reach that this channel gets. So with that being said, let's all get nice and relaxed. Now we can begin the life of Zoroaster, as much as we can tell it. And so with introductions out of the way, we know exactly where and somewhat when Zoroaster was born. But to understand Zoroaster, we first need to picture the context of the world that he was born into. Ancient Iran, at a time when the region's people followed an old Indo-Iranian religion. This was a polytheistic faith with many gods. We're talking deities of sun, moon, fire, etc., ritual sacrifices, and even an interesting sacred intoxicant called halma. Society was largely pastoral and nomadic, pretty normal for the time. People tended to herd cattle and camels on the steppes of Central Asia. Zoroaster himself grew up in a pastoral culture. Notably, his very name is actually linked to camels. In the old Iranian language, Avestan, Ustra actually means camel. That's an interesting little fact for you. Of course, this all hints that camels were certainly important in his community's life. The young Zoroaster, or Zarathustra, as he called himself in his own language, was born into the Spitama clan, a family of priests. His father was Poroshaspa, and his mother, Dugadova. As a boy, Zoroaster would have been taught the traditional rituals and hymns of his time. In fact, evidence from Zoroaster's own hymns, the Gathas, suggests he became a Zautar or priest. Thus he was educated in religious rites and lore from a very early age. So when and where did Zoroaster live? Of course, one of the first puzzles is pinning down when Zoroaster lived. Now, we did say 3,000 years ago, but you gotta take that with a bit of grain of salt. Historians and ancient sources do not agree on this date. Later religious traditions in Persia, recorded centuries after his life, by the way, claimed that Zoroaster lived 258 years before Alexander the Great, and that would place him around 600 BC, since Alexander the Great conquered Persia in 330 BC. This would make him a contemporary of the later Persian kings. However, a lot of people today find this date to be somewhat unlikely. Linguistic clues in Zoroaster's own writings and comparisons with the ancient Hindu Rig Veda suggest that he lived even earlier, roughly around 1000 BC, but we'll have to give or take a century. In other words, I suppose we can put it, that Zoroaster probably lived in the late 2nd millennium BCE, perhaps even 1200 BCE, making him a Bronze Age figure rather than an Axial Age 6th century prophet. So by contrast, some Greek authors in antiquity assigned fantastically old dates to Zarathustra. Of course they would. The Greeks sometimes, especially Herodotus and earlier writers, seem to blow things out of proportion a little bit. One Greek historian, for example, Xanthus of Lydia, claimed that Zoroaster lived 6,000 years before Xerxes' invasion of Greece. One philosopher, Plutarch, wrote that Zoroaster lived 5,000 years before the Trojan War. Now, I'm sure your eyebrows raised somewhat. The ancient estimates were clearly not historical, but they reflect mythic chronology or perhaps a misunderstanding. The consensus of modern scholarships leans towards Zoroaster being much older than 600 BC, but 1000 BC seems to stay the reasonable estimate. Now, as for where he lived, the clues point to eastern Iran, or perhaps Central Asia. His hymns mentioned places and rivers that fit the region of ancient Bactria, Sogdia, or Khorasmia, around modern Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, or Uzbekistan. The dialect of the Avesta, Zoroastrian scripture, is an Eastern Iranian language, reinforcing this geographic context. Later Persian legends sometimes place Zoroaster in western Iran, at the time Media or Azerbaijan, but those are considered a little less reliable. So, for the sake of continuity, envision Zoroaster as an Eastern Iranian holy man, wandering among herding tribes on the Central Asian steppes. Of course, we've mentioned that we lack written records from Zoroaster's own lifetime, but later Zoroastrian texts preserve legendary accounts of his early life. These stories, though recorded many centuries afterwards in Middle Persian, also called Pahlavi books, paint a pretty dramatic picture of a child destined for greatness, a prodigy. According to these later traditions, extraordinary omens surrounded Zoroaster's birth. It is said that his mother, Dugdova, glowed with an uncanny light before giving birth, as if fire radiated from her body. When the child was born, the first thing he did was laugh out loud, an astonishing laugh, instead of a cry of a newborn. The priests explain this marvel by saying that the archangel Vohu Mana, good mind, entered the infant at birth and filled him with divine joy. Of course, such a prestigious child frightened the evil forces at the time. A local sorcerer named Durasrav is said to have been alarmed by the child's laughter, fearing that this child would grow up and destroy the demonic powers he wielded. And so, Durasrav and another wicked priest, Bratrakresh, became arch-enemies of the infant Zoroaster. The legends describe how these evildoers persuaded Zoroaster's own father to attempt to kill the child, but each attempt failed miraculously. For example, the baby Zoroaster was left in a fire, yet he came out completely unharmed by the flames. On another occasion, he was placed in the path of stampeding cattle, and later among wild horses, but neither the oxen or the horses would trample over him. In another vivid tale, the infant was abandoned in a den of hungry she-wolf whose cubs had been killed so that the furious wolf might devour the child. But instead, divine intervention came and saved him. The archangel Vohumana caused Zoroaster to smite the she-wolf, and a gentle ewe was sent to the cave to nurse the child. When his mother came searching, she found that her child was alive and suckling on the ewe safe and sound. These are pretty miraculous stories, don't you think? The laughing baby, the thwarted assassination attempts, the wolf that did not dare eat him. All of it established Zoroaster in legend as a protected figure chosen by the divines. Scholars note that such motives, an evil king or priest tries to kill a special child who is saved by miracles, well, they're pretty common in myths of great founders and prophets around the world. You'll see a lot of it. Well, the Zoroastrian version likely developed over centuries of oral storytelling before being written down in the 9th century CE. While these tales are not historical facts, in fact we can't really prove them, they are important in understanding how later devotees perceived the prophet as someone marked from birth by a divine mission, surviving against all the odds. And we should keep in mind a bit of the bias of these sources, Pahlavi texts compiled by Zoroastrian priests long after Zoroaster's time, full of hagiography, this saintly legend. They provide a lot of drama and color. But perhaps I'll leave it up to you as to how literally you're going to take them. Let's not ruin the fun. Well, now we get to the real juicy part of the story, the divine revelation at age 30. Setting aside legend and returning to what we can glean from earlier sources, we find that Zoroaster is now a young adult, following his father's profession as a priest. For the first few decades of his life, he likely performed rituals and worshipped the traditional gods of his people. Pretty normal. Nothing interesting yet. But then, at the age of 30, everything changed. Zoroastrian tradition, and later scripture, holds that Zoroaster had a profound divine vision at about 30 years old. He encountered Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, who would eventually become the one single god of Zoroastrianism. One account says Zoroaster was participating in a purification ritual in a river when a shining being, the archangel Vohumana, appeared and led him into the presence of Ahura Mazda and 5 other radiant divine figures, the Amesha Spentas. In this moment, Zoroaster received a revelation of a new religious truth. He realized that Ahura Mazda was indeed the supreme creator, the source of all goodness, and that many, quote, gods, unquote, that the people worshipped were either lesser beings or in some cases even demons who would just trick the people into worshipping them. Of course, this was a radical departure from the prevailing polytheism. Armed with this revelation, Zoroaster felt compelled to preach his truth, Asha, in his language, to all the people he could find. He believed he was appointed as a messenger of Ahura Mazda, to guide others onto the right and noble path However, prophets often face a bit of resistance in their homelands, and Zoroaster was not going to be an exception. He soon discovered that telling people that their old gods were false, and that there was only really one true god, Ahura Mazda, was not really a way to win friends. According to Zoroaster's own hymns, the Gathas, when he first started teachings, his words fell on deaf ears. His fellow countrymen did not listen, and the ones who were on the other spectrum were openly hostile. In one verse, Zoroaster laments his solitude and lack of resources. I know wherefore I am lacking in vigor, O wise one. It is on the account of the scantiness of my cattle stock, and because I am one of few men only. Now, just to explain it, in this line he notes two problems. One was he was poor, which is a big problem. He had very few cattle, which was a measure of wealth, and he had very few followers. We can imagine Zoroaster as let's say a lonely reformer, perhaps seen as a trouble-making upstart by the established priestly class, who are called Karpans in his text. Indeed, Zoroaster, his teachings threatened the livelihood and the traditions of the existing order of priests and chiefs. Some of these old priests, whom Zoroaster labels as Karpans and Kavis, derogatory terms in the Gathas, by the way, strongly opposed him, because of course they would. There are hints in the Gathas that certain powerful figures publicly denounced Zoroaster. Later sources identify some of these opponents by name. For example, an antagonist named Grahma or Grakma is mentioned, accused of promoting wrong rituals that destroy the truth being Diana in their language. Another named Bendva is noted as a wealthy man who supports a, quote, deceitful teacher leading people astray. It seems Zoroaster's reforms, perhaps condemning the excessive ritualism, animal sacrifices, and the use of the hallucinogenic Haoma drink, angered the traditional priests who benefited from these rituals. But beyond theology, there were likely economic interests at play too. Zoroaster favored the poor and righteous over the rich and corrupt, and that upset the social hierarchy. So, as tradition claims, for about 10 years, Zoroaster struggled to win converts in his homeland. In fact, the early records say only one person initially accepted his message. That was his cousin, Madioi Mana. Apart from this cousin and perhaps a few family members, Zoroaster was one of few men only on his side. Facing growing hostility from all sides, Zoroaster eventually left his home in search of a more receptive audience. And that was the turning point. The prophet Zoroaster became essentially a religious exile on one hand, and a missionary on the other. And so, Zoroaster's fortunes changed dramatically when he found patronage under a local king. He traveled until he reached the court of King Vishtaspa. Vishtaspa was a chieftain or king in a region of eastern Iran, possibly Bactria. This encounter likely occurred after many years of wandering, when Zoroaster was no longer a young man but in his 40s. Winning over a king was crucial. It could provide protection and even a platform for wider acceptance of the religion. But conversion of a king was no simple task. Zoroastrian texts and later legends describe it as a high-stakes drama. At first, King Vishtapa's court was skeptical of the stranger preaching a new faith. The established priests and wise men of the court viewed Zoroaster as a threat. According to later accounts, they subjected Zoroaster to debates and trials. For 3 days, Zoroaster answered rapid-fire questions about his doctrine in front of the king and a council of learned priests. He held firm to his message of one God, Ahura Mazda, and the rejection of the old gods, whom he labeled devas, or demons. The debates were intense, and mostly hostile from the other side, as the court sages tried to find contradictions or heresy in Zoroaster's words. But after this examination, the vested interests at court were not satisfied. High priests felt their power threatened and conspired to sabotage the prophet's influence. One popular legendary account from later tradition relates that these jealous priests accused Zoroaster of performing magic and treason, a sorcerer, a charlatan and a trickster. They convinced the king that Zoroaster was dangerous, and as a result, King Vishtaspa had Zoroaster thrown in prison and subjected to harsh conditions. The prophet was put in chains, given minimal food and water, 31 tortures in all, according to one text. But remarkably, it is said that Zoroaster withstood all of his torments without any pain or harm, protected by his divine patron, Ahura Mazda. These trials in prison further convinced King Vishtaspa that Zoroaster was no ordinary man. The decisive miracle, however, involved the king's beloved horse. As the story goes, the king's favorite horse suddenly became paralyzed, all 4 legs mysteriously frozen. The court priests failed to cure the animal, and desperation grew. Thus, Zoroaster offered a deal. He would heal 1 leg of the horse for each wish or condition the king fulfilled. Well, the king didn't have much of a choice, didn't he? May as well try. So he agreed. For the first leg, Zoroaster asked that the king accept Ahura Mazda and the new faith. The second condition was that the king's son also embrace Zoroaster's teachings. The third was that the queen do the same. The fourth and final condition was dramatic. Zoroaster demanded that the evil priests who had slandered him be executed. That escalated quickly, didn't it? With each agreement, one of the horse's legs was healed. I'm sure the evil priests watching on were getting increasingly nervous. When all conditions were met and the corrupt priests taken care of, the horse stood up, fully cured. King Vishtaspa was astonished, and now he was completely convinced of Zoroaster's divine power and truthfulness. Moved by this miracle, Vishtaspa publicly declared his conversion to the religion of the worship of Ahura Mazda. Whether this exact sequence happened or not, the essence is that Zoroaster finally gained a royal patron, and that is a big deal. Historically, we know from Zoroaster's own Gathas that Vishtaspa, referred to as Carrhae, meaning king, was indeed a patron and a follower. Vishtaspa's name is praised as a righteous supporter in Zoroastrian scripture. With the king and queen on his side, Zoroaster's faith now had the backing of political power. Vishtaspa's court, including nobles like Jamaspa, the king's relatives and ministers, also Hatshepsut, also converted and became devout supporters. In fact, Zoroaster forged family alliances here. He got married, too, to one of Hatshepsut's daughters in some accounts, and he gave his own daughter in marriage to Jamaspa. By becoming kin to the king's closest advisors, Zoroaster had cemented his influence. The remaining years of Zoroaster's life were spent in Vishtaspa's domain, organizing the new community of believers. With royal endorsement, the prophet's teachings spread among the people. The kingdom likely underwent a religious reformation, turning away from the old polytheistic cults and embracing the worship of Ahura Mazda. According to later sources, Vishtaspa's realm even had to fight wars against neighboring peoples who resisted this religious change. An epic struggle is described between Vishtaspa's people, now Zoroastrian, and the hostile Turanian tribes under a leader named Arjasp, who remained loyal to the old gods, and we can't have that, can't we? Zoroaster, though, by now an elderly spiritual leader, purportedly encouraged Vishtaspa's armies and prophesied their victory. And so, after a life of preaching, controversy, and finally triumph in spreading his doctrine, how did the story of Zoroaster really end? Well, no one really knows for sure. The sources again diverge between legend and likelihood. Zoroastrian tradition holds that Zoroaster lived to the age of 77 and met a violent end in a final attack on Vishtaspa's land. An enemy raider, sometimes identified as that sorcerer Bratrokresh from his childhood, infiltrated the sanctuary where Zoroaster was tending the sacred fire. This attacker murdered Zoroaster in cold blood while he was praying, killing him right there on the spot. Thus, in the lore, Zoroaster becomes a martyr, dying in defense of his faith. However, it's interesting that unlike some other religions, Zoroastrians did not traditionally observe a mourning holiday for Zoroaster's martyrdom. This fact has led some scholars to suggest that perhaps Zoroaster did not die a dramatic martyr's death, but rather passed away peacefully in old age. I hope for Zoroaster's sake it was certainly that way. Had his death been a pivotal, tragic event, we might expect annual commemorations, don't you think? The absence of early, widespread martyr traditions does raise the possibility that the tale of being slain by an enemy could be a later embellishment, a fitting, heroic end, added as a footnote to his biography. But in any case, by the time of his death, whether it was by natural causes or extreme blunt force trauma, Zoroaster had laid the foundation for a religion that would endure for a millennia. It still does in some places. I'll get to that later. He left behind disciples, including his own children. Zoroastrian texts say that Zoroaster had 3 sons and 3 daughters, who likely carried on his lineage and faith. The faith of Zoroastrianism, or the good religion, as believers called it, would soon spread across the Iranian plateau. So before moving on to discuss Zoroaster's teachings in detail, let's pause and consider some of the sources we have for his life, because it's very, very important that we do so. Much of the biography we recounted, the Vishtaspa story, the miracles, etc., comes from the later religious texts, compiled long after Zoroaster. This isn't unique to Zoroastrianism. This happens quite a lot in a lot of religious figures, but we still need to mention it. And these include parts of the Avesta, completed in written form during the Persian Empire or later, and Pahlavi books, written in the early medieval period, 9th, 10th century CE, that gathered our older oral traditions together and finally put pen to paper. These sources obviously have a devotional bias. They want to glorify the prophet and show divine validation of his mission, and that's why we see so many miracles and cosmic interventions. In contrast, the primary sources closest to Zoroaster are the Gathas, 17 hymns believed to be composed by Zoroaster himself. The Gathas are embedded in the Avesta and are poetically dense and elusive. They don't narrate events like a history book, rather they're pretty much meditations, prayers, and sermons. Through them, Zoroaster addresses Ahura Mazda, pleads for help against his foes, and celebrates the friends who support him. We extracted clues from the Gathas, like mentions of Vishtaspa and hostility from the Carrhaes, to sketch these rough events of his life. As we said at the start of the video, We do our best with what we have. The Gathas, being primary, are more reliable about Zoroaster's ideas than the later legends, but they require interpretation by critically comparing these various sources, their hymns, the primary sure, but a little bit cryptic, and the later narratives, which are detailed but somewhat idealized. We just have to attempt to reconstruct Zoroaster's life and message in the best way that we can. I think we did a decent job of it. Now, having followed Zoroaster's journey from birth to death, let's explore what he taught that was so revolutionary. Of course, he had to have some good ideas if they caught on, right? What did he preach that won him so many devoted followers and also bitter enemies? The teachings and philosophy of Zoroaster. His teachings mark a turning point in the history of religion and spirituality. He's often credited as one of the first, if not the first, monotheist, and as a pioneer of moral dualism. So let's unpack the key elements of his philosophy as gleaned from the Gathas and the other earlier texts, always noting that these were later understood and sometimes expanded by his followers. The first is one God above all, Ahura Mazda. That is the core of Zoroaster's message. This worship of Ahura Mazda meaning the wise Lord. In an age when his contemporaries worshipped a pantheon of gods, Zoroaster elevated Ahura Mazda as the supreme and singular creator. He taught that Ahura Mazda is the source of all that is good, the creator of the heavens and the earth. This god was not distant or indifferent. No, Ahura Mazda is depicted as being part of perfect wisdom and justice, and he interacts with humanity through revelation. Zoroaster didn't necessarily deny the existence of other spiritual beings, but he did insist that only those aligned with Ahura Mazda's goodness were worthy of reverence. Lesser gods, as in the old Indo-Iranian deities, who he called devas, meaning demons or false gods, were to be rejected if they embodied evil or lied. In Zoroaster's view, many of the traditional gods followed the lie and were thus unworthy of worship. Instead of a pantheon of competing gods, Zoroaster presented a kind of heavenly hierarchy under the one god. Ahura Mazda works through a host of abstract divine qualities, later personified as the Amesha Spentas, meaning the holy immortals. In the Gathas, Zoroaster often refers to concepts like Asha, the truth or right order, Vohumana, good mind, and Shastra, dominion, as both virtues and divine presences. Eventually, these came to be seen as archangel-like figures, I suppose, emanations of Ahura Mazda, manifestations of different qualities. For example, Asha Vahishta is the highest truth and righteousness. Vohumana is the good mind that inspires good thoughts. Spenta Armaiti embodies holy devotion or serenity. These are 7 of the key divine aspects, including also Spentamenyu, the Holy Spirit of Ahura Mazda, Haurvatat, wholeness, perfection, and Amaretat, immortality. Zoroaster taught these represent both Ahura Mazda's nature and virtues that humans should cultivate. Pretty important stuff. Notably, this ties to the divine realm, that to the ethical realm too. The same qualities that divine God, truth, good thinking, righteousness are expected of normal everyday human beings, an emulation of the highest order. A scholar neatly summarizes, the gods and humankind are both bound to observe the same ethical principles, and it was profoundly an ethical religion, not just a set of rituals. In Zoroaster's theology, God is good, and nothing evil comes from Ahura Mazda. But this raises a classic question, don't you think? If God is wholly good, what is the origin of evil in the world? Zoroaster's answer introduces the second major pillar of his teaching, the concept of dualism between good and evil. Zoroaster preached that the world is a battlefield of sorts, in a spiritual sense. Asha, truth, order and good, and Druj, the lie, chaos and evil, are always at each other's throats. He personified this conflict in two primal forces, or spirits. In a famous passage from the Gathas, he describes how two primal spirits were revealed to him, one benevolent and one malevolent. These twin forces are sometimes called Spentamenyu, the bounteous spirit representing the good, pretty much the creative spirit of Ahura Mazda, and Angramenyu, the hostile or destructive spirit, pretty much representing everything that's evil. Just think of God and the devil. It's kind of like that. The same sort of idea. Good guy, bad guy. Later texts would name Angramenyu as Ahriman, the evil one. Zoroaster teaches that each human being, indeed each soul, must choose which of these spirits to follow. As one translation of Yasna 30, a Gothic hymn, puts it, hear with your ears the best things. Reflect with a clear mind, each one for himself, upon the two choices of decision, being alert to declare yourselves for the right side before the great judgment. If we put it into other words, we're presented with the fundamental choice of morals, to ally with the good spirit or to ally with the evil spirit. Of course, this is an exercise of free will, another crucial aspect of Zoroaster's philosophy. A later summary of his doctrine says that from the beginning, the good and evil spirits were free to choose life or not life. The good chose life, the evil chose not life. By this act of choice, the universe got split into two camps, the kingdom of justice and truth, and the kingdom of the lie, the Druj. Zoroaster identified Ahura Mazda with the good spirit and Ahriman with the evil one, though intriguingly, in Zoroaster's original hymns, Angramenyu is not given equal status to Ahura Mazda. He is a powerful hostile spirit, sure, but not an independent god. Later tradition made them more on dualistic equal terms. The important point for Zoroaster was that evil was a choice. It's the result of a spirit choosing the wrong path, and likewise humans commit evil by choosing the worst purpose instead of the righteous path. The Devas, demons who were actually the old pagan gods, are said to have not chosen rightly. They were deceived by the evil spirit and rushed into fury and violence. Humans must avoid that fate by choosing the truth. This cosmic dualism was not an eternal stalemate in Zoroaster's view. Goodwill can ultimately triumph over evil. Zoroaster taught a hopeful eschatology. There will be a great requital, or judgment, where those who chose good will be rewarded, and those who chose evil will face the consequences. He spoke of a final renewal of the world, when all wrong things are finally righted. In the Gathas, he describes how at the end of time, the worst existence shall be for the wicked, the house of best purpose shall be for the just man. Here we see a clear reference to a form of heaven and hell. The just who embodied good purpose and truth will enjoy the house of best purpose, essentially paradise, in the presence of Ahura Mazda, while the wicked, those who embraced the lies and harmed others with the Druj, will experience the worst, miserable fate, which Zoroastrian texts later equate with a hellish condition. This was, as you can see, a moral universe. Your choices in life directly determine what happens after it. In fact, one of Zoroaster's most interesting concepts was his final idea of a victory over evil. He did not preach an eternal dualism of two co-equal gods locked in conflict forever. Rather, evil is powerful but ultimately temporary. In later Zoroastrian doctrine, elaborating on Zoroaster's ideas, history is divided into two epochs, and at the end of the current age, evil will be completely destroyed by Ahura Mazda's power. A savior figure, called the Seoshant, meaning future benefactor, who according to tradition will be a future-born descendant of Zoroaster, will lead humanity in the final battle against falsehood, resurrect the dead, and renew creation, making it perfect and deathless. Zoroaster himself set this expectation that truth would ultimately win, giving his followers both a personal ethical directive along with a cosmic hope to cling to. And so, with the spiritual stage set, one good god, one evil god, and the humans in between with free will, Zoroaster began to drill down to everyday ethics. How does one act in a good manner? The fundamental ethical principle of Zoroastrianism can be summed up in the simple motto: good thoughts, good words, good deeds. This phrase in the Avestan language, humata, hukta, huvashta, is a later slogan, but it pretty much sums up Zoroaster's teachings. To align with Ahura Mazda, the good spirit, a person must discipline their mind, speech, and actions toward goodness. Zoroaster emphasized truthfulness, charity, justice, and the reverence for creation. He also condemned the lies and ritual excesses of the corrupt priests, urging sincerity and religiosity instead. Caring for the cattle and tilling the land was considered meritorious, whereas violence, theft, and deceit were abominations, allied with the evil spirit, and you don't want to be on Angramenyu's side. One aspect of Zoroaster's ethics is how positive and life-affirming it is. In contrast to some ascetic or world-renouncing religious leaders, Zoroaster did not ask his followers to withdraw from the world. Instead, he taught that life is a blessing. In fact, Spentamenyu literally means bounteous or increasing spirit, and that enjoying the good things of creation, as long as one does so righteously, is just all part of the divine plan. Farming, raising healthy children, and prospering through honest work were seen as fulfilling the will of Ahura Mazda. The only caveat was to do these things justly and with a pure heart. Zoroaster also reformed religious ritual practices to reflect his new theology. The old Indo-Iranian religion involved animal sacrifices, but it seems that Zoroaster put less emphasis on blood offerings. Though later Zoroastrians did practice some sacrifices, the Gathas themselves don't glorify animal sacrifice. Instead, they had a different symbol, one that is a lot cooler. Fire. That became a central figure in Zoroastrian worship. It was seen as the symbol of Asha, the truth and light of Ahura Mazda. Zoroaster likely encouraged the veneration of fire, not as a deity, but as a pure element representing God's presence. He also sanctified the elements of nature, as earth and water, and especially fire, were to be kept pure. This also gave rise to practices like maintaining sacred fires in temples and ritual prayers facing a source of light. Zoroastrians to this day pray in the presence of a fire, a tradition that could be traced back to Zoroaster's emphasis on inner and outer purity. Another reform attributed to Zoroaster is the discouragement of the ritual use of that hallucinogenic hauma, known as soma in India, by the way, which is where they got, I'm sure you've read Aldous Huxley's work, Brave New World. Soma is the, not the hallucinogen, rather the, kind of like the opioid that they take in that book. It's not a good thing. So this hauma was a sacred drink offered to the gods and consumed by priests in the old religion. Zoroaster's silence or negative hints about the hauma cult, which may have involved trance and possibly sacrifice, suggests that he was trying to steer people away from what he saw as superstitious at best and demonic at worst. Instead, prayer, ethical living, and symbolic offerings like the burning of incense or the sacred fire took precedence. Zoroaster also taught about the afterlife in ethical terms. He introduced the idea of a judgment for each soul after death. Upon death, a person's soul would cross the Chinvat bridge, that bridge of judgment. If you'd lived righteously, the bridge would be wise and easy to cross, leading you to the abode of song, a heaven of eternal bliss. But if you had been wicked, if you were on the naughty list, the bridge would become as narrow as a razor's edge, and you would fall into the house of lies, a hellish realm of eternal torment. Which one do you want to go to? However, unlike some later doctrines of eternal hell, Zoroaster's followers believed these punishments or rewards were not necessarily forever. They were part of the cosmic drama until the final resolution. In the end, when evil is destroyed, even the damned would be purified and reunited in a restored world. Now it is worth noting just how just and optimistic Zoroaster's moral vision was for its time. This is really something incredible. He essentially taught that everyone, regardless of their social status, has the ability and responsibility to choose good, and that in the eyes of God, a humble, truthful person of any status is far superior to a powerful liar. This was a challenge to the old order, and it was perhaps where a lot of the nobility and priesthood automatically conferred spiritual goodness. Zoroaster turned that on its head. Asha, the truth, righteousness, that was the only standard now. And even a poor cattle herder could be an exemplar of virtue, while a wealthy priest could be in league with demons if he was corrupt. Zoroaster's philosophy also encompasses a kind of cosmology, an understanding of the world's creation and the role of humans within it. He taught that Ahura Mazda created the world as essentially good, furnishing it with all that we need to live well, that being the water, the sun, plants, animals useful to man, if cattle, dogs, etc., and of course, plenty of good humans to take care of his creation. And everything in creation belongs either to the good side or the evil side. For example, useful, beneficent animals like dogs, cows, and birds were considered creatures of Ahura Mazda, while harmful creatures like snakes, ants, and in one extreme case water rats were seen as a spawn of evil, Angramenyu. This led Zoroastrians to practice ritual purity laws. One should not pollute water or fire, which are sacred elements, and one should dispose of corpses in a way that doesn't defile the pure elements, hence the practice of sky burial, leaving bodies to be consumed by vultures, originated to avoid contaminating the earth or fire with decay. Fighting evil included practical aspects, like killing destructive pests, considered creations of Ahriman, the other name for Angramenio. Every aspect of life thus became morally charged, from how you farm to how you maintain cleanliness and order. So you see, humans in Zoroaster's view are allies of Ahura Mazda, and they're all in the fight, together against chaos. By choosing good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, a person literally helps Ahura Mazda in the cosmic struggle. They give him strength. Conversely, when someone lies, cheats, or destroys unjustly, Angramenio gets stronger. This gives human life immense dignity and responsibility. We're not just playthings of capricious gods. We're all soldiers in a moral war with genuine freedom to choose our side and genuine consequences. Zoroaster even saw the potential for humans to achieve spiritual excellence by aligning with the Ameshaspentas, the divine virtues. In a sense, a person who embodies the good mind, truth, and devotion in life becomes godlike in themselves. It's pretty remarkable how rational and ethical Zoroaster's religion was compared to many of its contemporaries. And to be honest, it sounds pretty good. Maybe we should bring it back in full force. Sacrifice and ritual took a back seat to the moral state of the individual. Prayer in Zoroastrianism often takes the form of affirmations of faith and pledges to good conduct, rather than just praise or requests. For instance, Zoroastrian confession of faith includes the lines, "I profess myself a worshipper of Mazda, a follower of Zarathustra, opposing the Devas, accepting the Ahuric doctrine." It's a conscious choice being declared. Because Zoroaster's teachings were oral, as well was pretty much everything in that era, they were memorized and passed down by disciples. Over time they were written in the Avesta, and then translated and interpreted by priests. As with any long-transmitted tradition, there's going to be evolutions and accretions. Centuries later, in the era of the Persian Achaemenid Empire, that being 550 to 330 BCE, Zoroastrianism likely changed somewhat from what Zoroaster directly taught. But it seems that the core was still intact. Intriguingly, the Persian kings like Darius, Xerxes, and others mention Ahura Mazda prominently in their royal inscriptions, indicating that Zoroaster's god had become the chief deity of the realm. However, by the later Achaemenid period, the Persians also acknowledged other gods alongside Mazda, that being Mithra and Anaita, showing that strictly monotheistic Zoroastrianism had shifted towards a more inclusive worship, no doubt under royal influence. But even so, the spirit of Zoroaster's reforms, focusing on truth, moral dualism, and Ahura Mazda's supremacy, continued to guide the Persians for some time to come. So to conclude our talk on who was Zoroaster, I suppose we can sum it up like this. He was a religious innovator who courageously challenged the norms of his society. He transformed the religion of ancient Iran from a polytheistic nature-worshipping one to focus on one transcendent God and the ethical struggle between good and evil, and in doing so, he became one of the first figures in history to articulate ideas of moral dualism, judgment after death, heaven and hell, and the eventual triumph of good, concepts that have become cornerstones of many religions today. Historically, his teachings have become a guiding light of the mighty Persian civilization, and later influenced thinkers and prophets beyond Persia's borders. Spiritually, his emphasis on personal righteousness, truth, and the constant choice between good and evil gives his message a timeless and universal quality. Unlike mythic heroes, Zoroaster was a real person, and most scholars do agree on his historicity. Yet around him has grown a rich tapestry of myth and devotion. And that's why we've had to examine these sources critically, recognizing where they serve religious purposes and where they might preserve a kernel of historic truth. The biases of later priests didn't stop us from seeing the essence, and that's a man of deep conviction who experienced what he believed was communion with the divine and set out to bring a new enlightenment to humanity. Today, the number of Zoroaster's followers is pretty small, but his legacy is far larger than the Zoroastrian community itself. It lives on in the cultural memory of humanity. We see it in literature, from ancient Greek texts to modern writings, in art as illustrated by Raphael's Renaissance fresco where Zoroaster holds the celestial globe, right up there next to Aristotle and Plato, by the way, and in ongoing academic interest. You're watching this now, aren't you? And scholars still study the Gathas in Avestan to tease out the authentic voice of Zoroaster, still marveling at how a Bronze Age poet could conceive such advanced theological ideas. And so, in closing, Zoroaster's life story, once properly introduced as we have done, is as dramatic and inspiring as that of any religious founder. A lone prophet who laughed in the face of danger bravely, preached truth to power, converted kings through wisdom and miracles, and envisioned a future where the world was perfected by goodness. All that makes him a figure of endless fascination. Who was Zoroaster? I suppose we can answer. He was the messenger of Mazda, the man who changed the Persian religion, the teacher whose influence stretched across continent and era, a voice that still speaks to us today through echoes as we find in later faiths and the continuing devotion of those who still call themselves Zoroastrians. In a very real sense, the fire that Zoroaster lit in the world never really died out. As the flame of conscience, urging humanity towards good thoughts and good words and good deeds. In Persepolis, the capital of ancient Persia, a scene unfolds in a temple. The air is filled with the fragrance of burning frankincense. In the center stands a sacred fire on an altar, flames dancing, casting flickering light on the polished stone reliefs, while a circle of robed priests chant hymns in an ancient tongue. At the front, the King of Kings himself raises his hand towards the fire, calling upon Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, to bless his empire. In that moment, fire and faith unite the gathering. The flame symbolizes truth and divine light, embodying the god's presence among them. This was, perhaps, a scene that could have taken place during the height of the Achaemenid or Sasanian Empire. It was often hailed as the golden ages of Zoroastrianism. And so with the scene set, I welcome you to a journey through time, back to the 6th century BCE, and all the way forward to the 7th century CE, when Zoroastrianism was not a religion practiced by a small minority as it is today, but simply the beating heart of two of history's greatest empires. Prepare to hear stories of emperors and priests, battles and rituals, tolerance and zeal. We'll explore how an ancient faith guided kings and shaped laws, how its principles of truth and righteousness became a moral compass for mighty emperors, and how its sacred fires burned in the temples of Mesopotamia to Central Asia. We will begin with a brief refresher on the origins of the faith, for those who have not watched the first video, Who is Zarathustra, which I will link for those interested, and his revolutionary message. And then we will delve into the Achaemenid Empire and the Sasanian Empire, the two grand dynasties under which Zoroastrianism thrived and reached unparalleled influences. We'll also hear words from outsiders too, Greek historians, baffled and impressed by Persian customs, a people who refused to defile water or fire, and thought telling a lie was the worst sin of all. We'll walk through the corridors of time to the Sasanian era and see those powerful high priests who could make and break kings, and when libraries of Zoroastrianism scriptures were compiled for the ages, some, or most, lost to time. Through archaeological evidence, primary texts, and even legends passed down, I'll try to illuminate this golden age of Zoroastrianism. So, close your eyes, think of that eternal flame, and let's step back into the ancient world. But first, let me welcome you. If you want to learn everything there is to know about Zoroastrianism, or anything else about history, you're in the right place. You're on the right channel at the right time. So, for those who have not done so yet, hit the subscribe button and tell me where you're listening from down below in the comments. And with that in mind, let's get nice and relaxed and begin. As mentioned, we will begin with a brief refresher on Zarathustra, or Zoroaster, and we will then go on to a more chronological historical approach. If you have already watched the first video on this and want to skip this section, refer to the timestamps. So our story begins long before the rise of Imperial Persia. It begins with Zarathustra Spitama, known to the Greeks as Zoroaster, a priest-prophet who likely lived sometime between 1500 and 1000 BC on the steppes of Central Asia or northeast Iran. The exact date and place are shrouded in mystery and legend, of course. Later tradition even fancifully claimed he lived 6,000 years before Plato, which is frankly ridiculous, but what does matter is the message that he proclaimed. According to Zoroastrian tradition, he received a divine vision around the age of 30. In that vision, he beheld Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Wisdom, who revealed to him a profound truth, that Ahura Mazda is the singular, supreme God, creator of all things that are good. Of course, this was a bold departure from the polytheistic traditions of Iranian religion at the time, worshipping many gods, the Devas and the Azatas, and involved rituals not unlike those of Vedic Indians. Zarathustra preached that life is a moral battlefield between Asha, truth and order, and Druj, lies and chaos. On one side stands Ahura Mazda, the source of all goodness and truth, opposed by the evil spirit Angra Mainyu, also called Ahriman, who embodies darkness and falsehood. The good guy and the bad guy. Every human being thus had their role in this cosmic struggle by exercising their free will to choose good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, the triple moral precept of Zoroastrian ethics. In fact, good thoughts, good words, good deeds, Humata, Hukta, and Hafarshta, became the creed by which Zoroastrians sought to live. It's a pretty easy one to remember, too. Not too complicated. The key teachings of the prophet will be quickly summarized as follows. First, we have monotheism and dualism, that a single benevolent god, Ahura Mazda, was worthy of worship, in perpetual conflict with the evil force of Angra Mainyu. Humans must side with good against evil. Then we have Asha versus Druj, the truth versus the lie, the world operating on Asha, divine truth and order. To lie or commit injustice is to support Druj, which means that you're effectively aiding the evil spirit. Telling a lie was the most disgraceful act in Persian culture. Number 3, we have moral responsibility. This is the idea that humans are not passive. Each person's ethical choices contribute to the triumph of good, or the triumph of evil. Thus, virtue is a duty, from honesty and charity, to respect for the natural elements. And then we have sacred elements too. Fire, as a pure creation of Ahura Mazda, and water and earth must be kept free of pollution. Fire, in particular, became a symbol of divine light and truth, and it was kept burning continuously in temples as a sign of the eternal presence of Ahura Mazda's wisdom. Well, of course, initially Zarathustra's message was met with resistance and criticism. Imagine walking from village to village, challenging the priests who worshipped the old gods and performed blood sacrifices. But the breakthrough became when he found a powerful patron. According to later Zoroastrian tradition, Zarathustra won the support of a local king, Vishtaspa, by debating opponents and even performing miracles. The story tells that he cured the king's favorite horse. Of course, there was the deal. He would only cure him if the king would become one of his new followers, and then the king's wife and sons and all of the old priests and sorcerers would be thrown out. In fact, he wanted them executed. Whether or not that happened, well, I'm not sure if that's feeding Angra or not. But either way, by the cusp of the 6th century BCE, Zoroastrianism, or Mazdayasna, the worship of Mazda, had taken root among the Iranian tribes. Now, hold on, it wasn't the only religion. Many variations and local cults surely persisted. It's extremely hard to keep track of them, but its ethos was becoming influential, and set the stage for what happened next. A Persian tribe from the region called Pars, led by a dynasty claiming descent from an ancestor named Achaemenes, rises to conquer the known world. They carry with them their cultural values and beliefs. And as we move into the era of the Achaemenid Empire, keep in mind those core Zoroastrian ideals of truth, moral choice, and the sacredness of elements. They might shine through in how these emperors justified their rule and administered their diverse empires. The Achaemenid Empire. Zoroastrian ideals in the First Persian Empire, from 6th to the 4th century BCE. The Achaemenid Empire, from 550 to 330, was the first of the great Persian empires, and under rulers like Cyrus, Darius, and Xerxes, it became the largest empire that the world had yet seen. During this period, Zoroastrianism may not have been a formal state religion, at least in the way that we think of it in later times, but Zoroastrian beliefs deeply informed the royal ideology and practices. The Achaemenid kings saw themselves as chosen by Ahura Mazda, and strove, at least in ideal, to rule by the principles of justice, Asha, and to suppress the falsehood of Druj. So let's explore how all this played out, historically and politically. And what better place to start with Cyrus the Great in the seeds of a golden age. So Cyrus II, reigning from 559 to 530 BC, is famed for founding the Achaemenid Empire by uniting the Persians and Medes in conquering lands from Asia Minor to Babylon. Cyrus's reign is often associated with tolerance and enlightened rule, hence the name Great. While direct evidence of Cyrus's personal religious beliefs is pretty scant, later tradition and indirect clues suggest that he honored the Zoroastrian god. Cyrus's legacy of tolerance, allowing captive peoples like the Jews to return home and rebuild their temples, fits in pretty well with Zoroastrian ethics of respecting truth and justice for all peoples. The Cyrus Cylinder, a clay charter buried under Babylon's walls, has Cyrus declaring that he restored some temples and repatriated displaced peoples, though it credits the Babylonian god Marduk for Cyrus's victory, which is pretty understandable, since it was addressed to a Babylonian audience. Cyrus's actions of mercy could be seen as influenced by a Persian worldview that despised oppression and lies. Indeed, the Greek historian Xenophon later depicted Cyrus as an ideal, just monarch in his work Carrhae, reflecting how even outsiders imagined Persian kingship in moral terms. An anecdote often told is that when Cyrus entered Babylon in 539 BC, he did so peacefully and was thus welcomed as a liberator. We might envision a magus, a Zoroastrian priest, standing beside Cyrus as he pays respect to the city's chief deity, showing a bit of benevolence. That ought to make him look good in front of the crowds. In fact, Cyrus understood that to rule an empire of many nations, tolerance was strength. This attitude resonates with the Zoroastrian concept of asha, which included the idea of arta, justice in royal conduct. By not forcing the Persian religion on others, Cyrus was perhaps following the tenet that religion should convince by righteousness, not by compulsion. If Cyrus planted the seeds, it was Darius I, or Darius the Great, 522 to 486, who explicitly linked kingship with the Zoroastrian faith. Early in his reign, Darius faced a kind of a crisis, a series of rebellions across his empire and a challenge to his throne by a usurper. According to Darius' own inscriptions, a mage priest named Gaumata had falsely taken his throne by impersonating Bardia, also called Semerdis, one of Cyrus's sons. Darius asserts that Gaumata, the Magian, lied, saying, "I am Smerdis, son of Cyrus," and seized power until Darius and the loyal Persians killed the impostor. This event, often called the false Smerdis episode, has a striking religious undertone. The pretender is labeled a liar, a deceiver, essentially an agent of Druge, an agent of Angra Mainyu. While to cement his legitimacy and recount his early struggles, Darius commissioned a monumental trilingual inscription, carved high on a cliff face at Behistun in western Iran. In this Behistun inscription, Darius proclaims his lineage and right to rule, and crucially, he attributes his success to Ahura Mazda. Listen to him in his own words. This is from the carved stone, still in 520 BC. "By the grace of Ahura Mazda am I king. Ahura Mazda has granted me the kingdom." Well, you can't argue with that, can't you? He continues to emphasize that it was Mazda's aid that helped him defeat his enemies and brought the rebels to justice. Toward the conclusion of the inscription, Darius makes a moral statement that sounds kind of like a Zoroastrian sermon. It goes like this: "As to these provinces which revolted, lies made them revolt. But then Ahura Mazda delivered them into my hand, and I did unto them according to my will." He urges future kings to punish the liars and uphold truth, so that the country will be secure. Through Darius' testimony, we see an emperor consciously casting himself as a champion of Asha. He literally credits truth and Ahura Mazda for his victories and blames the rebellions on lies. This alignment of royal duty with the cosmic battle of truth versus falsehood is a pretty stunning hallmark of Zoroastrian influence. In essence, Darius used religion to legitimize his rule. He was a king because the supreme god chose him to be the king, and because he stood on the side of justice and truth, quelling the chaos. But Darius did not stop at proclamations. He organized an empire with a strong emphasis on law and justice. Records show he standardized laws and coinage and facilitated communication, i.e., the royal road and the postal system, all of which can be seen as attempts to impose cosmic order on the earthly realm, mirroring the role of Ahura Mazda's truth, bringing order to the world. While these administrative feats have practical reasons, it's fascinating to consider that Darius may have seen good governance as simply part of his religious duty. But how did outsiders view this? Especially the Greeks. While the Persian kings left important clues, some of our understanding of Zoroastrian practice has to come from outsiders, especially in Achaemenid times. Herodotus, the Greek historian writing in the 5th century BC, gives a famous account of Persian customs, and indirectly perhaps their religious practices. Though not a Persian himself, Herodotus interviewed people who had traveled or lived in the empire, and his generally respectful description seems to corroborate many Zoroastrian features. So according to Herodotus, the Persians, I quote, have no images of the gods, nor temples, nor altars, and consider the use of them a sign of folly. Their wont is to ascend the summits of the loftiest mountains, and there to offer sacrifices to Zeus, which is the name they give to the whole circle of the firmament. Now, you heard the word Zeus, right? Well, by Zeus, Herodotus means the Persians' highest god, clearly Ahura Mazda, whom he interprets as a sky god. This description matches the aniconic, that is, no idol worship in Zoroastrianism. Rather than statues, the Persians worshipped in nature, under the open sky. Fire altars on hilltops or mountain shrines were their equivalent of temples. Herodotus even notes that later on, the Persians adopted the worship of an additional deity, Urania, whom he equates with a goddess the Persians called Mitra. Here is likely referencing Mithra, the Zoroastrian Yazata of covenant and light, showing that by his time Persians honored Mithra and a goddess of fertility, Anaita, alongside Mazda, an only syncretism within the Zoroastrian framework. But Herodotus, gee, I'm merging Zoroaster and Herodotus together there, aren't I? Herodotus. Well, Herodotus, rather, also describes Persian sacrifice. He describes it like this: they raise no altar, light no fire, pour no libations. There is no sound of the flute. But the man who wishes to sacrifice brings the victim to a pure spot of ground and calls upon the name of God. This absence of altars and fire in sacrifices might seem a little bit odd, given that Zoroastrians do use fire in ritual. But likely Herodotus means that they did not use altars separate from a natural setting, nor did they make bloody sacrifices on flaming pyres like the Greeks did. Instead, a magus is required to be present and chant hymns during the sacrifice. Herodotus says again, it is not lawful to offer sacrifice unless there is a magus present. It shows the importance of the magi, the hereditary priestly class, who were by then the guardians of the religious rites. They chanted prayers, probably verses of the Avesta or similar, during ceremonies. Herodotus makes other fascinating observations, aligning with Zoroastrian norms. He says that the Persians celebrate their birthdays lavishly, and that they value truth above all. He says, the most disgraceful thing in the world, they think, is to tell a lie, and that even owing debt is bad because the debtor is obliged to tell lies. This reverence for truth-telling is exactly what we expect from followers of a religion exalting the truth. He also notes that they do not urinate or wash in rivers to avoid polluting water which they sacredly regarded. And actually, quite intriguingly, he mentions the funerary practice. Persians, or at least the Magi, expose dead bodies to be torn by birds or dogs before burial. And this is a clear reference to the Zoroastrian practice of sky burial. They believed a dead body is nasu or unclean, and must not taint earth or fire. So naturally, it's left out to the scavengers. A bit of a horrific sight, I suppose, for modern sensibilities. But that's just the way they did it. I suppose those who were out there having their sky burials probably didn't have much to say about it. To add to Herodotus, another geographer, Strabo, in the 1st century BC, noted that in Cappadocia, that is Anatolia, where many Persians had settled, there were fire temples called Pyrrheia, that is fire houses with altars of eternal flame, and magi tending them, who wore tall hats covering their mouths so as not to pollute the fire with breath. Strabo says that these magi would sing incantations before the fire every day, holding a bundle of sacred twigs. He also observes that Persians made sacrifices by striking the animal instead of cutting, to avoid spilling blood on fire or earth directly, and that whenever Persians wanted to sacrifice to any god, they first prayed to fire. All these accounts paint a pretty consistent picture of Zoroastrianism worship in the Achaemenid period. It is aniconic, it is fire-centered, purity-conscious, truth-oriented. The Greeks, accustomed to their statues and temples, found the Persian approach noteworthy, and perhaps in some ways admirably austere. From Darius onward, Achaemenid kings regularly emphasized their relationships with the god Ahura Mazda. Many royal inscriptions often begin with phrases such as, "Xerxes, the king, says, by the favor of Ahura Mazda I built this," or something along the lines of, "May Ahura Mazda protect me in my kingdom." For instance, at Persepolis, Xerxes I, that is Darius' son, by the way, left inscriptions on his building projects, such as, "Xerxes the Great King says, what has been built by me here, all that by the favor of Ahura Mazda I built. Me may Ahura Mazda together with the gods protect, and my kingdom." Notice, together with the gods. The Achaemenids acknowledged the other good deities too, like Mithra and Anahita as helpers of Ahura Mazda, reflecting an inclusive henotheism rather than a strict monotheism. A significant religious declaration by Xerxes appears in what scholars call the Daiva inscription. Xerxes recounts that when he became king, there were certain regions in his realm where people formerly worshipped the demons, devas. Xerxes claims, "Afterwards, by the favor of Ahura Mazda, I destroyed that place of the devas, and I proclaimed, the devas shall not be worshipped any longer." Now, this is pretty remarkable, don't you think? It sounds like an official act of religious reform, or even suppressions of cults deemed to be demonic. The term Daiva, in Zoroastrian context, refers to the false gods or demons, the very entities that Zoroaster denounced. So, Xerxes is basically saying that he uprooted demon worship somewhere in his empire. We're not entirely sure what the event this corresponds to historically. Some people think it may refer to Xerxes suppressing a rebellion in Babylon, or perhaps quelling unrest in Egypt. But Xerxes framed it in any case on spiritual terms. He portrays himself not just as a king, but as a defender of the true faith, stamping out the worship of false deities in favor of Ahura Mazda. So from this we gather that by the 5th century BCE, Persian kings were confident enough to enforce a sort of centralization of religious policy, at least in some cases. It was likely pragmatic. Rebellions often coalesced around local temples and priesthoods, but the language used, well, it shows the Zoroastrian mindset. Good things destroy the cult of demons. Yet, we should note that the Achaemenids generally remained tolerant of a myriad of religions within their vast domain. They are known to have patronized or allowed the gods of the Babylonians, Egyptians, Greeks, and others. Darius and Xerxes themselves funded the restoration of temples in Egypt for Egyptian gods, for example. How to reconcile that with Zoroastrian beliefs? Well, the likely answer is that Achaemenid policy distinguished between loyalty to the empire and personal beliefs. You see, as long as subject peoples paid tribute and didn't cause any trouble, the kings were content to let them honor their own gods. The empire was simply just too huge and diverse to impose one religion everywhere. It was just not going to work. The kings and their Persian core, however, maintained their devotion to Mazda and the Zoroastrian ethos. It's kind of like the royal family considered Ahura Mazda the universal god, hence their mission to uphold truth everywhere, while recognizing other gods as either local manifestations or perhaps minor beings. One late Achaemenid king took an interesting religious turn. Artaxerxes II, reigning 404 to 359 BCE, explicitly invoked not only Ahura Mazda, but also Mithra and Anahita in his inscriptions. In fact, Artaxerxes II encouraged the cult of Anahita, the goddess of waters, fertility, and wisdom, and reportedly had statues of her erected in various cities. And this is curious because earlier Persians, as Herodotus said, shunned idols. Artaxerxes' introduction of statuary for a deity might represent a kind of syncretic shift, possibly under influence from conquered peoples or a loosening of strict iconoclasm. It could also hint at Zoroastrianism or other subsects developing by that time. In any case, the mainstream remained very loyal to Ahura Mazda, Mithra, and Anahita as a divine triad, and Artaxerxes II's reign shows how Zoroastrianism was flexible enough to adapt and incorporate new elements, while still maintaining the core. So, during this golden age, as we are going to call it, under the Achaemenids, how might an ordinary Persian experience Zoroastrianism? You see, we talked about kings and inscriptions and all that. It's only natural. That's the sources that we have. But what about daily life and culture? What was that like? Well, we'll do our best, as usual. Every Persian family was expected to tend a household hearth fire, keeping it clean, keeping it alive, a microcosm of the eternal fires. They likely prayed at dawn, noon, and dusk to the rising sun, midday sun, and evening glow respectively, as later Zoroastrians do, since sunlight was venerated as the pure light of Ahura Mazda. Major festivals punctuated that year. One key festival was Nowruz, the New Year at the spring equinox, and that's still celebrated in Iran today. Nowruz in Achaemenid times was probably a grand affair. It coincided with spring and symbolized renewal. The king at Persepolis received visitors and tribute from across the empire around this time, as depicted in the famous Apadana reliefs of tribuned bearers. While the Achaemenid inscriptions don't mention Nowruz by name, later tradition ascribes its celebration to them. We can imagine on Nowruz that Persians might clean their homes, light lamps, feast, and perhaps the Magi would recite prayers for the year's prosperity, invoking Asha to prevail in the coming year. Another likely observance was Mithra's festival in autumn, and winter solstice celebrations, what is now Yalda night in Persian custom, by the way. The reverence of natural cycles, seasonal changes, harvest time, and the sun's course, well, they all fit the Zoroastrian view of an orderly cosmos. Children will be taught at a young age the importance of truthfulness. There's a famous quote attributed to a Achaemenid-era education. Persian boys were, quote, taught to ride, shoot the bow, and speak the truth. Herodotus also mentions that the Persians educate their sons from age 5 to 20 in horsemanship, archery, and truth-telling. It reflects the martial society alongside the ethical emphasis. But of course, when Persians died, their relatives would also observe the proper rites to avoid polluting the elements. Likely, as Herodotus noted, the corpse would be exposed, perhaps in a secret place or on a mountaintop, until the flesh was gone, and then the bones were collected and entombed. This practice continued into later times, and it's a distinctly Zoroastrian one. But the Achaemenid Golden Age of Zoroastrianism met a violent destruction in the late 4th century BCE, when Alexander of Macedon overthrew the Persian Empire. Zoroastrian tradition remembers Alexander not as great, but as Alexander the Accursed. Why were they so angry? That's a pretty poor review, isn't it? Because Alexander's conquest had devastating consequences for the Zoroastrian religion. Macedonian troops looted and burned royal palaces, and most tragically, Persepolis was set aflame, according to some Greek sources, because all the Macedonians had just gotten drunk and lost control of themselves. Later Zoroastrian writings accuse Alexander of burning their sacred texts and destroying the fire temples. It is said that the original Avesta manuscripts, which were, by legend, Darius had written on cowhides in gold ink and kept in royal archives, lost in those fires. It is no wonder that they do not call him Alexander the Great. While some of these accounts are likely exaggerated or symbolic, i.e. blaming the foreign conqueror for absolutely every loss, well, there is a bit of truth that the religious infrastructure suffered. Many magi were killed, many temples desecrated, and with the patronage of the Persian kings gone, Zoroastrianism lost its state sponsorship. Under the Seleucid Greeks, who followed, and then the Parthian Empire, another Persian dynasty that later reigned in power from 247 BCE, but it was less centralized. The faith survived, but in a less organized form. Local priesthoods kept the flame alive in villages, and families, oral traditions preserved the hymns and prayers, but there was no single imperial authority enforcing orthodoxy or supporting large temple complexes along the region. Thus, the fall of the Achaemenid Empire marks the end of the first Golden Age. Yet, the religion itself persisted among the people of Iran. For some 5 centuries after Alexander, Zoroastrianism was practiced, all without an empire, a testament on how deeply rooted it was in Iranian culture. But then, in the 3rd century CE, a new Persian empire arose that not only rivaled the Achaemenids in power, but also actively revived Zoroastrianism and took it to new heights. Enter the Sasanian Empire. Alright, so let's talk about the Sasanian Empire. If you're still watching at this point, I bet you click that subscribe button and the like button. It helps me in the algorithm. Now with the begging out of the way, after centuries of Hellenistic and Parthian rule, Iran was reunited by a dynasty that deliberately sought to restore the glory of ancient Persia. The Sasanian Empire, 224 to 651 CE, was founded by the ardent Zoroastrians that made their faith a core pillar of statecraft. If one were to name a true golden age of Zoroastrianism, well, the Sasanian era is probably it. You see, it's a little different from before. Here we see a formalization of the religion, the compilation of sacred texts, a powerful clergy influencing the government, and the faith's expansion and defense amid a changing world of the new religions. Think of Manichaeism, Christianity. All these challenged its supremacy in Persia. So let's dive into this epic with stories of visionary kings and formidable priests of reforms, and Also religious zeal that sometimes turned persecution of dissent. This was an age where the sacred fire burned brighter than ever in the royal courts, when the priests wore badges of office and wielded scepters of sacred wood, and when the Zoroastrian worldview influenced everything from the justice system, even to the calendar. The story begins with Ardashir I, the founder of the Sasanian dynasty, reigning from 224 to 241. Ardashir was notably the son, or perhaps the grandson, of a Zoroastrian high priest named Sasan. In fact, the name Sasanian comes from Sasan. Legend has it that Sasan was the custodian of a fire temple in the province of Persis, Fars, and Ardashir inherited both royal ambition and devout faith from his lineage. Under the last Parthian king, Artabanus IV, Ardashir was a feudal lord who rose in rebellion. He systematically conquered neighboring regions of Iran, rallying not just his warriors but also magi and zealots who were eager to throw off what they saw as the impious rule of the Parthians. Now, remember, the Parthians, though they were Iranian, were, let's say they were relatively lax in religious manners, and they were more on the Greek side of things. In 224, Ardashir defeated Artabanus in the Battle of Hormozgan and declared himself the Shahan Shah, the King of Kings. And then the Persian Empire was effectively restored, in a true Persian sense. But what is fascinating is how Ardashir immediately set about reviving the old ways as the ideological backbone of his new empire. He is said to have received the divine far, that royal glory in Zoroastrian concept, and justified his rebellion by claiming the support of Ahura Mazda. Think about how in Chinese tradition you have the mandate of heaven. Kind of like that. A Middle Persian document known as the Letter of Tansar, Tansar being a chief priest who supported Ardashir, provides a little insight into this. In this letter, addressed to a local ruler, the priest Tansar explains and justifies Ardashir's reforms, unifying the faith, codifying laws, and purifying the Zoroastrian practice. Although compiled later, it likely echoes the real policies Ardashir undertook. He centralized the Zoroastrian church, elevated a single Mobedan Mobed, that is the chief priest, and worked together the scattered holy texts. Ardashir's efforts are confirmed by later histories too. He made Zoroastrianism the state religion, and he and his priest, Tansar, are credited with collecting the holy texts and finally establishing a unified doctrine. So imagine the scene at Ardashir's court in Ctesiphon, the new capital on the Tigris River. Ardashir invites herbads and dasturs, that's scholarly priests from all provinces. With great ceremony, perhaps in a grand fire temple, they recite from memory the ancient prayers and hymns. Scribes using a newly developed Avestan alphabet, derived from the Aramaic characters, write down these verses for the first time. Now that would have been an enormous undertaking, turning an entirely oral tradition into written scripture. According to tradition, it wasn't fully completed until a later king's reign, but Ardashir began the process. By fixing the canon of the Avesta, the Sasanians ensured the preservation of Zoroaster's teachings beyond the variability of oral transmission. Indeed, many of these texts are written in what we have today as the Zend Avesta. Ardashir's reign set the tone, that's for sure. Zoroastrian clergy gained prestige and state support, unprecedented since Darius's time. One anecdote indicates that Ardashir's close relationship with the faith. At his investiture, he is depicted in a rock relief, receiving the royal diadem from Ahura Mazda himself, who mirrors the king's stance In this relief, Ardashir's predecessor lies trampled under the king's horse, and the evil spirit Ahriman lies trampled under Ahura Mazda's horse. That sounds pretty cool, huh? It is a powerful visual metaphor that Ardashir's victory over the Parthians was like a victory over Angra Mainyu, casting the former regime as aligned with darkness and the new aligned with Ahura Mazda. And so, to consolidate his empire, Ardashir was not gentle to dissenters. Some sources say he was less tolerant than the Achaemenids had been. At first, non-Zoroastrians, like certain Manichaean sects or Hindu minorities, faced restrictions. Yet perhaps recalling the old imperial wisdom, Ardashir's son, Shapur I, would relax this, adopting a more stance of inclusion. In any case, by Ardashir's death in 241, Zoroastrianism had become deeply embedded in the imperial structure. From coinage, where kings now commonly had a fire altar depicted, and titles like Mazda worshipper, all the way to administration, the religion was not just a personal matter, it was a matter of state. Shapur I, reigning 241 to 272, inherited a strong empire and took it to new heights, not just militarily, but culturally. He is famous for his conflicts with the Roman Empire, defeating 3 Roman emperors, and he even managed to capture one alive, that being Valerian, which was an unprecedented humiliation for Rome. On his triumphal inscription at Nask-e-Rustam, Shapur calls himself Mazda-worshipping, divine Shapur, king of kings of Iran and non-Iran of divine lineage, proudly affirming Ahura Mazda's faith. He also refers to his father as the Mazda-worshipping divinity Ardashir, indicating that Ardashir was deified upon death. Under Shapur I, the Zoroastrian clergy's influence grew further, and no one man exemplifies this more than Carrhae, a magus who rose to become the empire's chief priest. In fact, Carrhae's own inscriptions survive, and they're pretty damn good. He served not only Shapur I, but also Shapur's successors for several decades, accumulating titles and powers. Carrhae recounts how Shapur established many fire altars, called Atash Bahram fires, by the way, across the empire and made the Magi prosperous. As Carrhae's authority increased, especially under King Bahram II, he took on the role of a virtual Grand Inquisitor of the faith. In his inscription on the Carrhae Zartosht, a cube-shaped stone structure at Nakhsh-es-Rutam, Carrhae declares, "I made prominent and revered the Mazdayasnian religion, and the heretical and ill-prepared persons who did not follow proper ordinance of the religion, I punished them with corporal punishment and rebuked them. Many who had become unfaithful, I made faithful again. There were many who followed the doctrines of the demons. By my effort they abandoned those doctrines and accepted the teachings of the gods." These words give us a pretty vivid picture. Carrhae is basically boasting about quashing the heretics and deviant cults, forcing people back to orthodoxy, now that there was an orthodoxy to be forced back to. And the term heretical men possibly refers to the Manichaeans or other sects, labeled doctrines of the Devas, for any religion not aligned with Mazda worship. Carrhae even claims to have established many new fire temples and instituted proper religious services and festivals throughout the empire. One specific target of Zoroastrian ire was the prophet Mani, who during Shapur I's reign founded a new syncretic religion, of course Manichaeism, drawing from Christianity, Buddhism, and Zoroastrian ideas. Shapur, being relatively tolerant and interested in new ideas, had permitted Mani to preach for a while. They even invited him to the court for a debate. However, after Shapur's death, Mani had lost his protector. Under Bahram I, with Carrhae's urging, Mani was arrested and brutally executed. In fact, some say that he was flayed alive and his skin stuffed with straw. Manichaeans were labeled heretics, and persecution of them continued. Carrhae doesn't mention Mani by name in his inscription, possibly because Mani's execution was widely known, but he does take credit for purifying the land of false teachings. Carrhae's extraordinary influence indicates a church-state fusion. He was given governmental powers, judge of the empire, master of ceremonies, things like this. And he even had honorific titles like Carrhae, soul saver of King Bahram. Never before had a priest in Iran wielded such temporal authority. This was indeed a golden age for the Magi caste. The status was only second to the king. Zoroastrian doctrine was enforced as law in many respects. One example being Carrhae mentioning that he promoted many kin marriages, as referring to the Zoroastrian practice of next of kin marriages. He's effectively saying that he encouraged the faithful to follow even controversial practices strictly, demonstrating zeal for every aspect of the tradition. However, not all Sasanian rulers were as intolerant as Carrhae. Shapur himself had a pretty open mind. He even allowed a Greek philosophy school to flourish on Gonda Shapur, and didn't force any conversions at all. After Carrhae's heyday, there was a bit of pullback from theocracy. In the late 3rd century, there was even a movement or sect within Zoroastrianism known as Zurvanism, which viewed Time, Zurvan, as the primordial god, who gave birth to Ahura Mazda and Ahriman. While the Orthodox Magi, of course, frowned on the Zurvanite doctrine, it showed that there was theological diversity and debate during this golden age. So the everyday practice of Zoroastrianism under the Sasanians began to become more standardized. Fire temples, known as Atash-Kadeh, were established in urban centers and holy sites. 3 great fires acquired legendary status as the highest grade fires in the empire, each associated with one of the 3 classes of society. The first is Adur Farnbag, the fire of the priests, reportedly located in Pars, that is Persia proper. We have Adur Gushnasp, the fire of the warriors, located in Kazaka in Media, modern-day Azerbaijan. The fire was highly esteemed by Sasanian monarchs, who were of the warrior class, by the way, who would visit there for its blessings and was said to symbolize the empire's military glory. In fact, legends say that Adur Gushnasp had burned since the dawn of time, and that miraculous healings were associated with it. And then there is Adur Burzen Mir, the fire of the farmers or the common folk in Parthia, northeast Iran. Pilgrimage to these great fires was part of a royal ritual. For example, it's recounted that kings would go to Adur Gushnasp after coronations or victories to give thanks. There is one story, perhaps apocryphal but worth telling, of the final Sasanian emperor, Yazdegerd III's father, visiting Adur Gushnasp and going on foot out of reverence as he approached the sanctuary. Even if legendary, it shows a bit of reverence accorded to these holy sites. Zoroastrian priests in this era were organized in a hierarchy. At the top was the Mobedan Mobed, chief of chiefs of the Magi, kind of like a archbishop. Below him were the Mobeds, district priests, Herbads, learned priests and teachers, and Magi serving at local temples. They maintained the fire rituals meticulously, tending the flame day and night, feeding it with dry wood and frankincense, straining the air as they breathed through a cloth to keep impurities out, and reciting the Avestan prayers for hours a day.
The liturgy for each day, month, and year was defined. Yasna, sacrificial liturgy in temples, and seasonal Gahambar festivals to mark the creation's 6 stages throughout the year. The reason why for this is Zoroastrians believed the world was created in 6 steps, each celebrated in a seasonal festival. Kings participated in these festivals as pious Zoroastrians. Sasanian law was heavily influenced by religious doctrine. The courts often deferred to the JSTOR, religious jurist, on matters of family law, purity laws, and even criminal punishment. Sin and crime were somewhat blurred. A serious sin like consorting with demons by practicing sorcery, well, that was also a state crime. It was somewhat frowned upon. The Zoroastrian emphasis on cleansing of sin found legal form in fines and penances. Texts like the Vendidad, a section of the Avesta, enumerate purification rituals and penalties for various offenses. These were consulted in Sasanian jurisprudence. If somebody killed an otter, considered a sacred animal in Zoroastrianism, by the way, as it was thought to fight evil creatures in the water, the Vendidad says it's a grievous sin. And if a person's dog died due to their neglect, heavy penance were due. Dogs were sacred animals too. The Sasanian court, guided by priests, would enforce such codes, which to an outsider might seem unusual, especially at the time, but to a Zoroastrian they were essential to maintaining the cosmic and social order. Culturally, the Zoroastrian worldview permeated literature and education. Why did I say it like that? The Sasanian period saw the gathering of ancient legends and epic tales of kings and heroes, many of which carried Zoroastrian moral themes into what was later compiled the Book of Lords, and ultimately distilled in the great epic Shahnameh many centuries later. These stories, like those of Rostam or of the early mythical kings, often illustrate the triumphs of Asha over the Druj, feature wise sages, often depicted as magi, guiding kings on all sorts of matters. One charming anecdote from the Sasanian period involves King Shapur II in his youth. Now, the story goes that Shapur was actually crowned in utero, as in his father died while his mother was pregnant, so they symbolically crowned the unborn child to thwart court intrigues. But later, as a boy, Shapur was educated by magi. He became devout and earned the nickname Dul Aktaf, he who pierces shoulders. Because of his zeal, he unpunished unruly Arab nomads by pinning their shoulders, a harsh measure attributed to his strictness in defending Iran and its faith. While this anecdote might be colored by later legend, it suggests that by the 4th century, Persian kings were expected to be guardians of not just the realm, but the religion, even from childhood. However, the Sasanian Golden Age was not without its challenges. New rivals in faith emerged, Christianity spread in the western provinces, and many Persians became Christians, which put them in a delicate position whenever Persia fought with the Christian Roman or Byzantine Empire. Some Sasanian kings like Yazdegerd I initially showed tolerance or even friendliness towards Christians, ending in the scorn of magi, who dubbed him Yazdegerd the Sinful for favoring non-Zoroastrians. Later, when the Roman Emperor Constantine declared himself a protector of Christians in Persia, Shapur II reacted by increasing pressure on Persian Christians, fearing they'd be a 5th column for Rome. This led to episodes of persecution of Christians. Many Persian Christian martyrs date to Shapur II's time. Have a read through Fox's Book of Martyrs. He talks a bit about that. Interesting piece of work. So while Zoroastrianism was supreme, it had to jostle with these growing minorities. Unlike under the Achaemenids, now Zoroastrianism had a formalized clergy and scripture,
making it perhaps less pluralistic in attitude. The Magi often demanded conformity, but the kings had to balance that with the practical reality of how diverse their subjects were. Too much conformity, well, you might have a rebellion on your hands. One such balancing act actually occurred under Khosrow I in 531-579. Now that is Khosrow I Anushirvan, often regarded as the epitome of a philosopher king in Iran. Khosrow's reign is sometimes called the Second Golden Age of Sasanian culture. He reformed the bureaucracy, promoted scholarship, even welcoming Greek philosophers fleeing Justinian's Christianization of the Eastern Roman Empire, and patronized translations of texts from Greek, Sanskrit, and Syriac into Middle Persian. He is said to have completed the writing down of the Avesta and its extensive Zand commentaries, ensuring that the canon was securely preserved. Khosrow was an orthodox Zoroastrian, but he also enjoyed learned debates. Under him, the Academy of Gundeshapur flourished, blending Greek, Persian, and Indian knowledge. I ought to be in a place like that. One can only imagine it. One famous anecdote about Khosrow combines his devotion and ruthlessness. The story of Mazdak. So who was Mazdak? He was a reformer, a preacher, in the late 5th century, under Khosrow's father, Kavad, who taught a radical social creed of communal wealth and even communal marriages, almost like a proto-communist vision grounded in a mix of Zoroastrianism and perhaps even Manichaean ideas. Mazdak argued that eliminating greed and inequality by sharing property and even spouses would eliminate violence, thus helping the cause of good in the cosmic struggle. Now, initially, that won King Kavad's support as a way to curb the aristocracy. But of course, the aristocracy itself and the Magi were frankly horrified by this idea. When Khosrow I took power, he sided with the Orthodox establishment against the Mazdakites. According to legend, Khosrow invited Mazdak and his followers to a garden, where he had pits dug, and the men were buried alive upside down with only their legs sticking out, before executing Mazdak as well. That's a pretty grisly tale. While perhaps embellished, it symbols how the Sasanians quashed deviations that threatened the social order. Khosrow thereafter reasserted traditional Zoroastrian values and social norms, earning him the epithet Anushirvan the Just. Under Khosrow I, and briefly his grandson Khosrow II in the early 7th century, the Sasanian Empire reached a zenith in territory, prosperity, and cultural output. Zoroastrian symbolism was everywhere. The royal crown bore a winged crescent, possibly representing the Phra-Vahar, or divine glory. Coins showed the ever-burning fire flanked by attendants, and rock reliefs showed kings receiving investiture from Ahura Mazda or attending fire altars. The sense that king and priest were twin pillars of society was never before stronger than this. One might even say their relationship was the king protects the faith and the priest preserves the king's soul. But of course, when you climb to the top of the mountain, the only way to go is down. By the 7th century, storm clouds had gathered. The long wars with the Eastern Roman Empire weakened both great powers. Meanwhile, in Arabia, a new faith was born, Islam, and the Arab tribes, unified by fervor, swept out in conquest. The fall of the Sasanian Empire to the Arab Muslim armies in the 630s to 50s was swift and dramatic. The last emperor, Yazdegerd III, was unable to rally a fractured nobility. He became a fugitive and was killed in 651, marking the end of 400 years of Sasanian rule. How did it all happen? It couldn't have been that easy, right? Well, in the next part of the video, we're going to discuss the fall of Zoroastrianism, the fall of those empires in which it flourished. Well, for Zoroastrianism, this whole event was even greater than the upheaval of Alexander's conquest. For Islamic rulers over the next century gradually supplanted Zoroastrian institutions. Fire temples were extinguished or converted into mosques. The Magi lost their state support. Many had to flee or go into hiding, or worse. Over time, the majority of Persians adopted Islam, and Zoroastrianism dwindled into a minority faith. Some communities persisted in Iran, especially in the Yazd and Kerman region, and many emigrated to India, forming the Parsi community. The once grand libraries of Avestan literature were largely lost, and only a fraction of texts survived in the priestly memory to be written down later. Thus, the end of the Sasanian Golden Age marks the sunset of Zoroastrian dominance in its homeland. But that is something that we'll talk about next time, because there is certainly a lot to talk about with it. For today, as we extinguish our imaginative duo, we'll conclude by emphasizing a few thoughts. The lessons we've learned, the melding of spiritual values with governance, can certainly elevate a civilization, but it requires wisdom and balance. And if that balance goes out of, well, you know what happened. The story of Zoroastrianism's golden ages is thus both an inspiration, seeing how a powerful moral vision can shape history, and a poignant reminder of the ebb and flow of human fortunes. The flame that once lit those halls of Persepolis and Ctesiphon now burns quietly in small temples, but its light is not lost to history. It shines in the ideals of truth and righteousness that remain very much a part of our shared human heritage, and I certainly hope they will remain to do so. So as a brief refresher without retreading old ground, let's just have a quick reminder about Zoroastrianism at its zenith. To understand the fall, we must recall how things were. So from the 3rd to the 7th century CE, under the Sasanian Empire, Zoroastrianism reigned as the imperial religion across Iran and its sphere. The Sasanian kings called themselves master-worshipping majesty, and closely allied with the Zoroastrian priesthood. Holy fires burned in grand temples, supported by the state, and one such temple, the Adur Gushnasp, reportedly blazed for centuries, a symbol of Persia's eternal glory. The high priest, Carrhae, a prominent 3rd century cleric, left inscriptions boasting of expanding the good religion's influence and suppressing rival creeds. By the early 600s, Zoroastrianism was deeply entrenched, not only in Persia proper, but also in Central Asia, Sogdia, Bactria, and even in communities along the Silk Road. The faith's presence extended into Armenia and the Caucasus, and a Zoroastrian diaspora had reached as far as Arabia, and perhaps India through traders. Yet this prominence masked vulnerabilities. The Sasanian Empire was in a state of complete exhaustion after decades of war with Byzantium, that being the Western Roman Empire, and internally things weren't much better. Some subjects resented the strict religious hierarchy. In the mid-7th century, the new political force, the Arab armies of Islam, burst onto the scene. And as we shall see, the confrontation between Zoroastrian Persia and the nascent Islam would prove to be a turning point. But it is crucial to note that not all Zoroastrianism simply vanished overnight with a single battle, nor has it vanished completely from the world. There's plenty of them still left. But the decline was a gradual process, with several stages and regional variations. And with that in mind, and being somewhat refreshed on the situation, let us now begin at the decline of Zoroastrianism. The Final War. The Last Stand of Sasanian Persia. In the year 636, on the dusty plains in Mesopotamia of Al-Qadisiyah, the Persian and Arab forces clashed in a battle that many chroniclers mark as the beginning of the end. According to Muslim historian Al-Tabari, ill omens abounded for the Persians. The legendary banner of Persia, the Derafsh-e-Kavian, was said to be captured, and the elephant corps panicked. The Persian general Rustam fell, and the road to the imperial capital lay completely open. A few years later, in 642, the decisive battle of Nahawand in Media sealed Persia's fate. Arab and Sasanian armies met in what Persians later remembered as a catastrophe. A summary describes Nahawand as a major turning point in Iranian history. The Sasanian army was lured out of a fortified position and massacred in a mountain defile. Later Islamic sources dubbed the victory Fath al-Futuh, the victory of victories, because never again would the Zoroastrian Persians field an imperial army capable of resisting the Muslim caliphate. After Nahawand, the young Sasanian emperor Yazdegerd III became a fugitive, desperately trying to salvage what was left of his empire. As Arab columns advanced, Yazdegerd fled east, from province to province, from Kirman to Isfahan to Sistan, and onward to Merv in Central Asia. One Zoroastrian tradition holds that priests carried the embers of sacred fires alongside the fleeing courtiers, determined to keep the flame of faith alive, even in flight. Yazdegerd sought aid from distant allies. He appealed to the Turkic Khans and the Chinese court of the Tang dynasty. Chinese chroniclers do record envoys from the last Persian Shah seeking refuge, but tangible help never arrived in time. In 651 CE, according to multiple Islamic chronicles, Yazdegerd met a prosaic and tragic end. He was murdered at a mill in Merv, betrayed by a local miller for the king's purse and clothes. Al-Tabari relates that the accursed miller presented the slain monarch's signet ring to Arab authorities, only to be executed himself for regicide, a grim irony to the tale. With Yazdegerd's death, the 2,500-year-old tradition of Iranian kingship was extinguished, and with it, the Zoroastrian temple lost its patronage. As one modern historian succinctly puts it, with the death of Yazdegerd III, the Zoroastrian faith, which had been the state religion for more than 1,000 years, was deposed. Islam took its place as the national religion of Persia. And thus, the first step down into the basement of history. The fall of the Sasanian Empire marks the symbolic fall of Zoroastrianism, at least as a political force. But of course, the story is not over yet. The early Islamic era in Iran. In the immediate aftermath after conquest, Zoroastrianism did not just disappear. Rather, it entered a new phase under Muslim rule. The Arab conquerors, coming from the different religious background, had to decide what they were going to do with the fire worshippers, whom they called al-Majus. There was no explicit mention of Zoroastrians in the Quran's list of peoples of the book. They weren't Jews, they weren't Christians. What were they going to do with them? Practical governments compelled a solution. Islamic tradition holds that the Prophet Muhammad himself had a precedent for this. He reportedly accepted jizya, that is a tribute tax from the Zoroastrians of Hayar, that is Bahrain, during his lifetime. Following that model, the second caliph, Umar ibn al-Khattab, eventually granted Zoroastrians protection status, that is dhimma, allowing them to continue their religion in exchange for paying the tax and acknowledging Muslim authority. Early Muslim historians, like al-Baladuri, even mentioned Persian Zoroastrians in Yemen and elsewhere submitting and paying the tax rather than being forced to convert. However, this formal tolerance on the surface came with a few strings attached. As dhimmis, Zoroastrians were subject to social and legal restrictions and disabilities. Contemporary accounts and later chronicles describe a pattern of increasing pressure. A 9th century Zoroastrian chronicle bitterly notes that after the Arab conquest, the empire of Iran was given over to the devas of wrath, a reference to the demons, and the adherents of Mazda were scattered. Muslim sources acknowledge episodes of persecution and resistance themselves. For example, when the city of Istakar, near Persepolis, rebelled against Arab rule around 650, it faced a retribution that was ruthless. Arab forces massacred thousands of its inhabitants and destroyed the fire temples. One local tradition, cited Islamic-era historians, recounts how in Istakar the defeated Persians were slaughtered until the plain was covered with the dead. In Gorgan, by the Caspian, an Arab general, al-Mulhalab, is said to have literally carried out a gory vow. He had so many Persian captives decapitated that their blood ran a watermill for an entire day. While numbers are likely exaggerated, some sources speak of 100,000 slain at a single battle. Such accounts, even if propagandistic, reflect the trauma collective memory of conquest. But more common than mass violence was the slow grind of the wheels of conversion, either by incentive or attrition. We hear in the history of Bukhara that in newly conquered cities, Arab governors offered gold to any Zoroastrian who was willing to embrace Islam. Many Persians superficially converted to obtain economic benefits or avoid the jizya and other indignities. One Persian scholar later remarked of this wave of conversions. Many converted to escape the systematic abuse. Others accepted Islam because their employment in industrial work involved defiling fire, which their old faith forbade. Indeed, traditional Zoroastrian purity laws made certain occupations, smithing for instance, which risks polluting fire, somewhat religiously problematic. So converting to Islam could ironically free one to pursue a livelihood without guilt. Over generations, these pragmatic conversions only accumulated. By the late 8th century, the once dominant faith was visibly shrinking in major urban centers. Zoroastrians were often relegated to quarters outside the main city or to rural enclaves. A Muslim geographer, writing in the 9th century, observed that Zoroastrians had largely evacuated from their cities and retreated to villages or specific towns, being deemed najis, ritually impure, by their Muslim neighbors. Zoroastrians began to dress distinctively to avoid harassment. Some sources mention sumptuary laws requiring them to wear colored patches or belted garments. Their fire temples, lacking state support, were often abandoned or repurposed by the invaders. Many fire shrines simply decayed. Others were outright converted. Archaeological and written evidence shows that in places like Bukhara and Istakar, fire temple ruins became the foundations of newly built mosques. Often a mihrab niche was plastered onto the wall, where the sacred fire had once burned, orienting the structure toward Mecca, and thus transforming it into a mosque. One such example is the Magoki Atari Mosque in Bukhara, which archaeological studies suggest was constructed on top of an earlier Zoroastrian temple. The very name, Magoki, implies an underground, perhaps hidden, fire shrine that predated the mosque. But it would be wrong to think that the Zoroastrians went swiftly or quietly. Pockets of resistance and resilience persisted for centuries within the Islamic realm. In the province of Fars, the old Persian homeland, Bakram and other nobles briefly tried to rally around local Zoroastrian princelings in the 650s, though these attempts were short-lived. The rugged region of Tabaristan and the Caspian coast remained independent under a Zoroastrian princely line, the Dabriids, well into the 8th century, defiantly outside the caliph's control. Even after Tabaristan's eventual subjugation in 760, elements of the old religion persisted in secret for a time. Throughout the 8th and 9th centuries, a series of Persian revolt movements had distinctly Zoroastrian or syncretic overtones. For instance, the rebellion of Sunbad in 755, who claimed to avenge a Persian hero, or the uprising of Babak Khorramdin in Azerbaijan, 816 to 837, whose followers, the Khorramis, practiced a blend of the Persian and heterodox Islamic beliefs. While these revolts were crushed by the Abbasid Caliphate, they demonstrate that the memory of the old faith could still inspire resistance among the Persians long after the fall. By the 10th century, Islam was firmly dominant in Iran, but the Zoroastrians were still there in pockets. In fact, medieval Islamic writers give us surprising evidence of the faith's continuance, albeit it had a diminished footprint. The eminent 10th century Arab historian al-Masudi, writing around 956 CE from Baghdad, noted that Zoroastrianism, for the time being, continued to exist in many parts of Iran. He goes on to list regions in almost all the Iranian provinces. The Magians venerate many fire temples in Iraq, Fars, Kirman, Sistan, Kurdistan, Tabaristan, Al-Jabal, Azerbaijan, and Aran. Al-Masudi even adds that traces of the faith were present beyond Iran, in places like Sindh and the Indian subcontinent. This account is corroborated by medieval geographers. The 10th century writer Istakri found the desert city of Yaz was still largely Zoroastrian, and al-Maqdisi, around 985, noted that Kirman province had many Magians. One Abbasid-era anecdote relates the Caliph al-Mustasim, reigning 833 to 42, who learned of an overzealous local Muslim leader who destroyed a Zoroastrian fire temple. The Caliph allegedly punished that official, and even allowed the Magians to rebuild their shrine. Now, why would this happen? Well, it suggests that at times central authorities preferred to keep the Zoroastrians paying taxes rather than provoke them into a rebellion by extreme persecution. Makes sense. Still, the overall trend was one of decline. The old Zoroastrian clergy, having lost their fire temples and endowments, dwindled in number. Many priests likely converted or left for friendlier lands. The sanctity of fire itself was sometimes hard to maintain in hostile surroundings. Zoroastrian texts from the early Islamic times, like the Denkard or Rivayats, lament the loss of knowledge and the scattering of the holy texts. A tradition in the Denkard compares the state of the Zoroastrian religion after the Arab conquest to a throne without its legs, tottering and unstable. Some devout communities, however, resolved to preserve what they could, however they could. We hear of family clans in Fars and Kerman that kept the fires burning in secret. The village of Kam in Fars, for example, maintained a hidden sanctuary of fire for generations. In the Persian heartland, two regions emerged as bastions of the embattled faith, Yazd and Kerman. Isolated in the central deserts and mountains, these areas were relatively tolerant, or at least removed from the full force of the caliph's cultural pressures. By the 11th and 12th centuries, travelers described Yazd as a haven for Zoroastrians. The Venetian traveler Marco Polo, passing through Persia in 1272, called Yazd a good and noble city, and noted that Zoroastrians, as he called them, fire worshippers, were still present there, keeping the old ways well and truly alive. He recounted an especially vivid anecdote near the village of Saba. Locals told him 3 ancient tombs housed the bodies of the 3 magi, the wise men from the east of Christian nativity lore. Skeptical, Polo pressed for more information, and after a 3 days' journey away, he found a place called Kala Ataperistan, meaning Castle of the Fire Worshippers. And the name is rightly applied, he writes, for the people there do worship fire. This primary account by Polo, essentially a foreigner stumbling upon a surviving Zoroastrian community, is a poignant illustration of how fragmented and localized Zoroastrianism had become by the 13th century. These remnant communities were pockets of the old faith in a vastly changed world. Indeed, by the late medieval period, Zoroastrians in Iran were small minorities, often impoverished and frequently marginalized. During the Mongol and Timurid invasions, that's the 13th, 14th centuries roundabout, they suffered alongside the other Persians. Some local Muslim rulers, like the Safavids in the 16th century, later imposed strict Shia Islamic norms that further pressured non-Muslims. There are recorded instances in Safavid times of Zoroastrians being forced to wear a distinctive badge, to shout out disclaimers when walking in the rain, that is so a Muslim would not inadvertently touch the same wet ground and be polluted, example of extreme social stigma, reminiscent of the untouchables of India, this kind of thing. By the 18th and 19th centuries, observers describe Zoroastrians of Yazd and Kerman as a downtrodden lot, heavily taxed, forced to live in segregated neighborhoods, periodically facing forcible conversion. Yet remarkably they endured. A Persian Zoroastrian proverb from those dark times says, "Our state is like the cypress tree, ever green, but ever bending under the storm." It captures the resilience of a community determined to keep the flame of Vohumana, good mind, alive at all costs. While Iran was the heartland, Zoroastrianism's decline played out in other regions too, and often in quite unique ways, particularly in Central Asian regions such as Transoxania, modern-day Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, and also Khorasan. Zoroastrianism had coexisted with Buddhism and the local pagan cults before Islam had came along. The Sogdian cities like Samarkand and Bukhara had fire temples and a class of priests, and they too met the challenges of the Islamic expansion. The Arab general Qutayba ibn Muslim conquered Bukhara and Samarkand in the early 8th century. Initially, the new rulers faced resistance and slow conversions. The history of Bukhara by Narshaki provides a fascinating glimpse of this transitional period. According to that work, when Qutayba first took Bukhara, he ordered that half of every household's property be given to the Arab settlers. The wealthy locals complied by moving out of the city and building new villas outside the walls. Some of these estates were specifically known as the village of the Magians, suburban enclaves where Zoroastrians continued to live and worship. Narshaki writes that in those Magian villas there were many fire temples of the Magians in this district, with fine and pleasant gardens. So this suggests that even after the Arab conquest of Bukhara, around 709 CE, the Zoroastrian gentry maintained their religion on the outskirts for some time. Over the 8th and 9th centuries, though, these communities gradually dwindled. Narshaki later notes that by the mid-10th century, those once valuable Magian estates had fallen into ruin, and nobody wanted to buy them because of oppression and lack of clemency towards the Magians. An even earlier perspective on Central Asia comes from the Chinese Buddhist pilgrim Xuanzang, who traveled throughout the region in the 630s, just before Islam's arrival. Xuanzang found that in places like Samarkand, Buddhism was in decline, and people mostly followed what he, as a Buddhist, termed the way of demons, likely referring to Zoroastrian or local pre-Islamic practices. One incident recorded in his biography tells of Xuanzang intervening to save the lives of 2 Buddhist monks in Samarkand who had run afoul of the local religion. He could not bear to see them mutilated, and he convinced the king to spare them. The monks intended punishment, mutilation for offending local custom, hints at the intolerance of the Sogdian fire worshippers toward the Buddhist icons, implying Zoroastrian zeal at the time. Thus, on the eve of Islam, Zoroastrianism in Central Asia was robust enough to persecute its rivals. Ironically, soon after, those same fire temples would be extinguished or converted under the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates, as Islam became dominant. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Central Asia's Zoroastrians had mostly either been converted to Islam or had simply left. A number likely fled eastward to China, where a Sogdian diaspora had established itself in Tang dynasty cities. Chinese historical records indicate that by the 8th century there were active Zoroastrian or Xianjiao temples in Chang'an and Luoyang, Chang'an being the old name for Xi'an, which is still a quite nice city in China to this day. They were primarily serving Persian and Sogdian merchant communities. The cosmopolitan Tang dynasty generally tolerated foreign religions, referring to Zoroastrianism as one of the Persian religions. However, in 845, the Tang Emperor Wuzong instigated a notorious persecution of foreign faiths, mostly directed at Buddhism. Yes, Buddhism is a foreign faith to China. It comes from India. Imperial edicts that year also targeted Zoroastrians and Christians. One edict concerning the Zoroastrians was quite blunt, declaring, "As for the Syrian or Persian Zoroastrian forms of worship, since Buddhism has already been cast out, these heresies alone must not be allowed to survive. People belonging to these are compelled to return to the world, i.e., secular life. As for foreigners practicing these rites, let them be returned to their own countries." The edict ordered Zoroastrian priests in China to discard their sacred robes and cease their ceremonies. Temples were closed. in Chang'an, the sites of 2 prominent fire altars were confiscated by the state. After 845, Zoroastrianism in China virtually vanished. The remaining Persian families either assimilated or eventually left. It's likely that from the mid-9th century onward, Central Asia and East Asia harbored no organized Zoroastrian communities, aside from a few pockets that might have quietly persisted for a generation or two. An ancient faith that had once spanned continents was now largely confined to a few isolated enclaves in Iran and a budding expatriate community in India, which we will turn to next. Of course, one of the most consequential outcomes of the fall of Zoroastrianism in Iran was the migration of Persian Zoroasts to India, where they would be known as the Parsis, meaning, of course, Persians. According to their own traditional epic, the story of Sanjan, composed in 1599 by a priest relaying much older oral history, a group of Zoroastrian refugees fled Iran by sea, sometime during the 8th and 10th centuries, to escape religious persecution. The saga is rich in symbolic narrative. It recounts how these exiles, led by a dastur, or priest, carrying the sacred fire Hatshepsut, landed on the shores of Gujarat in western India. The local Hindu ruler, often named as Jadirana, was initially suspicious of the newcomers. As the Kisa relates, the king sent the Zoroastrians a brimming bowl of milk, a wordless message that his land was full and had no room for others. In response, the Zoroastrian priest gently stirred a spoonful of sugar into the milk, which dissolved without overflowing, thus sweetening it. This clever demonstration conveyed, "We will blend into your society, just like sugar in milk, enriching it without displacing anyone." It's pretty good, huh? Impressed by this gesture, the king granted them asylum, but he set conditions: that the Persians adopt the local dress and language, that they lay down their arms, and that they only marry within their community, conditions to which the Zoroastrians agreed, swearing to abide by local laws while keeping their faith intact. Sounds like a pretty good deal, doesn't it? And I love that milk and sugar analogy. And so began the Parsi presence in India. They established a settlement at Sanjan, named after the city in Iran they reportedly came from, and true to their promise, gradually adopted the regional language, that being Gujarati, and many of the local customs. Yet, internally, they preserved their Zoroastrian religion with fervor. The Kisa-i-Sanjan details how they enthroned the sacred fire, called Iran Shah, in a new fire temple at Sanjan, kindling it with the embers brought from their homeland's fire. This fire, tended by priests, became the living link to the lost world of Sasanian glory. Over time, the Parsis spread to other towns, Navsari, Udwata, Bombay, Mumbai, but they remained a close-knit community, cherishing the Avesta scriptures and the memory of Iran Shah. Notably, while Zoroastrianism was waning in Iran, in India it found not only refuge, but a chance for revival. Though direct contemporary records from the earliest days of the Parsi migrations are pretty scarce, apart from the later Kisa and some oral tradition, there are references from travelers that corroborate their early presence. In the 11th century, the Arab traveler al-Biruni mentioned the land of Hind having people of the Magian religion, likely an allusion to the Parsis in western India. Much later, in 1322, a Christian monk, Jordanus, encountered fire worshippers on the island of Thane, near Mumbai, which were probably Parsis too. These instances indicate that by the late Middle Ages, India had become the chief sanctuary of the Zoroastrians. Indeed, Today, the largest Zoroastrian population in the world is in India, thanks to these early refugees and their descendants. But one fascinating aspect of the Indo-Persian Zoroastrian connection is that the scattered Zoroastrians did not entirely lose contact with each other. From the 15th century onwards, there are letters, known as rivayats, exchanged between the Parsis of India and the dwindling Zoroastrians of Yazd and Kerman in Iran. In these correspondences, the Parsis often ask their Iranian co-religionists for advice on ritual practices and calendrical calculation, implicitly acknowledging Iran as the original source of authority. The Iranian Zoroastrians, flattered and heartened that their faith lived on abroad, responded with detailed answers, and occasionally even dispatched priests or texts to India. And these letters point a poignant picture. The once major religion surviving in two marginal refuges, separated by the Arabian Sea, each encouraging each other to hold fast to the Mazdaean religion, Din-e-Mazda-Yasna. One could say that the aftermath of the fall of Zoroastrianism was a diaspora that ensured the faith itself did not completely perish. Stripped of their empire and power, the Zoroastrians reinvented themselves as a minority religion of traders and migrants in India, and as tenacious underground traditions in Iran. The Parsis went on to prosper under subsequent Indian dynasties and later British colonial rule. By the 19th century, they were an affluent, educated community, producing notable figures in industry and philanthropy, thus arguably sweetening their homelands, milk with that legend promised. Meanwhile, the impoverished Zoroastrians in Iran received aid from their Indian cousins, and gradually they improved their lot in the 19th to 20th centuries, especially after the Islamic restrictions began to ease off a little bit. And so we arrive at the conclusion, the fall, if we can call it that, of Zoroastrianism from imperial dominance to near obscurity. It's quite a complex historical phenomenon. As we have seen, it was not a simple case of one religion supplanting another overnight. It involved complicated conquest, social transformation, and the agency of Zoroastrians themselves, choosing whether to resist, convert, or flee. Primary sources vividly illustrate this progression. Early Arab historians like Tabari and Baladuri recount the clashes and negotiations that determined the fate of the fire worshippers. Treaties where fire temples were spared or destroyed, debates over whether Magians counted as people of the book or just pagans, and instances of both clemency and cruelty. Zoroastrian sources, though few, express the anguish of a people who saw their sacred fires quenched and their scriptures endangered. The Zandi Wachman Yasin, a Pahlavi apocalyptic text, likely compiled after the conquest, prophesies in thinly veiled terms the coming of a devastating foreign rule. The sovereignty will come to those of the wrong faith. The fire temples will be ruined, and the righteous will be scattered. Such passages, albeit couched in symbolic language, they mirror the real experiences that we have traced today. Geographically, we went all over the place, didn't we? We went beyond Persia, to India, Central Asia, showing that the end of the Zoroastrian dominance in Iran was not the end of the Zoroastrians. In Central Asia, the religion flickered out in similar pressures as the Tang Chinese Edict of 845 shows for the far east of the Iranian world diaspora. In India, conversely, Zoroastrianism found a new life, demonstrating a remarkable adaptability, separated from the Sasanian state and the social hierarchy of the priests and nobles. Ordinary Zoroastrians managed to transplant their faith to foreign soil, keeping it alive through oral tradition and communal effort. From a critical perspective, we should avoid painting the fall of Zoroastrianism as a oversimplistic decline and fall terms with excessive romantic bias. Some earlier nationalist histories in Iran portrayed it as a titanic clash of good Persia versus evil Arabia, but the reality is a little bit more nuanced than that. While there were atrocities, forced conversions in some instances, there were also periods of coexistence and cultural exchange. Persian language and culture ultimately survived the Islamic conquest. Iran never became Arabized like some other regions did. And arguably, elements of Zoroastrian ethical philosophy filtered into the emerging Islamic Persian literature. Festivals like Nowruz, the Persian New Year with Zoroastrian roots, continue to be celebrated by Iranians of all faiths, a testament to how deeply ingrained the old tradition really was, surviving even in the change of official religion. In Central Asia, too, you'll find many pre-Islamic customs persisting under new guises. And so in recounting the final chapter of the days of Zoroastrianism's prominence, we relied on many eyewitness and contemporary accounts, the mournful reflections of Masudi, the practical observations of Narshaki, the travel diaries of Marco Polo, and the community lore of the Kisa-i Sanjan, among others. These sources animate the historical analysis, allows us to paint a picture that scenes of a Zoroastrian Dastur bargaining with an Indian Raja, or a weary group of magi tending a flame in a hidden mountain shrine, while a new faith's minarets rise in the town below. The fall of Zoroastrianism was a centuries-long saga, a story of decline, but also one of survival against the odds. By around the year 1000, Zoroastrianism had effectively fallen from its high estate, yet its aftermath is a story of cultural resistance, illuminating how faith communities respond to existential challenges. Today, though small in number, Zoroastrians continue to practice their religion in Iran, India, and in diaspora communities all over the world, proudly maintaining the rituals and tenets that once guided kings and empires. In a sense, this fall of Zoroastrianism as a state religion allowed it to rise in a new form, a global, diasporic faith, cherished for its historical significance and philosophical depth. The enduring flame and fire temples of Yazd and Mumbai, and the very celebration of spring with the Nowruz across Central and South Asia, are the living legacies of our journey throughout Zoroastrian history. And so in conclusion, the fall was a transformative epic that reshaped the religious map of Eurasia. By focusing on first-hand narratives today, we've gained intimate insights on how the people at the time perceived these upheavals, whether as conquerors enforcing a new world order, or those faithful souls witnessing the end of their world, striving to kindle a new future somewhere else. And as any good lecture must conclude, the story of the fall is not merely about an ancient religion's decline, but it's about the endurance of human belief, an identity in the face of overwhelming change. And so as the flame of Ahura Mazda, though dimmed, was never fully extinguished, it survived in its glowing embers, carried by devoted hands across the sea in generations. Who knows? Perhaps one of the listeners will be the one to light it again into a raging fire. And with that, we reach the end of our talk for today. I hope that you have enjoyed it. We certainly learned a lot, didn't we? I'm going to thank my top-tier patrons. Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Cameron, Legitmus, Gary, Charlene, Linda Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfednir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Aaron, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa. Where am I? I scrolled too far down. There we go. Orthodox Review, Scott, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Video Man, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMS, HH, Crystal, and Dowry. Thank you very much. And I will see you in the next video. As always, thank you so much for listening. I do appreciate it. And I will see you, I don't know, tomorrow. Oh, I already said that. Oh, I must be tired. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all.